We're live.
Welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe, everybody. First one of the new year. Getting stuff set up for this live stream. And quite a slate of videos this week. Probably every week forever.
Yeah.
But
yeah, you had to get
I always
a
get
storage
psyched
unit.
whenever we show up. Yes, I did have to get a storage unit.
You got a storage unit, and I don't have a spare bedroom anymore.
Yeah, that's the life of a book collector, I suppose. But definitely opens up some good possibilities for this year. And man, I think so much about the reset of the year, just because last year was such a chaos year for me.
Right.
And I've been seeing people, posting their New Year's resolutions, especially in like everybody I follow, basically is comics connected.
Yeah.
And it makes me wonder about what all the Kayfabers have planned out there. So if you guys are watching this video, man, post your New Year's resolutions into those comments because I am curious to see what everybody's doing. And I've already seen a bunch of that. And one of the things that, you want to set up to succeed at whatever these resolutions are. And one of the things I saw with like comics making is find those other people that have similar goals and set up like monthly check-ins, because that's how, when I first started making comics, like we talk about this, Ed, we met doing those weekly get-togethers.
Right.
And it was kind of like the positive peer pressure thing of you don't want to show up empty-handed, but also you have ups and downs in part of the creative process. I would always feel charged after those meetups.
Yeah.
So if I was having a bad week or whatever, it was a way to kind of get back on track personally by seeing like, okay, I didn't do much this week, or for whatever reason it didn't work out. But to go there and see like my friends that had like, they had good weeks, or they had new pages, or they had something exciting going on, it was a way to kind of like take some of that energy back home with me.
Right.
And try to go like get it going again. So for everybody that's out there and they have those comic book making goals, man, find a couple other people that have that same goal and set up a check-in each month. I've heard of other people doing that too, like Felicia Day, who I had done the guild with. She would do that as a writer. And, you have lots of writing workshops out there. Like that's a pretty common thing in writing. But it's the same principle. It's, we've got some kind of creative goal in common. Let's hold each other accountable for it. Let's lean on each other. And let's have that readership too, because that's the other thing that's tough, especially if you're starting out making comics, is how do you get positive feedback? Like real stuff you can actually apply to get better. You need readers. And having other people who also need readers, it's a good way to bargain your readership for theirs and actually get some eyeballs on the story and see what you're making, because what's in your head is absolutely 100% not what is in someone else's head. So having those fresh eyeballs go through it, it's I had a lot of benefit from having some fellow creators around me early on. And yeah, you never know who those people are going to be. I mean, like, here we are 20 years later, Ed.
You're right.
Like, it's pretty lucky to find somebody who's serious about this in that group. But there's a lot of benefit just to having a couple of people that, hey, each month you get together and see how that New Year's resolution's going, how that comic is coming along. And if you can get some good reading feedback from it as well, that's just more bonus. So
it's true.
It's one of the tough struggles I found early on. Like I can remember mailing comics around to people because I was so desperate for like any kind of feedback I could get. And when I started doing indie shows, there were a handful of cartoonists, you gravitate towards and you respond to their work and vice versa. And it was like, now I suppose everybody can just do it online. But that was early days of online, and I was doing print, so I was mailing my books out whenever I would get a new book together, and I had my pen pal critique group out there.
Right.
So whatever it takes, it's part of the process. If you want to get better, you got to get that feedback. You got to get that reader on board and see how the work that you're making is actually being received, because it does, like I said, it's always going to be a little bit different than what you make. But yeah, curious to see what everybody's doing. Like one of the things, I talked about in our weekly is having a regular schedule. And part of that schedule is setting aside time early in the day for writing time. And part of that comes from, I think it's called The War on Art. It was a book that came out maybe in like 2010. And this guy talked about setting up time for the muse, as he called it. And it's going to be something I try this year at least, because I'm planning to be a little more productive. And I find that one of my unproductive periods is after I finish a work. Then it's like back to square zero
Right.
to start out. And I figure if I have more of a regular standard writing practice, hopefully I can start out a little bit further down the road than typical. So we'll see how that goes. But that's one of my New Year's plans. And so far, so good. I've only done it for a few days, but it was interesting to see just how that changed over the couple days of doing it.
Yeah.
That first day, man, nothing's coming out and it feels weird. By day 3, you're sort of in it.
Yeah, and then that hope is, I mean, what you're essentially doing is creating that rhythm that a daily cartoonist has, you know, like they can't just like do one at a time. Their mind has to
Absolutely
be spinning lots of plates.
It's true, and that's another thing to do is find the example that does what you want to do and see how they do it,
Right.
because you can probably steal some of that process and approach and hopefully make hay with it.
All right, I'm popping up into the stream now, Jimmy, to get whatever feedbacks may come in. Got 7 people in there right now, man. 7 of the
Excellent.
King Kayfabers. Johnny Makes Comics from the Philippines. Thank you so much for being here. And
Yeah, Johnny, I was speculating. I thought you may be up. This might be a late night for you rather than an early morning.
Yeah. Thank you guys for supporting the channel in the way that you did. And the first book that we're going to be checking out today is The X-Women with Milo Manara and Chris Claremont on writing. We're going to do the audio commentary track probably towards the end of today's session. Should we tease it out, man? It's the King Kayfabers. They're here. Like they paid their loot. We're going to be looking at that Masters of Comic Art video that was hosted by Harlan Ellison with about 10 guys, you know, like Mobius and
Frank Miller, Jack Kirby,
Will Eisner, Harvey Kurtzman, Neil Adams. It's going to be a good conversation because those guys are all
Bernie
over the place.
Wrightson.
Yeah.
It's quite a cast. One of my things, and we'll talk about it when we record that video, but you can start thinking about it now, Ed. If they shot the Masters of Comic Book Art today,
Yeah.
who are your 8 or 10 artists that go on there?
That's
you
true,
know?
right?
It's
Here's something that you have to think about too in context of the time. Who are the guys that they should have had or probably tried to get? Because Alan Moore ain't on there. You know you have to try. Like if you have Art Spiegelman and you have Frank Miller, you have to try to have Alan Moore.
Yeah, you would think so.
Dave Gibbons at the very least. If it's Masters of Comic Art.
Do you know what year that movie?
87.
87. Yeah,
right in the thick of
definitely.
it.
Yeah, I even wonder, like, because they do have some alternative or indie guys, you know, I guess Kurtzman and Spiegelman, I don't know. They're so mainstream in some ways, but also I felt
Not
like
at the
Hernandez brothers not being there.
Yeah.
You know, because it's a pretty interesting cross-section of what they do have.
It is.
All right. Well, if you're about ready,
Yes, sir.
we can dig into this forthwith.
Toot sweet.
That's right. I brought some visual aids too to kind of like talk about
Yeah.
Milo Manara a little bit.
Yeah.
Give some context. I don't have a lot of his work.
Me neither.
I was surprised.
Let's save it. Let's
Yeah.
save it. Let's save it all. You get? Well, let's lock us in. What's the square?
Yeah, that was right.
Put it on Storm's anus.
Ha!
You good?
Yeah. Hello and welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm in Piscor.
First things first, we have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon for all of you to join, and there are 3 tiers there. It'll give you access to videos ahead of time. You can beat the Kayfabe effect with that. It'll give you access to, depending on your tier level, possibly extra videos, including a very the full shoot, the full recording sessions. So it also gives you a little more access to us. It's a chance for us to kind of have these conversations while we are recording. So check that out if it makes sense to you. And if you're not interested in Patreon, don't worry. We will still be posting daily videos. The Cartoonist Kayfabe experience will not change for you either way, but it's something that will help us grow this channel moving forward and hopefully allow us to do some exciting new things going forward. Also want to remind everybody that we are working cartoonists, and what you see here is our bibliography. The best way to support Cartoonist Kayfabe is to buy our books, Ed Piscor's Red Room, X-Men Grand Design, Hip Hop Family Tree, WYSIWYG, all available in print now. You can find some of my latest work, Hulk Grand Design, Street Angel, and the Plain Janes also out there, so add those to your shelves if you haven't already. Today, we are going to look at one of the iconic European cartoonists, Milo Manara, coming in under Joe Quesada's regime at Marvel to do a one-shot that looks like it's absolutely tailored to Manara's strengths. X-Women, written by Chris Claremont from 2010. Kind of one of those fascinating, like, I'm surprised this book exists. Really odd. And for Manara, you know, the only Marvel Comics comic book that he created. So
did a little cover work, I heard, yes. Man, but the bitch ass audience wasn't ready for it.
Yeah, I guess not. Manara at this point, well, today I think he's 76 now. So he's been making comics for over 50 years out of Italy, and pretty much dedicated his work and output to beautiful women, as he says. And so that's what you're going to see showcased here today. But I thought we'd just give a little bit more context for if anybody's unfamiliar with Manara. He is European. Little bits have come through in English. I think Dark Horse has been publishing, I don't know about a complete catalog, but certainly a library of his work over the last decade. So there is some Manara on our shores, but one of the places you might have seen him first, Heavy Metal Magazine. And in this case, doing black and white line art. He also does a lot of watercolor himself. So I usually think of his work in color, but you can see beautiful pen and ink work. And that's what we're going to get in X-Women.
Yeah, it's interesting because like the example you show right here, this is a pretty raw, like kind of early looking effort, man, where he's not fully solidified into his style, but clearly like one of the key, like, you know, female artists. And you could tell when he's using photos and when he ain't in a lot of ways. But consummate drawer, you know, like I've read some Manara, and as a reading experience, it's completely whatever. Like it's not, you know, it's not going to be the next great novel or something. But the artwork is pretty unassailable. And for whatever reason, this period of time, you know, he was dabbling in the mainstream. He did that little bit for Marvel. I think he was one of the guys who did a piece in that Endless Nights or whatever it's called. The hardcover Sandman.
Yep, that's right, with Neil Gaiman. He's worked with Jodorowsky, being a writing partner. So he has worked with a number of different writers. Hugo Pratt on Indian Summer, which is something that's been translated to English. I used to know him because here is from Fantagraphics Eros Comics.
Yeah, that's the one we all got.
That's right. And you would see his stuff listed in some of these things, like maybe in an ad inside of the Fantagraphics, inside of like a comics journal or something. They would list what's available from him.
These are the shits, man, that I was talking about before.
Yeah, I'd like to look at these. I've never seen these. But you would always see like Click or something. You know, like I would get catalogs that would include like European comics or adult comics, and you would see his work in there. And at least a description of it. And it was always, you know, very adult in nature, the stuff that I would see. But here he is adapting an unproduced Fellini movie.
Yeah.
So Fellini published this I guess, script whenever he decided he couldn't make the movie. And
Fellini's a comic head too, man. There's like reports of him visiting the Marvel offices and getting free copies whenever he would come to the States. And Manara is a very, very respected artist, and you know, a lot of stuff sexual in nature, and it just doesn't have the taboo, you know, in Italy that it has in the puritanical United States.
But this felt like a big get. Like whenever I was thinking about talking of this, I was thinking like Mobius Silver Surfer, you know, and it's probably not on quite the level of Mobius, but it is on the level of like, this is a giant. This is a European giant in terms of comic art and illustration, and to get him to do some of the Marvel characters, it's a big get.
Yes, but they either weren't willing to shell out the coin to get him to do this level of color on the inside, or it was like a time issue where it's like they want the book out at a certain time and he just wouldn't be able to produce at that level. So shouts to Dave Stewart for like doing his best to try to color in the computer and capture the Manara style. Does it work? Does it not work? I'll leave it up to you. But
there are definitely places where I feel like he does a pretty good job.
It's early on.
You know, like some of this stuff to me feels like he's clearly trying to do that style.
Yeah, because like what you're describing is there's no line there. And so Stewart has to have some anatomical knowledge. He can't just be a dude with a coloring with crayons, you know, coloring. All right, this is flesh tone. Like he's got to understand how the pelvis works and all that sort of stuff. that is not easy. There are pages where there are definite flyers taken.
Well, let's start at the beginning. We're in Madripoor, Logan's old stomping grounds.
Yeah, the girls are going there for a vacation. One caption is talking about how it's such a piece of shit place where nothing but bad happens and piracy, and then the next caption is like, yeah, we're on vacation.
There's a lot of text in this story.
It's Chris Claremont.
And it makes me wonder if this is working Marvel style and Claremont had some idea for a story and then got the pages back and was like, all right, I got some exposition I need to put in here. But yeah, there's a lot of, it's kind of I don't know what the word is for the story. There's not a lot of story, to be honest.
No.
And yet there are a lot of words.
Yeah,
So our first bit is the ex-women attacking this group of, paramilitary guys. And then we're going to start to go through flashbacks from there. But this is what you're looking for, right? Like, just let Manara kind of cook.
And he's fascinating because you can tell where he's using photo ref and where he isn't. And there are times when he is where it's like, what is that? You just wanted to draw the whole character, but like not submerge her underwater. She's just walking on water. Like, so you'll get these things where it almost looks like color forms. Where it's two different angles of a female. Like you can tell he used photographs and it's two complete different hyper angles, but he stitches them in there and turns it into his style. But like I said, I think he uses a lot of photo to get his compositions in, and he kind of turns the line into the Manara line. But there will be bits like this where he's clearly drawn.
In our main cast, I think it consists of these 5 characters. So you have Storm, Psylocke, Rogue, who they call Anna. I had no idea that was her name.
Me neither, man.
I was reading this, and I was kind of like leafing through, the first time through, and I'm like, Anna, is this a different storyline? Like, what is this? And no, I think that's just her name. And
yeah, they've updated the character. She was only Rogue, and her name was unknown on the back of those Marvel Universe Series 2 cards. But I guess they fleshed her out a little bit more. And I think the actress who played her in the movies, her name's Anna Paquin, right?
I don't know. I guess.
I was throwing you a softball.
I haven't seen too many of those movies. And then the other 2 are Kitty Pryde and Rachel. So the story is Rachel gets kidnapped. And again, we are going to go into flashback. And the ex-women go there to rescue her, but things go wrong. And what goes wrong is they have a gun that nullifies their powers.
This is pretty badass, man. When you're drawing the human figure and then you draw the bones on the inside, that's a cool thing.
Yeah, probably not a photo reference for the skeleton, but... Never know. Some artists have a skeleton in their studio.
There is a specific skeleton that everybody got from this, like Mr. Boney or something like that. I forget exactly what his name was, but Jeff Darrow was telling me about that thing.
Yeah, I don't even know how to think of Manara in terms of other cartoonists. Like, there'll be little moments where I'll be like, oh yeah, I see some Frank Whiteley or this or that. But kind of a bit of a one-of-one. And then when you put him into like a superhero action thing, it's really a strange marriage,
because it's a stretch. Like he's not used to doing that stuff, and we are used to the American idiom of like Jack Kirby bombast when it comes to fight sequences and stuff, and it's about like choosing the exact right moments, and he just doesn't do that. Like he'll give you the moment of impact, but not show like a face imploding upon a punch or something. It's just like a moment of contact, so it doesn't have that bombast. There's like an elegance.
There is. And I think it centers around the idea that like he spent his whole life trying to figure out how to draw beautiful women, and there's a sensuous quality to that, in contrast to say like a Jim Lee or Mark Silvestri, who I think is known for drawing beautiful women, but also within the context of fight comics. Yeah. That's not where he's coming from. Like he's coming from a much more erotic background, so to then put the action part on top, you do end up with these kinds of moments throughout the book where it's just kind of like sensuous body forms. Yeah,
and I mean, it's just drawing. Like, Stuart is doing all the rest of the work in these kind of panels. I like stuff like this where you have this big space and the characters are kind of moving within this firestorm or whatever. But, like, he knows where to overlap the characters to create that depth. I think what a lot of people will do, and we were critical of some earlier comics or works on this channel where the stuff will be spread out so far, and it would be so oriented so that like nothing is touching, and it just creates that super lack of depth. So he's smart with it.
Yeah, very believable. It's like you're spiraling out out of the picture. Our a glimpse of our villain, by the way, also a sexy woman.
Ilsa She-Wolf of the SS, got the titties out.
And I'll just say, there is one more, and that is the White Queen is in here.
Which is crazy, because I thought that was the White Queen. I'm like, okay, the White Queen is the villainess of this one. Okay, I'm getting it. I'm understanding it. I'm on board.
Yeah, she's actually another prisoner next to Rachel. So, again, we'll unfold that as we go. But here's those tangled bodies again falling. And, you're right, I think, about creating the depth by having some of that overlap and sort of making them a tangle.
And that's where he's showing off that he does, he has good knowledge on how to draw the body, man. So he's able to twist those chicks up in all sorts of pretzel-like contortions. That's like quintessential Manara face right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You can imagine that almost an orgasm, if not falling to your death. Stuff like this where he's like rolling these bodies around, I feel like you're not getting your photo reference there, and yet it's showing off like just how well he knows that form to be able to kind of bend that around and tumble it down a hillside.
Yeah, but then when you get stuff like this, it's like you could pose that, that's some up dog or some shit, some yoga pose.
Also, like Manara being Manara,
having them embrace and
have to tangle them up,
and nearly, what's the word, tribble, about to tribble and scissor.
I like this page layout though. Often whenever people go with these diagonals, we've seen Neil Adams become a little unreadable with that stuff. This, I think, works really well. You have people rolling down a hill, so add some non-horizontal and vertical gutters, and pretty easy to follow that along. Yeah,
there's good storytelling stuff within these pages visually. Bits like this, like a good page like that. Once again, shouts to Dave Stewart for trying to like do some kind of heavy lifting, because like he also has to make decisions about like which Manara lines to recess, and I think that for like a young colorist, I think there must be some chilling effect there, because who the fuck are you to alter the lines of this master, But you have to kind of like grab that bull by the horn sometimes.
I also think that artists don't always set up lines to naturally do that. This is a great example of that. To me, this page works really well with recessing those lines.
Yeah.
But, if he had chosen to recess this foreground piece, that falls apart.
Oh, it kills you.
So like, yeah, good move both places. But I do think that in some cases, you're also really set up well by those lines, by the compositions on Manara's part. Like clearly those figures are in the foreground and they pop because you recess those lines a little bit.
And it makes sense. It's water. Like no hard edges on that. It's background elements. Push it into the background. We don't collaborate with colorists, man, but it would make me fucking nuts, man, having some colorist touch my shit like that in any way. It's like if I want to recess it, I'll use some like white zips or something to like, don't touch my fucking art.
I wonder how much Manara and Dave Stewart work together. Like if pages were going back through Manara, because to me this looks pretty good. Like I don't know whether he was happy with this or not, but I'm pretty happy with it, as an audience member.
You get that solid figure drawing, but like lots of detail where it counts, and that's where you start to spot the quietly influence. And I'm not saying Manara influenced quietly, the other way around, but you start to see it. Yeah,
so funny because this storyline begins in Greece, and I think Madripoor's in the South Pacific. Is that? Does that sound right?
This is
I used to read Wolverine every month.
This is one of those reading experiences. I mean, it explains right where it is. It's like and it's clearly that expositional thing where Chris Claremont like read an issue of National Geographic and heard about some maritime path from Singapore to Philippines or something, and it's like, okay, let's put an island there. Because the way he explains it is almost like it would be explained in a National Geographic.
This story, by the way, is Rogue gets a villa, and so she's going to bring all of her friends out for a fun week of vacation.
They got that Airbnb.
Maybe retire from X-Men if this is what you've inherited.
Well, it's just, like I said, it's an Airbnb. This issue, it's an extension of that 2-issue Silvestri run, where they're in Australia, and then there's the one issue where the chicks break off and they like go shopping and they go to like Chippendale dancers and like you get to see Mark Silvestri draw Patrick Swayze from Saturday Night Live, like is one of the characters. It's the first appearance of Rogue. I mean, the first appearance of Young Jubilee is sneaks on board and becomes a part of the team, and then the next issue is actually Rob Liefeld. It's that Liefeld issue. We did an episode on it where it's the Bros. are going to bars and getting in a bar fight, or there's like aliens and stuff. So this is kind of a spiritual cousin to that run, those little one shots.
Hey, do you think that Claremont wrote for Kitty Pryde to like leap through a yacht on her jet ski? Because that's a ridiculous drawing.
Yeah, it's almost Winsor McKay at a certain point, man. Like, it's just pure whimsy.
It's funny. You know, the other thing I thought reading through this is, if you bought this because you want to see Manara drawing X-Women, you got your money's worth.
Yeah.
Every page is loaded with it. And I always think that's something of a power move, because sometimes you'll see those comics where it's like, oh, this guy likes drawing this superhero fill-in, and there'll be like 2 pages that have Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Where it's like, come on, I want to see 20 pages of that.
Yeah, it's a vehicle. Like in the same way that your Hulk comic is a Jim Rugg vehicle, the X-Men Grand Design is Eddie P vehicle. Like, every now and then, the big publishers will hook a special project up with somebody to just like to do what they do.
So those goons show up and they kidnap Rachel. Again, this is flashback sequence. This is how the whole story starts. And then whenever they wake up, they are trying to figure out, like, what do we do next? They've nullified our powers. They still have Rachel. And what are we going to do?
I start to get the impression that, like, Heart of Darkness, Apocalypse Now is at least some kind of influence. It's not like they're on the hunt for, Captain whatever his name is. But you'll get bits like this. You'll get the skulls on the sticks that come up later. And it kind of reeks of that kind of influence.
This is pretty neat. We're having some kind of psychic experience here. And as a result, you're seeing like 2 scenes, line work on top of another. And I think that might be the first time you see Emma Frost.
Yeah. That's when you realize, oh, that blonde lady was not the White Queen. At this point, she's probably like an X-Men for 10 years and was in Generation X before that. So, it's on me that I didn't see her as a villain or whatever. Or that I did see her as a villain.
And here come your skulls.
Yeah. We're starting to get muddy with the color. Like, there's bits that have the Manara. Like, I think that Dave Stewart probably sampled a Manara palette over the course of, like, say, maybe 5 or 10 pieces. And there are different ways to do that. I remember one of the early tricks, and I wonder if it's still done this way with a lot of people. One of the early tricks was, like, you take a piece of art, page of comics of something that you like, and you make it like go into Photoshop, make that page like a 10 pixel by 10 pixel square or something, and then blow it up, and then you have 10 big boxes of color that were like the main color used, and then you finesse your palette that way. Take all the black out that might have been in like the weird scan that you have, make it proper CMYK, but that would be a way to steal the color palettes of your favorite creators. Mm-hmm. And I think that's a part of the sauce. That's something that Stewart had to do, because you see it's a computer color Milo Manara palette. These bits here, like, it's like, okay, autograph projector or something, because like you could take the same tomahawk and almost copy paste, add a little different shading.
How much does the color pop when you do get away from this like muted browns and grays?
Yeah, it's a weird writing piece. It's very inelegant in a way, because almost exclusively the story is from the POV of the girls, and then you got the approach here, and then the only point of view of like anybody else you get are just these like 2 pilots for 2 panels, and then explosion. I feel like you put more thought into that page in terms of orienting things. You could come up with something better where you can remove those guys and just keep it consistent, because it's jarring. Up to this point, you're with these girls exclusively until you're like right in there.
Yeah, again, the story's kind of, I don't know, neither here nor there. I don't know that anybody's going to look at this story as one of Claremont's best, but it's not really why anybody bought the book either.
This is a fun piece, man, where you could imagine the picture plane and like the little grid for your perspectives, and where he's like putting the characters in perspective. It's you feel it all. It feels real sound, and then you introduce these new characters, and they feel straight out of. This is not an American comic, like this. They feel straight out of European tradition.
Yeah, definitely. I'm trying to think if I have an example of that, and I don't really. But you could probably find this in Manara's catalog. You know, what are these like pirate characters? You know, that have holed up on this island, and you can see what they have ransacked in the past. And I don't know, not to give away the plot, but one of them is going to have that ability. Those helicopters that crashed was a result of our guy here.
Yeah.
And maybe we have an audition for another X-Woman.
Yeah, Miss Cordo Maltese.
That's right. So they put the X-Women, the powerless X-Women, to work on this island in this group, and not very fun jobs that they have.
Yeah.
You know, feeding the pigs, taking care of the kids. Kitty Pryde's still banged up from that first attack.
You think she's milking it, man, when she sees what the job that her friends are doing? You think she takes a little bit more of a powder to just try to, you know, escape doing some of that garbage work?
Could be. This kind of European drawing was always so bizarre to me when I first encountered it, maybe in the early 90s, like if I'd find something at a flea market.
Yeah.
And it was not rendered at all the way that I was used to seeing rendering.
Sure.
And it used to just kind of like throw me so far off.
Yeah, it's real drawing. You know, I feel like the first stuff I ever saw like that was Just Swart from Volume 2, Number 2 of Raw. In 6th grade, I had a friend who his big sister had that issue, and I bartered everything I could. I don't quite remember, man, but I might have gave that dude even a video game, like a Nintendo tape, for
to steal his sister's comic.
Yeah, she was done with it, man. But the Juice.
How'd she even have that? That's pretty wild. You should have hung out with her.
Yeah, hip chick for sure. And seeing that story, it just blew my. It was my favorite piece in that book, and that it's that clear line approach, you know, where it's cartoony but it's realistic. Fantastic.
Yeah, comics were so narrow in the Marvel DC Archie realm that, like, you get into international comics back then, and I'd just be like, I don't know what this is, like a different art.
Yeah, that book had it might have had like a Tatsumi piece or a Suje piece. It had Henry. It's my introduction to Henry Darger.
Yeah.
It's that like Chris Ware when he was in his like that Bill Watterson. It's a potato head guy.
Gone like straight to ink.
Yeah.
At that point.
Yeah, it's just a fucking mind-blowing book.
And this is when we pull our swerve, and today's video is actually Raw, Volume 2, Number 2. All right, back to X-Women. The one X-Woman who gets a little better position is Storm, because our bad guy leader, very interested in her. Maybe join his harem.
Yeah, and you say bad guy, but they're kind of like anti-heroes.
Yeah, I guess so. Kind of bad whenever he's putting everybody in bondage, but I suppose he's not the original villain. Also, like the full bleed nature of this stuff, it feels like I wonder if Marvel considered publishing this originally as like a Euro album, like a little bit bigger.
I would doubt it.
It is big art.
Yeah, I would doubt it because they just why not? You know, like they just didn't do that shit. But this is a fun spread for sure.
Yeah, it's a great, once again, if you bought this for Manara Drawing Women, very happy with the returns.
Yeah. And
here's our actual pirate queen, not happy with Storm's arrival on the island.
Yeah, but you get some sense of, it's like a weird throuple thing.
Yes, it is.
Like she's horny for her, and she's using her as a toy. She's a unicorn to this swinger couple, man. You know, she's dudeless. And they want to Chinese finger trap her. Always with the outfits too, man. Like always Manara dresses these girls up in like maybe 5 different fly ass outfits. This is that stuff too, or it's like feels like color forms or something.
Also feels like could have been a great G.I. Joe issue.
Absolutely,
maybe Baroness and Scarlet and Lady J.
Yeah, like the intro.
That would have been if they could have convinced him to do one more book at Marvel. Yeah, those outfits are hilarious considering they're in the middle of the jungle with a bunch of pirates.
Jim Rogg autobio comic right here.
Oh, man. And the X-Women decide they don't have time to sound the warning. They're just going to have to fight off this invasion themselves.
Yeah, and this is where you get that kick. That it makes me think about when Robert Crumb did the Book of Genesis. Mm-hmm. He worked on it for 5 years or something. And there was a lot of press within that time. He was always talking about the progress and things. And he was talking about how, like, one of the big challenges, believe it or not, for a guy who's been drawing comics for, 30, 40 years up to that point, is drawing the human figure. Like, he was used to being able to distort the figure as he wished and be as cartoony as he wished, but he was trying to play this straight up and just really drawing the most accurate folds possible in clothing, garments, and really trying to stick to proper proportions and stuff. It was a challenge for him. And he actually, in so many interviews, was calling props to all the mainstream cartoonists who could draw that stuff. He sort of bent the knee and was like, you know what, you guys have a skill I don't have. I had to teach myself at age 60 how to draw a figure from imagination. And these guys do it, 20 figures a page.
Yeah, that's wild. I don't remember those interviews. And, man, now I kind of want to go back.
It might be in the studio book. It might be, some of that might be in there.
I feel like that's a book that was such a big deal, like buzz up to its release, and then like I never hear people talk about it.
Yeah, I think it did really well for them, but I think that because he played it straight, like the anticipation, like it's something that you could sell easy to the masses because it has so much bluster to go with it. Mm-hmm. Robert Crumb, Bible, what must that look like? And people were really expecting him to go off, and he plays it reasonably straight,
Yeah. Yeah, that was a time, too, when I think all these publishers were trying to figure out what's the next Jimmy Corrigan that we sell outside of comics to, like, the, New Yorker audiences and people like that.
Yeah, and Dennis Kitchen was the guy, like, and Crumb cites it was an illustration job. It had no particular passion.
Here's our pirate leader, and we finally see, he has his own mutant powers.
Nearly Cyclops.
Nearly. Yeah, just make it X-Men. Let Manara draw all the X-Men. These ads for X-Men issue 1, I don't remember this at all. Like, I was just completely gone at that point.
Yeah, of course.
Because, this is a book I got afterwards, too. Like, this wasn't one I bought new whenever it came out.
Totally. We've been hanging for, 7 years at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing the history of, like, all the attempts at relaunches and new number ones and different creative teams.
So many volumes of it.
It's wild stuff.
Shouts to SmackDown referee, man, Jason Ayers. He's putting together a run of all X books. Like he has almost every X book ever created. It has like full runs of like all these like late period volumes and shit.
Wow, talk about needing a storage space.
He showed the stacks, man.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of forgotten history in those couple decades, like under Quesada. Yeah. There was a lot of swings and misses, and I applaud that. That's how you
got to try. That's what Jeanette Kahn said when she hooked up Miller with Ronin. Is like, if you don't have some failures, that means you're not innovating. That means you're not.
You have books like
pushing.
This. It's why you have Corbin doing some Marvel work late in his career.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely a good thing. But it does result in for everything that does stick to the wall, a lot of stuff is bouncing off and being like.
And a lot of it is a lot of it is shame on the audience, man. That just wants that corporate sameness and won't push, won't stretch it at all.
So the big story I think is that they're trying the bad villain is trying to launch a war using psychics to make soldiers fight each other between like India and China.
We're still on the story.
He's joined up because he's going to help now. He's part of the A team.
When you see that kind of like the weight of that figure,
yeah,
that that screams reference. Like you're looking at some stuff, man. So you can always kind of tell the ones that he's kind of drawn on his own and the ones where he has some visual help. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. It's just noticeable. And this is a later period of Manara. He's older at this point, man. And you could sort of it's more noticeable.
Early 60s at this point.
Yeah, it's more noticeable here than it is in a lot of the earlier works. So there's like less of an elegance, and you find that to be the case whenever some singular kind of creator comes into a work for hire space. They're not tossing their 100-mile-an-hour fastballs for work for hire. They just ain't.
I also wonder, I mentioned earlier, like, if this is a loose plot that Manara's drawing, but when I look at a page like this, it makes me think, like, how tight is the script? Because you're packing these pages.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you do that if you're really, kind of working from a loose plot, because, like, there's so much drawing that's smashed and crammed into these pages.
Yeah, totally.
And I think that can contribute to all sorts of stuff, stiff figures, maybe shortcut here or there, because it's dense.
And just not being engaged with the material, man. Like, our friends in Japan, Peach and Takashi Okazaki, like, they didn't really have any connection with Marvel stuff. That's why they let her just do her own thing. Go ahead, design all your own characters and have at it. Takashi, design all your own characters, have at it. Because it's like, they really don't have much knowledge of it. And don't have any engagement with the material, so just make it your own.
I wish this stood out more.
Yeah, Stuart will do that, man. He'll.
I always think
it's that period too where it's just muddy color.
We looked at a few books this week where I think the coloring is going to be something that I criticize, and I always think like put this in Photoshop and desaturate it and see if it's not all like just a flat 60% gray.
Yeah, it's
like
gray.
I need some values there. That's a tip for people at home that are making comics and coloring them is like look at them in grayscale and see like how that value works.
Mm-hmm.
So the bad guy, they finally get to rescue their friend. Unfortunately, that means rescuing Emma Frost as well, which nobody loves that idea, but what are you going to do? And our supervillain does manage to make it to the escape pod.
But not before her shirt gets ripped open.
Of course. And also look at this ridiculous like cross-section for your escape.
It's comics, baby.
It sure is. Yeah, it sure is. Yeah, rip the shirt open.
I feel like the Ramita Raiders probably had to do some amending on some of this line art.
I wonder too, like, is this in the Claremont script? Her shirt's been torn asunder.
It's Manara, baby.
This feels like the end of that Quentin Tarantino Death Proof, where it's like you just get the bad guy in the middle of all the good guys, and they can take turns like taking their shots. And they freeze her. This is Storm doing some sort of freezing with that tornado. I mean, she's dead, right? Storm killed her.
I know. And it's all like nothing. Well, they say in the captions that, they put her in jail. But, like, you have the White Queen, like, that's pieces of the lady. Like,
and her heart.
Yeah. But, they kick her titties off. Like, that's her titties get kicked off her body while she's fully immobile.
I'm calling this a brutal murder.
Absolutely, man. And that's why it's like in the fucking, because like Marvel's so corny, right? So somewhere in the captions they have to talk about like, they dropped her off in the Hooskow, and it's like, so she's tittyless. She's got chunks taken out of her,
and she's frozen solid. By the way, our pirate queen doesn't believe in buttons.
She took some fashion advice from the villainess, and then this is like your $10,000. Like, imagine like those fucking guys, those neckbeard type fellas at the comic conventions who save up money to get Adam Hughes to draw, somebody opening up their puss. Like, some fucking dude is spanking off to this right now who had $30,000 to spend on this piece of original art.
And that's the end. And look, his signature's even cropped off.
Yeah.
Which again makes me wonder, like, on the bleeding choice, like how this stuff is printed.
Yeah.
It does make me curious because it is, like things are close on a lot of these pages, close to the edges.
Yeah.
You wonder, like, in today's world now, would this have been like the Grand Design size book?
Yeah.
Or something oversized, like it's very detailed art. So Afterward by Joe Quesada really just blowing smoke Manara's way, and rightfully so, talking about how great he is and how happy he is to have him show up here and draw this stuff. And then they say these are his pencils, and I think that is completely wrong, because you can see very light pencil lines in a couple of these spots. So I think clearly that's inked. I don't know why they say it's a bonus peek at Manara's pencils.
I think it is pencil, and it's like...
What, do you think it's not inked, the book?
Yeah, well, I don't know. Like, but it's sketch underdrawing. Because there's definite gray there. Yeah, like I think those are pencils, but like what you're seeing is just, his underdrawing stuff. It might not be inked. Because Jeff Darrow, you seen Jeff Darrow's pencils?
Yeah, this is not the best, but
you just count these little ticks, man.
Comparison, and look, they're all there.
Yeah, I think it's just penciled.
We'll agree to disagree on that one, but nevertheless, it's cool to see some of his line art without anything on top of it. And there's at least a fuller page, because you get the full signature on that one, so you can see kind of where the crop is for that last
share
page.
us links on Comic Art Fans to show the penciled finished pages.
Yeah, see, they're cropping like right on her forehead. It'd be like right there. So that surprises me that they would crop his art on every page.
Real dumb.
Can't imagine he liked that.
I can't imagine he looked at the book.
You don't think so?
No.
Oh, man. And then previews of whatever other thing they were trying to launch.
There was an X-Woman TPB that has all of this material, and then it has like a bunch of kind of job work and stuff. And it's such a fascinating period of time because it was a time where there was like the Pat Lee Dreamwave, like cell shaded anime looking style, and there's a story that's like told that way.
Is it Pat Lee?
It isn't.
I always think about looking at Dark Minds because I feel like that's one of those I don't know, comics dark period that felt like a book that had a little bit of cult around it.
Yeah.
And I'm so out of it in terms of like I didn't follow comics rapidly at that point, so it would just be like what bubbled up, what made enough noise that I heard about it.
Yeah, and we were way off of this stuff. Like if we were going to grab like a Marvel or DC thing, it was like we were all going to the comic shop at the same time. So if you had some guilty pleasure, you had to go in on a Tuesday. You couldn't let you couldn't let the buds. You couldn't let the buds see buying that copy
softcore
of this
porn. We all wanted this, but none of us had the nerve to buy it.
I feel like you would grab the Manara for sure. It's just like market saturation. Like you just didn't even see it on the fucking look at that cover. Imagine that in Phantom of the Attic on the wall with all the rest of the stuff. Like you just get lost.
Yeah, and this is, I said 2010, so Quesada had been there, I think, since like early 2000s.
Yeah.
It wasn't like this was one of his first moves or anything. But that's just a blur in my mind. Like that whole history of like the 2000s of say Marvel and DC, they relaunch, both companies relaunch a bunch. They both sort of stunt different things.
Yeah.
And in my mind, it all happens like that's all recent history. But I mean, it's 23 years now. So
it's crazy how it works, man. We've been hanging out for about 20 years.
Sean Howe needs to do like the updated Untold Story of Marvel and update me on some of this 21st century movements.
Yeah, I think you need the benefits of decades of hindsight so that people...
I'll tell you what would be really interesting is to go through and make a list of, say, like the 10 most interesting art books that were produced under Quesada's regime.
Yeah.
Because there were some really outstanding stuff, for all our joking around about it. Like, there's some great art that comes out of that time period, but finding it, and then also sometimes that great art would be butchered under bad color or, a variety of reasons why that stuff may not be widely available. But there's stuff that was done that just like Guy Davis did that Fantastic Four story that's been out of print for 20 years.
Right.
So some of this stuff that might be noteworthy, it's just not in the front of any of our minds because, out of sight, out of mind.
Right.
But there are some really interesting art jobs. And maybe if I get ambitious, I'll start making lists as I'm going through looking for books for Kayfabe. Whenever I see anything that seems pretty interesting art-wise, maybe I'll put together a list because I do think there's some stuff that Quesada, as he steps away from Marvel now, it'll be interesting to see people reflect on his time period. Probably the longest tenured editor-in-chief.
Yeah, that's true.
So, interesting book. Glad to see Manara. It's one of those things, maybe it's not his best work, but it's been too long that we haven't had him on the channel, this is one of those master guys.
It's a Manara that we can show off on the channel.
Fair enough. Yes, absolutely.
Good to go, Jimmy?
I am.
It's the Kayfabers in the chat room who are Patreon patrons to us who got to see this video first. If you want to see these videos before anybody else, mitigate the Kayfabe effect, which is going to happen with this video. Like, I didn't know this book existed. A lot of people in the audience didn't know, and they're Manara fans. They just bought all the copies off of eBay because they are in the chat room with us in real time as we are streaming this. Hit up our Patreon in the description below this video. Comics are our lifeblood, man. We make comics. I have Red Room, Trigger Warnings, Red Room Antisocial Network on the stands at this very moment. This is the bibliography of all of our stuff. Support our comics, and we can keep this thing going. Jimmy, what do you have going on?
Hulk Grand Design. It is coming out in February. February 22nd should be in stores. Pre-order it if you haven't already, because that is going to be a limited number of books, and it may be never that it's reprinted, but it could be hard to get. So pre-order that one if you want it. Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive, Plain Jane's both available as well, and you can join me on my own Patreon at patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can download some of my out-of-print zines and mini comics.
Tell the people what else we have out there, though, man.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, fanny packs, hats, all kinds of good stuff at our spread shop. That is also linked below this video.
Another great way to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy, given those marching orders, we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Did you find your Steampunk, or you need this one?
I did not find it. Want to talk Beto? I feel like this is going to be a bad taste in the mouth. We'll do this. We'll come around. We'll cheer it up after this.
Right. Yeah, because, like, it's one of those things, man, where this is a very, like, people asked us to do this. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? People asked for this because presumably they love it.
This is your fault. You guys brought this on yourself. And I'm mad at you for it.
Good to go?
Yeah, I hit it. Hello and welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Before we begin, I want to remind everybody that we do have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. We have 3 levels there to accommodate all of you. It'll give you access to videos early. It'll give you access to videos that aren't going to be streamed to everybody. But if you don't join our Patreon, don't worry. We are still going to be delivering daily videos here on YouTube. Nothing will change on that front. I also want to remind everybody that we are working cartoonists, and the best way to support us is to buy our books. Red Room, X-Men Grand Design, Hip Hop Family Tree, WYSIWYG from Ed Piscor are all out and available wherever you buy books. Hulk Grand Design, Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive, Plain Janes are my books you can pick up wherever you buy books, and we appreciate that if you haven't already added our books to your shelves. So today we're going to continue looking at Cliffhanger, the late 90s, early 2000s Wildstorm imprint that was kind of billed like the next wave of image creators, new blood that was coming into the creator-owned game.
Yeah, and they shared aesthetic sensibilities. You know, like the first gen image dudes, it's, you know, the Jim Lee, Scott Williams aesthetic. And then when anime and manga starts to disseminate a little bit more in the States, you had your Joe Madureiras, you had your J. Scott Campbells, who, while being like an Art Adams dude, is definitely looking at plenty of anime and kind of filtering that into that Jim Lee style du jour. The Ramos and Waringo and Bachalo, like, take a look at early Bachalo. Like, what was the art like? It was gruff, it was gritty, there was spatter, there's organic ink lines. But then he started to adopt that anime, manga, kind of big eyes sort of aesthetic. And here we are, the Cliffhanger brand of comics.
Yeah, this is our 4th Cliffhanger look. So this may end up in a playlist, and I would say, you know, if you're into any of the names you just mentioned, check out our previous episodes on Battle Chasers and Danger Girl and Crimson. And Bacalo's a really interesting artist because of his long career at this point. Like, he's making comics that we can get maybe in the late 80s, certainly the early 90s, like through Vertigo and stuff. Yeah. It's on to X-Men and Marvel.
Ghost Rider 2099.
And changes stylistically so much over his career just up to this point. I say that because I'm going to be pretty harsh on this book. Mm-hmm. I did not enjoy reading this book. I'm mad at it for a lot of reasons that we'll talk about as we go. But Bacalo's a great comic book artist. You know, like, he's had these periods, and I like some more than others. But we start out with this thus far. I don't know what Steampunk Catechism. Is there a book that precedes this?
I don't even know if that's, like, cheeky. And just be a silly way to put in exposition. Joe Kelly's coming from like, I guess probably like Deadpool or something. He
might have done some X-Men scripting too.
But those mid 90s, like, we're not going to get any Man of Action shoot-in reviews anytime soon, I don't think. But those mid 90s writers, comics, we deserve the comics that we got.
That's the other takeaway
in
those
I had 1990s, man.
And we've looked at, I think we looked at another book this week from around this time period, like the 2000. I might be just done with this time period.
Oh, I know what you mean,
you know,
man.
When comics are tanking,
yeah,
and everybody wants to blame a lot of different stuff, how about garbage comics?
Yeah.
Because who's buying some of this stuff and then coming back for a second issue? I'm not.
Yeah, totally. And I mean, I completely passed. I didn't buy one Cliffhanger book. I was over that shit at this point. And you learn about, like, as writers, right? Like, this dude, they're plugged into these existing jobber comics of Marvel, DC, whatever. Even if the job is X-Men or Deadpool, it's still a fucking job. And it's a machine that's already moving, and they jump on board and they add their little contribution to the narrative corpse, you know? So it already has inertia of sales, and you're jumping into that. So it's you can't calculate the guy's value or ability accurately because he's already got inertia behind him. So a place where you can do that is when they design something completely their own, and you start off from the ground floor, which is what we have here. And I think that so many of the mainstream guys who were doing this kind of thing, certainly in the 90s, it was kind of a trifle to them. They're kind of like just, it's artistic masturbation. You see, like, even the storytelling flow is kind of all over the place, and it's just Bachalo figuring out different compositions to draw, like, one big cool image, maybe that he can sell as a original art with all this little stuff. But the most basic stuff of storytelling in general, we don't even going to talk about comic storytelling, just storytelling in general. I got about 3-4 pages into this, and I don't care about anybody. I don't even know anybody's name. And there's a whole lot of words going on. I can't even tell you
where any part of it takes place.
No.
This character, is she interacting with any of these characters? Are these two characters different? Where is this at?
Yeah.
Like, I have no idea what's going on in any sense. I mean, like, I don't know, inside, outside, day or night, and any of the characters if they're in the same environment or not.
And there might be a guy who has, like, some kind of Cockney accent, so like...
There's an awful...
Also, by the way...
accent thing.
There ain't nothing steampunk about that. So just like with that one Crimson comic that we looked at, where it's like the aesthetic of, like, Janko jeans, hookups looking artwork with, like, a goth vampire vibe, doesn't work. Like, this style doesn't work for a comic called Steampunk. It's too slick and modern, it just doesn't have the grit
that's by Badass. I hate the colors.
Colors suck.
There's no balls. Sense of depth.
There's so much that, like, I applaud Bachalo for these, like, page compositions and, like, kind of doing his thing, because I could tell that he's putting massive effort into these pages. Also, how hack is this? That, like, you just have a fucking template that you drop your files in, and you have your, like, how do you have an ad for the comic that you just bought? That's the dumbest thing ever. That's a wasted piece of real estate right there.
It does seem strange.
It's dumb.
It says new series beginning in February, and it says April in front. I
Real
don't know
dumb.
What's going on there. I guess the dates in comics are always strange, but it's just very funny to have the date emphasized there and contrasting with our other date. But yes, again, like, I don't understand, like, where this is, what's happening. And back to the badass colors, like this poppy orange flare in every single panel. What are you doing?
And also, this is when Richard Starking kind of dominates comic lettering, and it becomes timely. It becomes cliche. Like, it's definitely, like, of an era, and it's so boring to me. The fonts are so small.
Sometimes
the lettering forms start blending into each other. The sound effects have no sexiness. And Richard Starking is a great hand letterer. He lettered the Marvel UK stuff in like the 80s, like the Alan Moore Captain Britain's and stuff. The dude can letter, so presumably he knows the deal. But he really jumped on the digital stuff before anybody, created a whole. And I think there was even issue. Well, I'm not going to say nothing, no slander libel type shit, because I don't know exactly. But, like, these typefaces, they're just boring.
Yeah, it looks like everybody's trying super hard with every single tool in their toolkit.
Yeah.
But why? Just because you can do it doesn't mean you should do it. Like, I would ask I've got questions for every member of this creative team about choices. Joe Kelly, why write in this, like, bizarre tongue? Especially whenever. Here's a question for the writer. Who's speaking?
Right.
Because, like, as you're reading and it's these little tiny, like, sometimes silhouettes of characters, I can't tell who's speaking. I can't tell if one word balloon is, like, one character and the next one's another. Like, if it's going back and forth, or if it's just some sort of, like, are they singing a song together? And then, like, okay, to the letterer, why are our tails like this? Because here's a rounded, elaborate sort of rounded tail thing. Okay, does that indicate one character? Well, no, because then these are sharp, and then this one's kind of a soft edge. So what's going on with the tails? Like, why go crazy on how much you can decorate the word balloon tails? Again, is this just something new that you have access to, so you're going to try? How does it fit in the story? And then for the coloring, we've got flares practically in every single panel.
Yeah.
again, why? What's that going to do? It's almost like you could almost have seizures going from panel to panel of just these flares everywhere.
Yeah.
I just don't understand what it is. And I think around then, probably shortly after we met, I was just like so against digital coloring and stuff. And it was for these kinds of reasons, where it was like, it's too much. It has the opposite effect of creating depth or clarity or textures or any of this stuff. And it just felt like we've got this powerful new tool and we are turn it up to 100.
When you did your earliest Pittsburgh Comic Cons, that's when Pittsburgh had the Harvey Awards. Pittsburgh hosted the Harvey Awards, and as a kid, it was so cool, man, because like it was an opportunity to. There was a peanut gallery that regular folk can go to the awards, and I went every year except the year that I went to the Kubert School, and I think Chris Ware almost exclusively won, but when they would show his stuff up there, amongst like all the optics and shit like that, almost everybody laughed at Chris Ware, and I was sitting there like, you're all fucking idiots, man. You're all dumb. Now the cool thing is the people who knew the deal are the people who vote, you know, and Chris Ware almost exclusively won that shit for years.
Right.
But the fact that just the peanut gallery they wanted this, you know, this is innovation. This is the next step in comic book production. And see, this is perfect. This is a perfect ad to be in here because this is like, we're getting towards the end, you know, the last decade of movie stores. And in that last decade of movie rental shops being in existence, they carve that anime section in your Blockbusters and in your Hollywood videos. And that aesthetic matches what the American comic dudes were going for, and it matches, like, you know, the top tier creators of comics were approximating this energy.
I was looking at this and I'm like, oh, that's a great ad, really smart, you know, stylistically with what you're seeing here. And then I slide down here and see Columbia House, and this is sort of like, because I was thinking like, oh man, Jim Lee's smart putting this, you know, going out and getting an ad this tailored to the content of the comic. But this is the legacy of Columbia House. That's, you know, funny. Like this would have been in all of our comics in the 80s and 90s. And this is what it's sort of like the last days probably of Columbia House as we remember it, where it's like you're subscribing to the best of anime and Japanese anime too. You know, like,
you know,
this would probably be a great subscription, by the way.
It's so perfect, man, because it's all like lower tier shit. Like that ain't Ninja Scroll.
Right.
It's Wrath of the Ninja with a kind of a Madhouse kind of vibe to it. So just like Columbia House, you're getting,
you can see it too.
Flock of Seagulls,
free 10-day previews, first video $4.95. You know, it's the same Columbia House just updated for 2000,
which is fascinating because that's like precursor Netflix kind of thing. If you're getting some free previews and stuff. That's
hey, I have to pile on this page some. So here's another one of these characters, right? There's a I think dismembered head here. Hey, you know what? This is one of my favorite designs, and we barely see it. But this character, I think, has faces on both sides with white hair on one and dark on the other. Wish the whole book was about her. But this floating head character, you know, somebody broke his body, he needs his body, and then here we get another shot, this time upside down. Where is this head? Yeah. It feels like somebody has picked it up to be like, I'm gonna hold this head up and talk to it.
Right.
Except I don't see it anywhere except in these two panels. What is going on?
It's
here we go. Let's put a red cloaked character that has some kind of like, you know, reddish purple braid embroidery thing, and then like let's make the background red with those reddish purpley embroidery things.
Yeah, like
bad choices, terrible choices.
It's a fascinating document in that this is people who have been plugged into series forever. Like Bachalo, like.
I like this idea,
right?
Because I think this happens with a lot of people that go, I'm going to do a creator-owned book.
Absolutely.
I'm not just laying this at cliffhanger people's feet. And some cliffhanger, I think Danger Girl did a pretty good setting stuff up. But all of these people, even like Image Wave 1, where it goes, Absolutely. I got to create everything.
Yeah.
Like that's a different skill set.
Yeah.
That is not necessarily what you do by drawing a decade of really good comics. Isn't necessarily building a world.
No, yeah. So and they're a very like they want to skip ahead. And I think it's Eric Larson who said it best, like that all of his brethren created issue 30s as their issue number 1s, but he, who's been making comics his whole life, full comics, yes. Writing, lettering, drawing, like we have him on record saying that he even fucking ran the damn print machine yes. to print those early joints.
It shows.
He makes the best first gen comics, and maybe maybe Valentino makes the second best kind of coherent
build a world
thing. These guys don't have that skill.
The great page layouts for Bacalo, or being a good page layout, I agree. And I like that you get this, as like a new scene or a new couple of characters, and it feels like a whole different atmosphere and setting. So I do like that, and it's almost page layout as setting.
And
I think there's stuff to take away from that.
There's so much, because first off, this is the most pleasing to read page.
That's true.
Allowing a little bit of air, a little bit of space, because he was just going ham with like panel layouts and all that stuff. Maybe an influence from like a Sam Keith, who would do like wild shit in the Max, but at least there was some flow to that.
So let me tell you what I think is happening, because we'll go back around.
I'm so stoked that you were able to read the whole thing, because my reading comprehension, like, I started to feel bad about myself.
Everything I got may be wrong, though. Keep that in mind.
I started to feel bad about myself. Like, am I daft?
There should be a quiz at the end of this, because I'd probably get like maybe a C minus on understanding what's up.
I will get a firm E.
I think this guy is asleep dreaming, and he's dreaming of this girl, maybe a princess, not sure. And then here he's like partially waking up to reality, even though he's still in his dream mode. And it's this guy's who he's with. And I think this is him when he's totally awake. But I could be wrong on that.
So everything was a dream?
Well, I think maybe just this scene. I don't know. But
look at Bachello. Like, you could see that he's going hardcore. Like, he's putting in lots of effort. It's just he's being unrestrained with the panel layouts and all that kind of stuff. Joe Kelly as writer, like, isn't carrying the weight necessary to make a good issue 1, and it makes me curious to read more of those guys' stuff. It makes me curious to see what Kelly's up to lately. Like, was he able to get the hang of creating something fresh? Like, we know their model, get a bunch of artists on board who can only draw one book at a time, while you write 5 to 6 books at a time, and then take it to the movie houses and shit for optioning or whatever. But does he learn? Because this is not impressive. And this dude was a celebrated writer during like the last days that I was like seeing Wizard and stuff, with his like fourth wall breaking, Deadpool works with Ed McGuinness. Like, maybe that's around this time. I could be off.
McGuinness would have been a good cliffhanger guy.
He might have been. I feel like he came
there were
to
a few
Image.
more cliffhanger books than I realized. Because I always think of like the first 3 that we already did, and then I remember this one as the 4th one. There are at least 3 others. Carlos Pacheco did one. I think Mike Waringo did one. Ramos does a second one. And then there's one called Kamikaze that's by an artist I don't know, although I have that book, so that's one that we could look at. But yeah, there was a lot more to cliffhanger than I realized, but boy, did it just like become, I don't know, like the first couple of books I felt like made a splash, and maybe it's a wave 2 or something, but it feels like I was completely unaware of most of them.
It was all the same issues that we had with Gen 1 Marvel, where like they're not putting their books out on time. Like man, what the businesses that they could have built for themselves if they would have had consistency on like a McFarlane level of just like continuing to put out stuff. I get it, man. They were probably making crazy loot, and it's got to be tough being out there in Cali with that nice weather and beautiful sandy beaches to sit indoors drawing all day or whatever, man. But if they could have just been consistent, they could have created franchises. Like, there's a Battle Chaser video game out there, but like Joe Madureira had to like create the video game company to make it.
Yeah, I'm just so unclear of like anything of what's going on here. Is this the same character as this, but when we zoom in, it's like a robot skull face, hair stitched together. Like, I don't know what we're looking at. And I think this character like burrows or digs or comes out of like a manhole or something in this steampunk world. And now that's a thing, right? Now we're gonna have like the world above. Like up to this point, it felt like a fantasy story.
Yeah.
Like a fantasy world, but I guess it was all actually an underground world. It's just very unclear to me.
Yeah, and it's not interesting enough to want to explore it further. Like, they didn't sow enough seeds. I mean, they lost me with 5 pages. Like,
this is like, once you get up there, I guess there are underdwellers, I think they call them. So people who live underground, And whenever they show up, then there are like these machines that are supposed to clean them up. And it's like, we don't even get a shot of that machine. And it looks like it wrecked, but is it wrecking against him? Unclear, very unclear.
So like, we're looking at this comic because we put out other videos and people asked us to look at this comic. So that's why it's under the microscope. They asked for a reason. They must like it.
It's kind of wild looking. You know, like you mentioned about the lettering and how much you hate it. And I can understand that. But also, like, it's just chaos. Like, I can see from a visual standpoint, like, there's a lot kind of like exploding on a page.
I'm going to make some suggestions.
I just can't read it.
Type in the name Guy Davis. Type in the name Guy Davis Steampunk. I bet you're going to find a lot of steampunk looking. Because, like, to me, the title must be what sells the people on it. Like, they like steampunk aesthetic. You know, like, I've been in plenty of lines, you know, to get into a comic convention where people are talking about, you know, steampunk things, or they have steampunk cosplay. Take a look at some Guy Davis comics. I think Troy Nixie has done a kind of steampunkish looking thing or two. So maybe that's what we do, Jimmy. Like, when we show off something that we just are not feeling, we find something adjacent that is actually good, that people might dig.
Yeah, and you know, for the most part, if you're new to Cartoonist Kayfabe, mostly we're showing off stuff we like and we're talking about why we like it. But you don't always know. Like in this case, as you say, popular demand, you know, for this book. So we pull it a week ahead. You read your books, you come in. If the book wasn't something you liked, you're stuck with it. Like, right. I can't read a new book while we're on the air. So you're kind of stuck with it. And this book just left me perplexed.
Type in Corpus Monstrum, Gary Gianni. Like, that's a sexy...
Way to look at that. That's a fun...
That's a sexy steampunk book. So I feel like that's what we got to do, Jimmy. In 2023, man, if we're looking at something that is something that people have been clamoring for a long time, and it's a piece of dog shit, like, they don't know what they don't know, man. And we can point them in a direction to, if they like a steampunk aesthetic. It exists. It's out there.
Sometimes hear stuff like, the whole series is great or whatever. That's fine, but like,
you got to start off strong.
Like, you need to bring people back. Issue 1 needs to sell issue 2.
Yeah, so. yeah. You're always just buying time. Like, the cover buys you a couple of seconds to look at page 1, and then page 1 should be a banger.
Yeah, I miss the days of the page 1 could have been a cover.
Yeah, totally. And then that buys you another second and you got to hook us, man, especially now. So, like, see, I'm a part of modern culture insofar as my attention span isn't what it used to be for this stuff. I'm in my middle age. You know, I have maybe less years ahead of me than I had behind me. So when I'm checking one of these things out, dude, if it doesn't hook me, I'm not reading the rest of it. I can comment on the art, but, you know, they lost me.
Yeah. One credit I will point at, Richard Friend is your inker. I follow him on, I think, Instagram. He does some cool stuff, man. That's cool. He does a lot of good drawing and talks about it and stuff there. So maybe somebody to follow out of this steampunk review. But yeah, not a fun. Wasn't one of my fun books this week to read for sure.
No, sir, man. But there are people who are going to be buying steampunk out of curiosity now, even to laugh at it, because human nature is a son of a bitch, and the kayfabe audience who is watching this live stream in real time get the first dibs on buying these books that we talk about, man. And you can be a part of our Patreon to be a part of these live streams and to get to see all of our videos before anybody else gets to see them in the wider populace. If you don't support the Patreon, don't worry, you're getting new vids every day. But hit the link in the description below this video to the Patreon. You get first dibs on fresh videos before anybody. Jimmy, tell the people what you have out there, man.
Hulk Grand Design, The Plain Janes, and Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive are all of my latest books that are out and available, if not in print already, available for pre-order. So let your local comic shop know you want those as part of your collection. You can also join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can download some of my out-of-print zines and mini comics and see a lot more of my original art and new comics work.
Red Room Trigger Warnings, Red Room The Antisocial Network are the comics that I have out on the stands that are the newest. I'm working on new Red Room comics at this very moment, but you see the bibliography here. Please support our books and keep us, in the chair making these videos for you. Hit up my link in the description below this video. You can read the current Red Room comics that I'm serializing on Patreon before they hit the light of day in print as well. Jimmy, what else do we have out there?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the link below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, mugs, hats, all kinds of merchandise, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All right, man. Giving us marching orders, Jimmy. We'll be on our way.
Read more comics. Oh, that's yours.
Hey, you can take it.
I don't want. We should flip for who has to take that home.
All right, man. Let's have our palate cleanser. Let's have our unicorn chaser.
Yes, indeed. Oops. I saw one of these recently in a 50-cent box, and should have bought it. We should have like an ongoing. This is a mailer.
Yeah, totally. Like I got the box of doubles and stuff over there that we're gonna start to give away at Christmas in July.
Yeah.
Good to go?
Yeah. Hello and welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Before we look at today's book, want to let everyone know that we do have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon available now. 3 different tiers. It'll give you access to videos ahead of time. It'll give you access to some exclusive videos and access to us. So check that out if that is up your alley. That is patreon.com/cartoonistkayfabe. And no fear, if you're not into Patreon, you will still be receiving Cartoonist Kayfabe videos every day here on YouTube. Also, we are working cartoonists, and the best way to support Cartoonist Kayfabe is to buy our books. Ed has Red Room, Hip Hop Family Tree, X-Men Grand Design, and WYSIWYG, all available in imprint wherever books are bought and sold. You can find my latest books, Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive, The Plain Janes, and coming very soon, Hulk Grand Design. You may want to put a pre-order in for that one if you haven't already. But the business at hand today is something we promised a while back. From 10 years of Love and Rockets, and also reprinted in the new Love and Rockets box set, we're going to look at Gilbert Hernandez's process.
How to make comics the Gilbert Hernandez way, and I don't think you could find a much better teacher than that guy if you try your damnedest.
Absolutely. We have already looked at Jaime's contribution from this book, so check that one out in our past videos.
And we do have a Love and Rockets playlist so that you can check out all our Los Bros coverage.
Yeah, one of the great comics and 2 of the great cartoonists. And it's so cool that this exists, Ed. I wish I would have found this whenever this book was originally published.
I know, right?
Man, it would have been big for me growing up, but better late than never.
Yes, and we could spread the gospel, we could spread the wisdom as we are checking this thing out. And I think it's even within the body of that first paragraph where he talks about how like the art of comics is intertwined between art and writing, and that is like the perfect, like when you're a kid doing your oration in front of the class, it's like you have your intro and then you have your conclusion. Like as an intro, it explains the body of the rest of the conversation throughout, where he's almost talking about the writing more than just like the aesthetics. Talks a lot about Jaime.
He does, which makes sense. You're appearing in a book with one of the all-time great drawers.
He's making acknowledgments too. He's like, listen, I know Jaime's the sexy one. My style's gruffer, but here's how I make it work for me.
Yeah, and so we start right off the bat with style, where he's comparing himself to Jaime and, talking about being a little sloppier, a little craggier, and stylizing more, which is all really interesting because I love Jaime's work, but I also love Beto's work.
Yeah.
And the visuals of his work, his art. Like, I'm a big fan of his art. So it's interesting to see, like, maybe a little bit of insecurity on his part, comparing himself to his brothers, which is natural. Like, every cartoonist tends to go through some period where you're comparing yourself to others and maybe not feeling as good about your own work. It's amazing to see a master like Gilbert also has that experience. So it's kind of cool right off the bat to feel a little bit of, even a great artist has some of these insecurities that we all experience at some point or another. But I like the stuff that he says about stylizing more and being a little bit sloppier, because actually, as a reader, as a fan, I like the stylize. I wish I want to stylize my own work more.
Yeah.
And I look at somebody like Beto, and it's a real inspiration to me in terms of thinking in style. And so it's really cool right off the bat. That's what he starts with.
Yeah, and I think that his work, like, despite the words that we're reading on the pages here, I think that the work really disavows any kind of self-consciousness.
Right.
When he's putting pen to paper, like he's doing himself, man, and he's slinging. You see it right here. He's slinging a big thick brush. He's slinging pens. and just kind of he's making his comics. Says he uses a thin brush.
Yes.
To get them thick lines.
Also talks about the example that he gives is like whenever he has a character something rough like Luba, he'll have Luba fully pregnant, drinking and shooting up heroin all at once. An illustration of sort of like if he's going to do this describe a character kind of going off the rails or whatever, he pushes it. Yeah. And I like that. That's what I talk about with cartoony and stylized. To me, that works really well. Like totally. I've read his books before, late at night before I go to bed, and they're so easy to read because of this. Like it's very clear what's happening and what characters are feeling, like they're emoting through the visuals that he chooses.
It's interesting too, because he points out like maybe even an insecurity on Jaime's part, because once again, and it's just going to go back and forth because he calls Jaime's name out a lot throughout this thing. So that's an example of like how he pushes things, but he explains how his brother will kind of do the same with like zappy, stars above somebody's head and stuff, but like that his brother doesn't need to. Like the naturalistic flow and the facial expressions, all that stuff, completely sell the idea of like what his characters are going through, but he still uses that cartoon language when he doesn't have to.
Says that like Jaime, he draws on 11 by 14 inch paper. I may try that on my next comic. Working just a little bit smaller, but
keep in mind at this time their comics are not like this. So their comics, it's inch border around, half-inch border around the whole thing, working in a square shape. So just keep that in mind,
that's very true.
Because it's 3 inches difference on the side.
And this is where he talks about switching to a brush. It says didn't start using a brush until issue 12. I was going to pull issues like 11 and 12 to compare. I think that's interesting because I do think of his work as being a brush, but apparently not at least not in the very beginning. As you say, does use a very fine brush, like a double aught. Like a lot of times when you read, I don't know, How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way, it's a size 2, maybe even a size 3 sometimes that people recommend. So and the guys a double zero, very small.
Right, because the guys who are badasses at those brushes, and he acknowledges, they're able to get the double zero type lines with a thick brush. It's just you have the benefits of also being able to get very bold lines. And he's just like, you know what, I'm just not there.
Yeah, and he describes like the mechanics between using a crow quill or a pencil or ballpoint pen, where like the device is resting on the page, but with a brush it's your wrist. Yeah. Like you're barely touching. So kind of neat to see just some of the mechanical talk of that.
So I think one of the things that you might have had in mind whenever you said you wish you would have saw this, like when it came out, is off the bat we're getting examples of tools and things that have nothing to do with How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way. And those rigid tools and the rigid format, 11 by 17 with the 10 by 15 image area, that shit was drilled into our heads. And it felt like your amateur hour if you're not using all that right stuff. I remember even like coming out of art school thinking that, man, my lettering teacher's going to be so disappointed in me if he finds out that I'm lettering with a rapidograph.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like I'm being an amateur lettering with this rapidograph and stuff. This
would have made you feel better because he letters with rapidograph.
Yeah, all that stuff, man. Like seeing that kind of thing, and then it's just like you just have to make peace with it. Like the truth is there are no rules. Everybody has their philosophies and stuff, and there are choices that you personally as a creator have to make. Like if you want to make hit stuff, there's two ways to do it. You could be an innovator and invent something, or you can do the style du jour and maybe ride that wave. That's a safer play, and you might get tossed out with the kitty litter whenever the styles shift in terms of like mainstream taste. The cool thing about the Bros is that they've always been true to themselves with their comics.
Yeah, they worked out all that stuff, I think, as kids.
Yeah.
I think they've been making comics long before we started seeing the published results. This is great in these process articles because they show a page in progress here on the left and then the finish, and you can kind of see like what's drawn first, what he's doing first, and even leaving some of these panels like open, like kind of like maybe working out that idea as he's inking in some backgrounds or inking in the panels that he's more confident with. And he kind of talks about that through this process. Says that he writes the stories out first, but usually in panel to panel sequence.
Yeah.
And I'm not 100% clear on that. Like, is that like thumbnailing? Is that kind of what he's describing, do you think?
Yeah, I think it's probably like on a piece of typing paper or something like that, just kind of getting the beats down. It's not the final boards if that's where your confusion might be. I'm sure it's not that level. Like even making comics like that, you got to have your blueprint. But he does describe that Jaime's process is different. You know, like Jaime is making movie scripts that he's drawing from and sort of knows what's going in each panel. He's kind of operating a little bit more intuitively in a certain sense, which is actually baffling to me with the complexity of a lot of his stories.
Yes. Yeah, and he describes, like, again, with these two pages as examples, describes like considering different treatments. You know, even at this, like, at the end of the story, different treatments of how to resolve it. It's amazing to me, and I think it is shocking because his stories I do think of as complex, like has huge cast and like all the characters have agency. So to be able to leave certain things up in the air with that many pieces that are moving around is remarkable. But the flip side is I think you end up with real life on those pages.
Yes.
Because of that kind of spontaneity on his part. Like you hear so many people talk about if I could capture the energy of my roughs or my layouts or my pencils, but each stage tends to take that life away.
Yeah.
So if you're making these decisions like on the last page of a story, you're working out how you're going to wrap certain details up, I think that lends itself to a real vitality.
Yeah.
At least I read that. You know, like it's one of the things I love about both their stories is it feels like it's the characters are alive.
Yeah.
And that's magic stuff. Like I don't know that you get that in a how-to exactly, but seeing kind of the glimpse of him putting together the final pages, that's what I take away from that.
I read a lot of stuff recently, and correct me if I'm wrong, because it could have been an Otomo interview I read, but was it Gilbert in the pages of this who said that he'll begin a story and he's been at it long enough to not know where it's going while he's embarking upon it, but allowing the pieces to kind of fall into place as he makes it? Like, is that him or was that Otomo?
Here's what he says. I think that's probably him. Jaime and I do have the knack for bringing in something out of left field and figuring out some way to make it connect.
That's it. Yeah.
That's another one of those like real lively pieces where like you almost paint yourself into a corner.
Yeah.
You know, it's very fun. He also talks about how he's always looking at TV and mainstream movies, and that's what he doesn't want it to be like.
Right.
And I think that's really telling because I do think of Gilbert as like a very conscious of pop culture and a great knowledge of pop culture and pop culture history. And I think we say this a lot. Sometimes the lesson isn't how to make it like that. It's how to avoid this or that mistake.
For
so
sure.
It's funny to think of a guy that's consuming a lot of pop culture storytelling, but consuming it in a way to like, I don't want to repeat that.
Yeah,
I don't want to be that way.
I think they both share that trait. And the idea of introducing something from out of left field is what all the great writers talk about in like their master classes or in interviews and stuff. And part of that is if they don't know how to get out of it at that moment that it's introduced or something, then the reader surely doesn't know. And then you could expand upon that further with remember in the 2010s, I believe, maybe even the aughts, there was released a like a little missive from Pixar. Like it was like a 1-page thing that talked about how they like build story. And one of the pieces was you create the problem and then you come up with like 5 solutions. And when you produce like the next sequence, you never go with solution A, B, or C. Like you go with like the D solution because those like in order of obviousness, I guess.
Yeah.
But you got to come up with like 5 solutions to every problem that you introduce and then try to think of the most interesting way to make the 5th choice work for your comic.
Talks about page structure. This story that he had been doing, the Love and Rockets story, is on 9-panel grids.
Yeah.
But other stories vary. Compares it to 9-panel grid versus an 8-panel grid, and kind of like how he feels the 9-panel grid actually makes the panels feel bigger. And
he's saying that because of the magazine format, you have that wide space because it just doesn't quite like look at that. That's almost squares. Mm-hmm. And you don't have that on like 10 by 15 like comic pamphlet size. They're very clear like rectangles that are very narrow. So that's specific to a more square page composition.
And then he talks about like Poison River and doing different size panels and how he chooses panel sizes based on maybe how much info is in those panels. Maybe you get a bigger panel.
Here's that 8-page or 2. At that same scale, so you could see that it's kind of wide and it looks a little smaller in a way. Keeping that rigid, keeping that panel composition rigid, there is so much value to that in terms of just writing, and certainly in terms of composing the page, because you just don't have to think about being sexy. This is the complete opposite end of the spectrum of like those image dudes who are like drawing one cool image and then you like squeezing the other panels around that big image. And that's actually not that easy to do, like the stuff that the image guys do. And that takes a lot of thought work that could have been better spent pacing out a story.
But here's the thing. If you compare this to a lot of those image comics, there's not much story. Exactly, so like you're doing the pizzazz, the visual pizzazz, whereas like there's a story here. Yeah. So concentrate on the storytelling, within those panels and making it readable. Ideas on dialogue where like he doesn't want the dialogue to just be exposition, wants it to be more natural. I think that's interesting, and I think that there's a pretty wide spectrum on that, because I've heard like screenwriters, and I want to say David Mamet, but I may be wrong, talk about being very direct.
Right.
I think it varies, and I think of Ben Mara's dialogue that I like a lot, and I think of his dialogue as being very direct.
But then like Mamet is like that, but then Aaron Sorkin is like, this isn't people on the street. This is writing to be performed, so you can have a little sexiness to it. But what Gilbert is ultimately saying is like, you remember that time we tripped over that sewer lid and blah blah blah, and this, like, his thing is like, okay, I identify in this panel to move the story forward, this has to be brought up. Now find the most elegant way to bring it up without it seeming like a Chris Claremont caption in the X-Men comic. In Filmic Pro, and I'm gonna try to figure this out whenever it's my time. There is a thing to lock. It's a new feature. It's a feature in there. It's to like lock the view.
Yeah.
And I think that if we do that, that should handle that. Did you get your phone like a refurbished one or something? Because it's crazy that battery is like dying so fast these days. Because it's a new phone.
Yeah, there must be an app open. I try to close them down, but
good to go.
Yeah. All right, so continuing forward through like storytelling, perspective, light and dark. This is just him really getting into some of the craft.
Yeah.
There's some really fun, weird stuff. Like under storytelling, he talks about having two characters that are not facing each other, but are talking to each other.
Yeah.
For some reason, this never occurred to me, because it is a problem. You know, like if this is your character, really, if they're facing each other, you're seeing the back.
Yeah.
So that's a weird challenge, like you don't want to just do all profile side by side. So he talks about how like you can have two characters that are facing us while they talk, but it works. Like it seems like it, like these two seem like they're interacting with each other, even though spatially doesn't really make sense if you think about it.
It's comics, baby.
It's amazing. Yeah, it's totally comics.
And it's totally something that you would pick up from like a Harry Lucy, Archie, or Dennis the Menace comics and stuff. Do you remember seeing the back of Joey's head very often?
Exactly. And looking at his art reduced in size, I feel like it's more Archie than Jaime. And I always think of Jaime as being like a lot of Archie in his figures, but seeing this stuff like reduced for some reason, it just really like, I don't know if it's the figures, the way they're built or something, but I feel a lot of that Archie interaction. But that comics part, that comics language, is part of why I gravitate to his work, and also like stuff I want to incorporate more of, and stuff that I think a lot of people would benefit from thinking about comics as comics. The light and dark, pretty fun. We're going to get an Alex Toth. A great cartoonist said, "Don't be afraid of using black," and gives this example, and I absolutely love this example where our foreground is like this rock that's just all black, but I think equally the background is almost silhouette in white outline of like the buildings and some trees or shrubs or something in the background, and a little bit of detail in between, in the middle ground. It's so great graphically.
Yeah, totally. And that's just kind of stuff that they push. It's like a good kind of rule of thumb is like 3 levels of depth, and in black and white drawing you got black, white, gray, and gray is typically Like it means the area where you're putting kind of like sort of more detail.
Yeah, some marks and things.
And that's a great example, you know,
it
like
really is.
one of the great guys in mainstream comics like that applies that philosophy to great ends is take a look at Eduardo Rizzo in general, but like 100 Bullets in specific, and you'll see like all the different ways you could do like a Wally Wood 22 panels of black, white, and gray that always work. And you'll see all those examples like in an issue of 100 Bullets, like because it could be the foreground that is the white part, or the foreground is the gray part. You could play around with that triplicate in, you know, near infinite ways.
Yeah. Talks about modeling and says, you know, Jaime's great at it but doesn't like to do it, so he gets away from that. And you see it in those early Love and Rockets. You'll see like a lot more of the shading and things that Jaime does. Gilbert says that he's not as good at it and he knows his limits and he works around them. Again, my take, and says, you know, a lot of like, if you see like Marvel artists or something, and this must have been like 92 probably when this was published, around that time, probably the peak of that kind of modeling at like a Marvel style. And he says, you know, that's avoiding drawing. Like it's people that may not know how to draw. And I used to see that criticism and I used to live that criticism.
Right.
You know, like I would render the hell out of stuff in my sketchbook and I didn't know what I was drawing. But that's a real takeaway for me is concentrate on what matters. Like that rendering just isn't really the most important part. Right.
Yeah. It's a thing that like you're into as an artist or something like that, but like it doesn't affect the story or anything like that. And it's when what he's talking about is like, that's like when me and Jimmy are taking that tracing paper to some of that artwork. And then you see how that leg is bent backward or whatever. It's like, if they put a little bit more time into that, it would be less glaring. And sometimes you can't always, it's not intuitive, like what it, or it is intuitive, like what makes a drawing kind of fail. But the problem is it takes you out of the story, you know? And so it's like that pebble in the shoe where you're like, what the fuck am I looking at here? Mm-hmm. As you're reading a flowing story, if you stop to like question that and the cartoonist didn't want you to do that, like you failed at that page.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. And what a dumb way to fail.
Yeah.
You know, just talks about he's been drawing with thinner lines, used to draw with thicker lines. I think that's just natural. If you're going to draw comics for a long time, you're going to kind of ebb and flow with some of those stylistic choices. I don't know that he's saying one is better than the other.
Yeah, all this stuff. Because like even the noodling shit, man. I mean, I have whole pages where he did almost like a Van Gogh Starry Night in gray hatching on a splash page. You know, right. So like he goes back and forth.
And this is another one of those page in progress, finished page, which I just love. It's kind of cool to see like where he's blocking in blacks, you know, early in the process while you still have unfinished lettering and pencils, you know, next to like basically a finished panel there. Figures and faces, just talks about building his figures, you know, sketching the head, doing the body from there, pretty freeform. He says, compares the way he draws kids. Most of this is about drawing kids.
Yeah.
So compares his and Jaime's techniques for drawing kids and how hard it is, because you've got to exaggerate the kid a little bit if you're going to make sure it's clear it's a kid, not just a small adult.
Right.
Because in reality, the kid might be more of a small adult, but if you're going to do the cartoon, hey, I absolutely fell in love with this image.
Yes.
As a composition, I thought that was really amazing. Like, it feels like something that could be on a wall.
He does that. And you know, when they would do those, like, early, like, G-Clay prints, like, Jaime's one would be the image that's, like, the spines of the box set, where it's Maggie with that dude. And then the Gilbert ones would be like a landscape of Palomar with a lot of sky, a lot of negative space up top. And he talks about in here, like, he would like to do like more abstract looking comics and things. And to me, that's a like real piece of abstract art right there.
Yes.
But dude, when I was like at in Seattle, like at the Fantagraphics house, like doing publicity for Hip Hop Family Tree and shit, like issue 1 of was it Blubber? His one comic was like they send their pages to Fantagraphics to scan and all that shit.
You needed to pull Gil Kane on those.
But dude, the Manila folder like was there, and I was looking through like all of Gilbert's originals and just could not fucking believe. I mean, it's all there. You know, there'll be a paste up dialogue bubble here and there or something like that, but it's all there. It's small as fuck. I think Blubber is on 9x12 Strathmore or something, super tiny. And that's like his abstract, just weird monsters and pissing and shitting and all that kind of weird shit.
That is a strange book.
Yeah, he's that guy. Like, he exercises his creative demons. He doesn't abuse his Love and Rockets comic for his whimsies. So, like, when he has a weird fucking idea, maybe he'll make a Birdland, or maybe he'll make a Blubber or something like that, and never inflicts that upon Palomar.
Setting talks about the Palomar setting and how made up it is, and whenever he started looking at reference, realized like he has no electrical wires and no sidewalks and stuff, and also says very similar to where he grew up in Southern California. And I think all of that makes total sense. It's kind of great to hear it like articulated.
Yeah.
But I to me, that's another one where like it gives you permission to build that setting like you would build a character.
Yeah.
Because here we go defining characters, and it's a similar kind of description of like certain elements, Marcella being very masculine, big shoulders, big bone, like there are these elements, and I feel like it applies. The way he describes Palomar is really similar to the way he describes some of the character building stuff, and I think that's awesome.
Yeah.
Like if you're making again your own worlds in these comics, like that's a great way to approach it.
That speaks to your Archie kind of composition in terms of the Gilbert stuff.
Yeah.
My favorite stuff when you hear the bros talk is all about their character building stuff. Like, that is my favorite stuff, to just sit down and listen to them talk about the shit, because it is real to them, and they really, really think that stuff through so fucking deeply. And it's
here in this detail section.
They have answers for everything.
Yeah.
And I don't know what kind of work was done ahead of time, but I don't suspect that it's like they're writing biographies for each of these characters in a notebook. I don't think they're those dudes. It's just like, once you identify a trait in a character, that trait is now a part of them, and you just got to keep them consistent and then add on to it. But you got to keep that one part consistent. That's actually like one of the great things about the Carl Barks stuff is like those characters, you put them in any adventure, plug them into anything, but they are who they are. And they're much more, you think about context and like what's the superhero, the Supermans and stuff, and how flimsy those comics really were compared to the Stanley comics or the Barks comics, and that's where you see the true kind of mastery.
Completely. And the detail section here that he spells out is like, this is an interior shot, but he didn't want to draw like a whole inside of a house. But this character, E.T., always appears in a jacket and a hat, except he's inside, so no jacket, no hat. And he says, like, it's a small detail, and he's not sure if readers think about it, but he thinks it works subliminally, and that's what you're talking about, like just really thoughtfulness. Yeah. Like, how do you show an interior? Take the guy's jacket off.
You're right. And
brilliant.
And have the phone, have a wall, like that communicates.
Yes.
The inside, no problem.
Again, continuing with the character, how he builds characters through the physical appearance. In the case of Luba, no makeup, right? Wants to give her this more earthy kind of appearance. Like
it's the tandem, right? Like, he's got big ass titties on her, and you could go different directions with that, man. You could be just a total sex pot, like comic book cliche stuff, but he's giving her a million kids,
de-glamorized.
Yeah, like taking the makeup off. She can fix a car engine, but then he's like, but guess what? Guys still fucking love her.
Yes. Yeah, it's fun. The guys, he says he could draw in his sleep, but he'll write notes on the women. And his wife says, why do you emphasize how attractive they are and not the men? You create this world of attractive women and stupid guys. And he says, well, that's how I see the world.
Yeah.
Pretty fun.
Yeah. He also throws Steranko under the bus.
He does. Yeah. Influences, Some cartoonists will look at Jim Steranko's art, and you can have fun with it, but he's going to teach you all the wrong things. I think we've said that in past videos.
Sure.
It's part of the charm of that stuff, and it's part of the charm of a lot of comics art to me is where are the inconsistencies, because those quirks are what kind of makes this stuff fun, which is, again, when you get to the guys who are really good or really accurate, I'm bored.
Yeah.
I want these kind of idiosyncratic elements.
Look at those textures. I'm far away from the image, but it looks great on the screen. Look at all those Lubas and all the different textures on her clothes and stuff. And he's getting just a great balance of black, white, and gray within those images on that picture plane.
So the very last piece here is Phases, and it's cool because he mentions Birdland as being like a breakthrough book for him. Yeah. It started to allow him to loosen up with layouts and poses. And he talks a little bit about, like, I just mentioned, these guys that are too accurate, they're kind of boring. And he says, like, whenever he started really being concerned about, like, how long is somebody's arm, where's the elbow fall compared to the wrist, his drawings became too stiff.
Yeah.
And so he became looser and a more confident cartoonist. This is another one of those things, like, I want to apply to my own work.
Absolutely.
You know, I'm much more interested in that kind of liveliness, looseness, confidence than I am in, oh, I want that anatomy to be correct. Right. I don't care about the anatomy. I just don't. And these people that have criticized various artists for, like, anatomical errors or whatever, you just don't have a sympathetic. I'm not with you.
Yeah,
I don't agree. I don't care. You know, like, give me the story, give me the characters, give me those details, but I don't care about anatomical accuracy.
Right.
Go watch a movie if you want anatomical accuracy.
Go take a photo.
Right.
You good to go, man?
Yeah, I am. And again, everybody out there, if you want to make comics, like, this is a heck of a document for really kind of seeing a different approach than the How to Draw Comics the Marvel way.
Couldn't have said it better, Jimmy. Kayfabers, you want to mitigate that kayfabe effect. We're showing this off on a live stream right this very moment, and you could be a part of that if you are part of our Patreon. Hit up our description. Hit up our link in the description below to jump on board and check out these videos before anybody else. But another way that you could do that is by liking, following, and subscribing to the channel. Jimmy, tell the people what you have out there.
Hulk Grand Design, February 22nd. Pre-order that one now if you haven't already. Street Angel Deadly Squirrel Live and The Plain Janes are both in print and available now wherever books are bought and sold. And I have my own Patreon at patreon.com/JimRugg where you can see more of my art, my latest comics, and you can download some of my out-of-print zines and mini comics.
You see the books in front of you, man. Red Room, Trigger Warnings, Red Room, The Antisocial Network, are the Red Room comics I have out now. I'm working on more Red Room for 2023, several issues.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. When you charge it, put it on the supercharge because it'll give you lots of life. Okay, we're cool. We're still recording, so I'm going to just say my whole piece again.
Yeah.
You see the bibliography in front of you. Red Room comics are my focus of the day. 2 trade paperbacks out, Antisocial Network, Red Room Trigger Warnings. I'm serializing new Red Room comics for 2023. Gonna put that stuff out in print later this year, but you can read it right now on my Patreon. $3 for the archive. Put up new pages every Tuesday. Hit the link tree in the description below this video to get to those destinations. Thank you guys for all your Christmas purchases and things. Jimmy, tell the people what else we have out there, man.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, hats, fanny packs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also below this video.
Another great way to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Giving those marching orders will be on our way.
Make more comics.
Yes, to the King Kayfabers out there, we're looking at 10 Years of Love and Rockets, comic book size kind of retrospective that was done in like 1992. Couple of reprint strips and 2 nice sections in the back where Jaime and Gilbert are dropping science on their philosophies and how they approach the art of making comics, and it's like indispensable. Completely indispensable material. I emailed you, Jimmy, the chat.
Okay. And
I'll record my vids right now. We're doing a movie commentary for all you guys out there. Like, we're trying to figure out how best to maybe arrange the cam so you could maybe see the video as we're looking at it or something. But we're going to take a look at Masters of Comic Book Art, which was that 1987 video that Harlan Ellison is the sort of spearhead of. Will Eisner, Jack Kirby, Harvey Kurtzman, Neil Adams, Bernie Wrightson, Frank Miller, Mobius, Dave Sim, Steve Ditko, and Art Spiegelman. They all have a little bit to say, and it's a pretty cool thing. And the cool thing is there's links on YouTube where you could kind of watch the video also. So I think that's key, Jimmy, is like when we do these kind of tracks, like make it easy for them to be able to click. But what's going to happen is over time, like those links will get taken down surely. And those videos will go nowhere to nothing. But we could probably people will probably mention that in the comments.
Yeah.
And then we can just always like update those links because I feel like people that tape has been evergreen on YouTube for almost as long as I've checked out YouTube.
Yeah, I think I googled that movie and found found a couple of them on there. Might have even been sidebars of the one that I was watching.
Got a bunch of new Patreon patrons, man, who are at the King Kayfabe level, man. So shout out to all you guys who are supporting the channel.
Heck yeah.
At this deep level. Gotta thank you so much, man. Because like we have big hopes, big aspirations for where we're gonna take this channel. And we need the capital to do so, man. It has to be worth your time. All right, man. So if you're new to the streams, man, Jimmy will record some episodes on his phone. I'll record some episodes on mine. And we could get maybe an hour's worth of charge on our phone at any given time. So real quick, Jimmy, I'm going to take a look and see. We could get maybe an hour. Let me see. Okay, Jimmy. You go into Device on Filmic Pro. And then you hit this orientation lock. So that should keep the thing in a landscape format.
Will do.
Next comic up. If you guys are checking out the stream, order up the missing covers you have for Gen 13 issue number 1.
Ooh.
Because they're probably going to start disappearing. You got a couple?
I have one. I just got that one too. Rando. That was a 50-cent pool. I never see those covers.
Never. Yeah, this is the only one I ever got.
I'm going to close your YouTube up here. Oops.
You know what? Just with further for the future, it's actually not a bad idea to kind of keep it up so that you could always go back and forth. Because like, rather than hitting links and shit, going into emails to find it, you know. This one's mine, right?
No, that's mine. Just brought it over.
Oh, okay. I got it. It's over here. All right, I'm good.
All right, ready?
Yeah. Welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
And there are people who are watching this video being recorded in real time and able to get first dibs on the Kayfabe effect because they are supporting our Patreon at the King Kayfaber level. They get the videos before everybody else, and you can participate in that as well if you hit the link in the description below this video. But by and large, these videos are brought to you by the comic books that we make, and in front of your face is our bibliography. Right now I have the Red Room comics out, X-Men Grand Design, Hip Hop Family Tree, and WYSIWYG. Jimmy is going to have the forthcoming Hulk Grand Design trade paperback out in the wild, working on new Street Angel stuff. He has a Street Angel book from Image out there right now, as well as some hardcover albums, and Plain Jane's is his shoujo manga that he has out from Little Brown that is super sexy. But we're sticking in that mid-90s tradition for a minute. Going to take a look at the regular series version of Gen 13 with issue number 1. J. Scott Campbell, Alex Garner on inks, and I believe it's the luckiest man in comics, Brandon Choi, as writer of this thing right here. We have 2 flavors of covers. I believe there were about 11 covers.
13
covers, of course. One of those covers being, I think, they innovated the idea of the sketch cover. They had like a blue line Gen 13 logo. I think there was like a grunge popping out, say, "Hey, draw your own effing cover," or something like that, like out of the corner box. But that did not exist before that cover came out. I wonder the paper quality. Like, did they print that up on a cardstock? I suspect they didn't, because they did everything wrong back in the day and still sold hundreds of thousands. So why would they bother?
You know what's crazy is, like, this was a time when comics were still selling well, and this was a popular book.
Yeah.
I never see those other covers.
That's true.
This is the first, I think this is maybe the first one I've seen in years and years and years, and scooped it up. But like, I literally, even for marked up price, I don't see them.
That's true.
Wonder how limited those things were. Like, maybe they were in small quantities, but I never see them, because a sketch cover from then would have been cool.
Yeah.
There was a Bisley cover.
Yeah.
There were a lot of, they were kind of neat. There was a photo cover that was like Pulp Fiction.
I remember the Brady Bunch like cover. It was another J. Scott Campbell, if I remember correctly. But this one is clearly inspired by the Sandman series.
Yes.
But I know Dave McKean, and you're no Dave McKean, Don. But it's funny to see how, like, through an image lens, like, what is a Dave McKean cover?
Yes. Yes.
So let's jump into things, man. Here's your copy of your joint right there. And we're going to take a look at some early J. Scott Campbell. Like, at this point, I mean, this is basically his fourth comic.
Yeah, and you know what? I really liked the original Gen 13 miniseries. I bought this, ongoing whenever it came out. And this issue, I don't know, he changes in some ways or something. Like, he's so interesting, because I feel like all the guys who would work for Wildstorm and all the guys who would work for Extreme, they would start out pretty close to Life of, with a couple of exceptions, like a Platt or somebody that showed up with their own style.
Right.
But a young artist like J. Scott Campbell, very much like you're channeling the Jim Lee, Scott Williams aesthetic of that studio. And he had some other influences.
Absolutely.
Which, as they came out more and more, and they came out some in the miniseries, some of the cartoony stuff, the Art Adams, that stuff was what I really liked. Mm-hmm. And something about this one, I don't know, it has a rush quality or a flat quality, or maybe it's growing pains quality.
Yeah. Yeah, making hay while the sun is shining. Get this out.
Might have been a young guy celebrating a really successful miniseries too.
Right. He starts to gel. Like, this is what his art sort of starts to become in the future. And one of the interesting things is, because he does build his aesthetic for sure, but there are downright ghastly proportion things that he'll do often. It happens with grunge a lot, and a lot of times it's like a big head. Like, if we put the tracing paper down, that Fairchild head is gigantic compared to that little ass arm. She's got the Chris Benoit joint there, so that's something that'll pop out. But he's getting slicker, and he's definitely getting more into like the Art Adams, like, anime kind of vein. But this is a teenage comic. We're celebrating being a Gen X kid of the 90s. So they're starting off with video games. Mortal Kombat's out there.
Dude, look at the amount of colors. Like, if you scanned this and started sampling, there's greens and blues and oranges, purples.
Yeah.
Like, every color is in that flesh tone.
Page 1 and page 20 are Joe Chiodo colors, man. So that's Joe. That's a staple of his thing. And he's like one of the few guys in that Wildstorm set that was not afraid to draw, to color with some pinks.
I think he had a background as a painter.
Yeah.
And I can remember my first painting class where it was like, these are the colors in flesh. And it was all kinds of colors like that really, I was shocked. Like, I can remember taking notes and trying to mix up flesh tone colors, and it'd be like, there's green in skin? Like, what are you talking about? And then you realize, yeah. And I think that's probably what you get from Kyoto, is a guy who comes with a background in painting knows color. But they're all, I mean, like, talk about the digital color tricks all over this.
Oh, absolutely.
They're spending some time on that computer.
Yeah. And they're playing a Super Nintendo, and we'd have no evidence of that by way of, like, the imagery here. Right. I would always, like, bristle at that, because I was a kid of the time, and I'm like, why don't they make it look like a video game?
And we know Campbell's background loves video games. Like, you'd think he would have been on, like, I feel like this is probably his idea.
Totally.
But then, like, pixelate that thing up or something, stylize it somehow.
It's funny because, like, Brandon Choi is older than him, man. Is close to boomer age, right? And it still it's boomer comics. Like, the dialogue that they say, the way they talk, it's a caricature of how kids in the 90s talked. And when he says, see, he's wearing it on his sleeve, like he turns off the game before registering the new high score. I was there. Ain't nobody give a fuck about high scores in video games since the Atari days, man. like nobody gives. So like his boomerness has come out in this panel for sure.
You know what though? This yanking out the video game maybe before the game's concluded. That was a staple in my college.
Sure.
And the reset button. We removed the reset button from the Genesis so that my friend Chicken couldn't reset hockey games.
The NHL '94, baby. Friendships were lost.
Indeed. Also forged.
A game called Forged?
No. Friendships were forged.
Oh,
There were some late night gaming sessions on those hockey games.
Yeah. So we got, this is, I think one of the things that made Gen 13 a success was just being different than everything else compared to in the kind of Wildstorm.
Definitely in the Wildstorm.
Tradition. And Brandon Choi is the writer of so much of that horse shit. That's why you call him the luckiest man in comics, because he's making comics with his like childhood friend Jim Lee, and the comics they all there's tropes to his comics, and it would be like organizations that have some acronym that spells out core or arms or guns or some bullshit
Cats.
Like that. Yeah. And just all this butch pseudo canon film Steve Seagal horse shit. So this is like the one different comic that's like, hey, let's have some like kids in like a domestic situation, and you need an artist that can handle that kind of thing. Like Brett Booth would fucking double light denim pants. You know what I'm saying? But Campbell is not without his flaws and stuff. Cause like, look at this Fairchild. She looks like a color form pasted up onto a set of a background. I defy you to sit on a chair that way.
You also mentioned her head size on the cover.
Yeah.
If she stood up right there, she's about 14 heads tall.
Well, that's
that
her
is a tall character.
Yeah, she's all legs, man. She's a super tall one, all legs. Grunge is the little squat Wolverine type character.
I think this is kind of an interesting thing that I haven't seen before. That like 3/4 aerial view of figures outside of a panel, an open panel, that was something I really liked, and I would try to copy from like I can remember like Willis and Jim Lee both doing that on like X-Men and X-Factor, so they've been doing it for years. It became a staple, but throwing a couple of floorboards under them, kind of neat.
Yeah, and that is not easy to do. These characters are good in perspective. Like they are on that floor. I'm imagining that Campbell did some gridding to get those characters rooted in space. Like I could imagine.
It was very hard to draw when I was trying to copy it.
It's hard to do right now, man. It's hard to do right now. So funny, like just trying to. Nobody, say any nice things you want to say about Campbell's work compared to the other Wildstorm guys. He still ain't trying to draw backgrounds all that much, man. So they're just putting these like fucking nonsense noodles.
He is doing some stuff though that's like comic language. So you've got a couple of these speed lines, which that was an image staple. You'd have speed lines, but breaking up the floor whenever he hits the ground there, that's comic language. That's the equivalent of sweat beads coming off.
It is, but still rooted. Like he's not going full.
No.
Like Kurtzman would tilt it and break up the panel, and you see it in chunks. So he's getting little bits in there, but it's still, pretty raw, pretty rough. This is issue 1, so you got to like sow the seeds for the future, right? So we got Fairchild. Just take a look at this photo. You see a young Mr. Lynch, and then you see his modern day version. He's a much more affable guy. He was a salty old cuss when you would see him in Deathblow comics, but mysterious nonetheless. Because hey, how did his eye get that way? That's something we got to establish in future issues, perhaps.
Notice the eyebrows on all the characters as we go through here, because I think that's a big J. Scott Campbell original element, compared to the Wildstorm house style.
Yeah.
And I always think of that Man Ben episode. I think the first one I saw in the drawing, they're like, I forget who the artist is, but he's drawing eyebrows before the eyes. And Urasawa agrees.
Yeah.
Like that's a really expressive piece. And it's like, I think J. Scott Campbell, that was a piece of his stuff too, because his stuff is cartoony, expressive in the face, and I think those eyebrows are a secret part of that.
J. Scott Campbell influenced a generation with this kind of art, but you still see his influences from like Art Adams, just even in these two faces right here. But when he's building his figures and he's doing his thing, there will be still like stuff that's like feels super wrong. So like that arm going up, it's if you quote unquote drew through it the way they would do an animation or something, there's something quite off about that piece.
It doesn't take me out of it though.
No.
But you know what's weird is like the full bleed art, except it's cut off, and then really cut off with that green is like putting in an artificial frame there.
Yeah.
And also wanted to point out the screen door texture in the background. That's something we used to see in like early Rob Liefeld. Kind of a weird texture, but here it is again.
Yeah, that's a Art Adams innovation. He would bring that into his 1990s comics. I like that their house is like the house from Boogie Nights, where there's like the drug dude.
You're right.
With the
yep.
Like, what do you call those bricks, man?
Yeah, I don't know what they're called, but they are. It's just the veneer, you know. It's just those fake bricks. Boogie Nights. That's funny.
And you got your hedonistic, horny ass teenage boys. You got your minx-like chick who's like, you know, free the nipple, man. Like, these are just boobs. Everybody has them.
Dude, this whole spread could have been right out of the Boogie Nights comic.
Yeah, it really could have, man. It could have been that Nina Hartley chick, man. All she needs is a husband who's getting cucked out.
What we need to do is cut to under the water. Whenever she goes underwater, have the camera follow her under.
All these crops, like right where the nipples go and stuff. And like look at this like cheated arm to make sure.
You know what's amazing? There's so much early digital coloring where people are like lens flare. You know, the shitty lens flare. The lens flare's drawn into the ink part there. If you look at the ink drawing,
right.
Super cool.
Yeah. And then, for no reason, we're just gonna go landscape.
That's how you switch scenes.
Yeah, we're going Spider-Man, X-Force. And another cool thing about J. Scott Campbell, young dude at the time, and actually kind of capturing the fashions of the day. You would see chicks rocking this kind of shit, belly ring, all that stuff, them kind of Doc Marten boots and shit. And those other Image Wildstorm dudes, they're drawing fucking a white button-down shirt, a t-shirt, basic pants. Like, they're not thinking about stuff on this level, man. They ain't drawing no backwards Kangos.
Right.
Such a cliche scene too. How many times have you seen this scene in a comic? Usually, or in a movie. Usually, it's a vampire sequence, right? Where like the chick is like at the club. There's the stoic guy at the bar staring her down, and you know then you get those guys together, about to interact.
He draws a really good mouth for Roxy throughout.
He does,
and at different angles and different expressions.
Yeah,
which
not
can be
easy,
tough.
not easy right here. This kind of stuff, and she's very animated. You know, that jacket is kind of like the tension of it is kind of off. It creates that motion that she's moving, doing her thing. Good dancing poses throughout. And I always liked that he would bring in like just other, like this dude with Liberty Spikes.
You know what? I think I know some of the stuff I was criticizing about his art. It's very open, and I wonder if that's intentional for coloring. Like, if it's something that he's trying to figure out, because, like, I'm looking at this panel, and I'm like, man, it's so sparse, you know? Yeah. It's just, like, a barely lines to indicate fingers and stuff. But I wonder if that's conscious, and it's like, look, we've got... See how big the digital coloring is, you know? Like, it would make sense that you might try that, or it might be something that would be even editorially passed down as, like, hey, the way coloring is, like, go a little bit more open.
Yeah, she's getting seduced. About to kiss this dude, gets splashed with some drink, and it knocks some sense back into her, man. She's in the bar like, damn, I just wanted to go drink, and I'm about to start fucking cheating on my boyfriend. Grunge is her man.
This is like the Freaks and Geeks episode where James Franco experiments with punk one episode.
It is, yeah.
That's him in the background.
Totally. What's so funny is, like, I have photos of me from, like, a kid with green Liberty Spikes just like that, man. If you took the color out of this face right here, like, that's so manga-ish.
Yeah. It is very open though, right? Like when you think of like Jim Lee and Scott Williams and like the hatching everywhere, like this is a pretty open line style.
It is, and with the influences of Jim Lee and like Art Adams, that is a restrained thing, but he also has better, like, more solid fundamentals than your other Wildstorm dudes who were hiding all their stuff underneath all those ticks and things. You know, he would try some things. So here's another cliche that, you know, began with, you know, Harlan Ellison Outer Limits episodes and shit, where, like, you got your futuristic douchebags who would just materialize through a portal in an alley.
Yeah, Elektra coming in.
Yeah, totally. Or like Melina from that Mortal Kombat at the very beginning. Look, it's the same outfit. Stuff is off the charts at the Gen 13 headquarters. They're going to have to go find Roxy.
Hey, So they're set. Their headquarters is La Jolla, right?
Yeah.
Same with Wildstorm. How did they never do characters show up at Wildstorm in one of these books, right?
Yeah, just like the Stan and Jack studio when Doctor Doom shows up.
That's right. That's right.
I get it. So here are our bad guys showing up, throwing some shade at Fraggle Boom. Show canceled due to overwhelming lack of interest. And your main guys who show up here, like here's your roster bad dudes. And I think this dude with this backwards Kangol and a scar on the eye and dreadlocks, that's Gary Oldman from True Romance, dude.
Wow. Yeah, that's a lot of gimmicks to pile on. I always think of Hacksaw Jim Duggan talking about when he was King Hacksaw and had the crown and the cape and the 2x4 and the hoe and the thumbs up and the crossed eye.
This is total, like, I would be shocked if they said that was not inspired by Gary Oldman in True Romance.
It makes total sense.
It's the era.
Yes. Yeah, that gang of, like, the character design for that group is so wild. I really like that drawing.
Totally. He's fun with the mouths, and like, he and Joe Manara, like they would fuck with that shit. You know, they would twist those mouths and get them to do stuff and just, like, scream emotion. This is one of those examples of J. Scott Campbell having some fundamentals when it comes to underdrawing. That is a hard angle to draw. Everything is anchored really well. The eyes are inside the sockets of that skull really good. There's good perspective on that nose. The jowl is good. And the colorist is abiding by the things that...
They are, but also, like, this is the future of coloring right here. Like, there's all kinds of modeling being done there by the colorist. Sure. I keep looking at this and thinking, like, is this book much later than I thought? Because everything's here, right? We've got Richard Starkins doing digital lettering. We have coloring that is not that far from what we've got in today's world, and yet it's 1995. Sure. Like, this is a cutting-edge comic in 1995.
Yeah.
And imagine what a Marvel comic from 95 looks like if you really want to have some fun at home.
Yeah.
Pull out a 95 comic and compare them, because this stuff was, like, years ahead.
It really was, man. It was still on that newsprint, but they were, like, bringing some computer color at that point, but it was very ugly. The best computer color, and by best in 1990s standards, was lots of bells and whistles, and, you know, this aesthetic. The Marvel colorist and the DC stuff, they could not accomplish this.
This is manga reading.
It is,
because it reads from right to left a lot better than it does. It's a weird backwards move if you read it Western style.
Sure. But he's twisting up the figures in more adventurous ways, once again, than any of the Wildstorm guys would do. Like, their shit would look so disjointed and just off. They would never be this courageous.
That is not a photo referenced figure.
No.
And I like that.
Yeah. Our guy standing on the perspective, on the horizon line, the eye line. That's something that I always like to make note of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that could be a zine.
And listen, play the hits, right? Kitty Pryde had Lockheed. Let's introduce a little cartoon Muppet that the Gen 13 crew can have. She's got the choker chain, by the way. That's some real 90s staple. This is a very heroic shot of our guys right here, man. I always love this image. And in issue 1, you only get, like, one of these, you know, like they spent a lot of time in domesticity to get us to this part, but there's good movement. There's a lot of curves in the background perspective to kind of create that movement. It really does feel like they're barging in. Good pose on Fairchild there. Doing
a team shot like that, and all these team books needed it, from X-Men to whatever, you know, name your book. They're a lot harder than they look.
For sure.
And when they fail hard, but you're expected to do that. If you're drawing one of these team books, we want a money shot of the team, and it's not that easy to do. That one's pretty good.
Yeah, this is one of those fun pieces right here with Grunge, where you see how those shoulders are coming down. So many of us would use action figures as kind of our sort of reference to show that chest twisted around and things. But you know how action figures work, certainly of that time. There's a trunk, torso section, and the arms just kind of fit in. There's no give to the collarbone at all, and those arms just kind of straight down. It just looks like a toy.
Yeah, there's some real kayfabe muscle going on with him. Like, especially as we see, like, some of the back muscles.
Yeah, that piece right there. Yeah, you learn that French braid technique, and then you just braid it. You braid the muscles, and then you're close. Because I defy you. Take a look at who's the big bodybuilder guy, that Chris Byrne or Brum or something like that. Like, you look at that bag, it looks like mashed potatoes, like, underneath skin. It's symmetrical on both sides. I think that's something you got to keep accurate.
This is a pretty nice use of the DeLuca effect, having that figure dancing around his head, and pretty advanced because, I mean, you could just have some stars there and call it a day.
That's the other thing, too. Like, this is a more playful book. There's a little bit room to move. You don't got to take it seriously. And the fun thing is, you could do a lot of things if you don't take it seriously. Plus, the other Wildstorm books, they were impossible to take serious for all the pretense and effort they were trying to make those things be serious and hardcore. It was a fucking joke. So, like, lean into the joke. But it almost doesn't get more 90s than this, Jimmy.
Yeah, for sure. Not a bad thing. I have a lot of fond memories of the 90s comics, so lean into them now and then.
You know, good kind of 10-page fight sequence. The computer coloring on this panel here, where a guy gets zapped out, is something that I always like. I responded to the computer coloring on the Gen 13 series. I thought that it was a good matchup with the Campbell art and the Gardner inks.
It was also pretty new. Like, every book didn't look like this or derivative of this.
Yeah.
And like I said a minute ago, this to me is the highest level of it at the time.
Absolutely. And I mean, he will, this pushes the art of comics forward, and people start to...
Or backwards.
Yeah. People, they're at least doing something different from Jim Lee. Put it in Rob Liefeld's words on the Kayfabe channel. Jim Lee started to draw like J. Scott Campbell.
Yeah.
And bring those elements in. But, I mean, go down the list of Gen 13 comics after this. Everybody's trying to do J. Scott Campbell.
This line on her face and neck for like a lighting or something, a double lighting, the colorist more or less ignores it.
It does, yeah.
But it's a really bold, drawn line.
Yeah.
Don't see a lot of shading like that.
As you could have expected, the bad guys have to retreat like a bunch of cowards, and Gen 13 is left standing there being the heroes that they are. Cut back to La Jolla, to the Boogie Nights house, and they got a new pet. His name's Queef, or something like that. And Lynch is just telling them, guys, all those monsters that just came through that portal, they came because they wanted some Queef. And if he stays with us, you best imagine that that's not the last we're going to see those guys. Very by the numbers.
It's a really uninspired first issue.
It is.
It feels like an amateur's first issue where like you don't really have big storylines or supporting characters or anything, or even a mission. And so, you know, it's kind of this throwaway story, except it's an issue 1.
Yeah.
You know, like bizarre to me because you had time to plan it. Like always with an issue 1, like if things don't land to me, something went wrong because you had time. This wasn't like issue 7 and you're trying to stay on a monthly schedule. It's like it's issue 1. What's the best way to set up this series? And I don't know if Queef was it.
You got to check out the old Kirby comics that he wrote himself, or even the Silver Age Marvel stuff. But very often you read the Kirby Fourth World books or Devil Dinosaur or Eternals or something. You're getting the series MacGuffin.
Yes.
In that issue. Like the thing that's going to kind of propel the story engine, the thing that like you're going to be able to hang every issue on, is introduced so clearly in those comics that you know the score. You know exactly what you're in store for. And it gives you something, like I said, to sort of hang your hat on when you're creating the next round of stuff.
Yeah, because I read this issue and I don't know, like, what's their team story even? Are they on the run? Are they underground? Is somebody after them? I have no idea.
Right.
You know, like, why does this series exist would be my question after reading this issue.
And you use the word amateur, but, like, they're only professionals by virtue of Jim Lee paying some money to some dudes. He is giving money to his childhood best friend who has no stripes, you know, like, is probably, you know, maybe the best person that could write a comic that Jim Lee knew or something. You know what I mean? Like, I have no idea what gives that dude qualifications for anything other than being Jim Lee's homie.
I think it's a good comparison that you make with Jack Kirby in an issue 1.
Yeah.
Because it does feel night and day difference in terms of, like, it's an issue 1, it's a launch.
Right. There's the artists of your 13 covers. You get Art Adams in there. John Cleary, I'd be curious to see that one. Friendly Neighborhood Grunge. Oh, I know that one. That's like the Spider-Man 1 cover. with grunge as in the Spider-Man role.
Michael Golden, Gen 13 Goes Madison Avenue.
Yeah, I don't know.
Why aren't these all pictured in here? Like, give us at least a page with like little stamp-sized versions of them.
That would have taken some thought, Jimmy.
I guess so.
And they're not in the business of thinking. They're in the business of making hay while the sun is shining. And in 1995 March, this is the most popular Image comic at this moment. I would hazard a guess.
Yeah, I bet you it is. Man, interesting times. Kind of an interesting artifact.
This is funny right here because it literally looks like PowerPoint. You know, like they put it into a computer program. They vectorized it. And you can imagine this bouncing around on your Windows 95 screen when you leave the mouse still for too long.
Makes me really curious, like, what's the software?
Right.
What are they making that, I guess, early 3D out of?
Yeah. Fun stuff.
It is fun. And you know what? As much as we make fun of that logo in early 3D, like, it's another point of, I don't know that Marvel's doing anything like that. You know, I feel like Wildstorm and Jim Lee and everybody, they're investing in this department. And when they sell to DC, I think that was a part of what they were selling.
Sure. Yeah. Some updated stuff. And Grifter. I agree. You see Grifter in comics, man. You don't see much other characters, but I see Grifter every now and then, man. Jimmy, you good to go?
Yes.
Kayfabers and the King Kayfabe patrons were the first people to see this comic while we were even recording it, and they get the videos ahead of time. If you want to experience that and mitigate the Kayfabe effect completely, hit up the description in our video below. You're going to be able to jump on board on that Patreon and get videos ahead of anybody else. Also, we're makers in the game, and these are the books that we need you to support so that we can continue bringing these videos to you on the regular. Red Room... How do we do that? Jimmy, tell the people what's out there.
Hulk Grand Design coming to stores in February. You can still pre-order that one. Big oversized fluorescent green cover. You want it on your shelf, but pre-order it because they're printed now and that's a limited number. Mm-hmm. Street Angel, Deadly Squirrel Alive, and the Plain Janes are already in print and available wherever you buy books. And you can join me on patreon.com/JimRugg to see more of my comics, my upcoming comics, as well as download some of my out-of-print zines and mini comics.
You see the bibliography in front of you, man. Red Room is the comic I'm working on these days. Red Room, Antisocial Network, and Trigger Warnings. Trade paperbacks are out there as we speak. All stories self-contained. I'm serializing the next round of Red Room comics on my Patreon before anybody else gets to see that stuff. Hit up the link tree in the description below. You could get to those destinations, but I have Hip Hop Family Tree, X-Men Grand Design, and WYSIWYG out on stands as we speak. Go to your local comic shop, scoop up the comics. Jimmy, what else do we have out there?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, hats, all kinds of good stuff at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
Another great way to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Given those marching orders, Jimmy, we'll be on our way.
Read more comics. How about they messed up the cover date as March 94?
Yeah. In that Image Revolution documentary, there's that guy who's like, we put the wrong prices on covers. We put the wrong covers on covers, like on comics. Like, we did everything wrong, but we still sold crazy.
Yes. Yeah, that's hard to argue, right?
Yeah. So guys, check this shit out, and this is where you want to get in on the ground floor of something. Let me make sure that I'm showing it off. Bootleg Spider-Man by Madi Kene is the next comic that we're going to record. Go to Superhero with a Z, superherocomics.com to scoop up your bootleg Batman. And he does other comics called Steel Streets that are very exceptional independent comics. I think he's one of those dudes that started making comics with the Kayfabe channel, and it makes me mad that the dude is as fucking good as he is, because he uses that duotone, but he uses computer, but he has a way of making it look real.
It looks nice,
real rough and grainy and organic.
Yeah, I'll save some of it for the video because I have praise for his comics making as well.
Yeah. But yeah, superherocomics.com. Get your bootleg Spider-Man, because what's going to happen is we're going to put this video out. When it gets to the public, they're gonna go crazy for it, man. And you know, this is a zine type comic. The guy might not have that many copies, but you guys are in on the ground floor. You could get your hands on it first. So that's the value of being a King Kayfaber, man. You're seeing this shit before anybody. Once again, bootleg Spider-Man, superherocomics.com. Madi Mahdi, MahdikhnE is the cartoonist name. Support this dude, man. He's doing some good work.
Y'all ready?
Yes, sir. Welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
And Jim, this is one of those instances where the people who are joining our live stream by way of our Patreon are getting first dibs on a very rare comic that is probably going to disappear within minutes by the time that this video goes live. But we have a Patreon, and at the various levels that you participate in that Patreon, you're getting videos ahead of time. And if you're at the highest level of our Patreon, you are watching us record this video in real time. We got dozens of people in the chat watching the stream as we speak. And the videos are brought to you by the comic books that we make. Take a look at the screen before you. You're seeing Red Room. You're seeing Hip Hop Family Tree, X-Men Grand Design, and WYSIWYG. Those are my efforts that are on the racks as we speak. Jimmy has a forthcoming Hulk Grand Design trade paperback, collecting his Hulk Grand Design comics from 2022. Street Angel Comics, Plain Janes. Those are the comics that Jimmy has on the racks at this very minute. Let's take a look at Bootleg Spider-Man by Mahdi Kane. This is a fellow that we met Baltimore Comic-Con. He dropped some of his independent comics on us. Steel Streets is the effort that he's spending the most time on. And if I remember correctly, he's one of these guys, man, we meet a lot of these people that kind of started making comics like during Cartoonist Kayfabe. The channel kind of inspired his stuff. Here's the thing, you could see the growth. Like, this looks a little rough, you know, and he's using that duotone technique. It's like, yeah, like, is it working? It's a little parallel and shit. By issue 3, the stuff that this dude is doing, that growth is fucking tremendous, man.
It's amazing. And I think of like the handmade comics I would see when I started making comics, and you do a show and walk around Pittsburgh show, you know, and be like photocopy. This stuff is just so far ahead of that.
Yes.
They're phenomenal, you know, like there's all kinds of different elements that make a comic good. But if you're going to do a print comic, these are beautiful handmade comics.
Yes. So you're going to want to go to Superhero with a Z, superherocomics.com. You're going to be able to get these Mahdi Kane comics. And you may or may not be able to get Bootleg Spider-Man, which is the comic that we're going to look at today. Jimmy and I are in the game right now of promoting the idea of doujinshi and making your own self-published versions of your favorite characters. It's the biggest part of comics culture in Japan. They have comic conventions that are 3 times the size of San Diego Comic-Con. That happens 2 times a year. So what's 750,000? What's 700,000 times 2? 1.4 million people come into these conventions, all on the strength of people doing gray area bootleg comics of their favorite characters. And if you think that the mainstream has failed you and they're making dog shit comics, which would be hard to argue against, then fucking nut up, get some drawing skills, and make some fucking comics. We are still waiting on you guys to send us your Death of Superman comics. If we get many different iterations of that, fantastic.
Yes.
The best of them will get their own episodes, just like this Bootleg Spider-Man, on the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel, and we could right previous wrongs, because Dan Jurgens didn't do it for me. This is an alien, and these are the strongest beings on the world, and you're gonna keep it to the terrestrial?
Keep it PG.
And you're gonna keep it to ground level? You're not gonna go into Earth's mantle or core?
Good point.
To dismantle, that's the thing. Like, you were talking about the what could be possible in a Death of Superman compared to, like, we saw Ryan Elves' Batman Nightfall, Bane breaking his back. And you said there's more creative possibility for the Death of Superman. Let's see it.
There really is. Imagine Grant Morrison if they were tasked with Death of Superman. It would have been fights in the middle of the planet. It would have been fights in the sun. Like, it would have been Superman really being Superman.
Yeah.
Trying to stop this unstoppable alien threat.
Yeah.
But back to the comic at hand.
Yes.
From the very cover, I love this cover.
Yeah.
I love this version of Spider-Man. It just, why doesn't some Marvel Spider-Mans look like this? It's so cool looking.
It really is, man. It feels like the fabric. It feels uncanny. It feels almost like that 70s costume, you know, like the way it wraps around that body. I love the high contrast photo background with like spatter, duotone, some white stuff cutting in for the webs right there.
Yes.
This is a punk rock comic.
It really is. I wonder like how much is on paper, if any of it's on paper. And we looked at the Spider-Man manga at some point, so you guys can go back and check that video out. There are some hints of that Spider-Man design in here, which I'm on board for. Yeah. There's hints of McFarlane in here, which again, you know, if you're gonna do a Spider-Man comic, do the best Spider-Man comic you can.
Yeah. Almost that what do you call it, man? That Japanese tokusatsu show and shit. So jumping right into things, Marty is letting us know, man, that this is a bootleg Spider-Man comic that Marvel has nothing to do with. So he's catching us up to speed. Aunt May is dead. Spider radiation is ravaging Peter Parker's body. Mary Jane, she ain't what she used to be.
It's such a good lead, and it's very much in tone what you used to get in these Marvel comics, where page one would kind of like catch you up to speed real quick and then get you going. And he does that, but even the inside cover looks cool. You know, like as a print object, guy did his work on this.
Check it out too. It's full bleed. Like, you know, if you're going to Kinko's to make your you know, half-size comics, like they can only print to about like up to the last quarter inch or whatever, last couple of millimeters of each page. So this guy is like cutting these things,
or
hand
assembled,
printed to the edges. The entire object is the thing. Great composition on that first panel, man. Having him Spider-Man, his silhouette framed amongst the Brooklyn skyline.
It really is. I wonder if Marty has like a background in design or some other visual art, because for being pretty new to comics, man, he does a lot of stuff well.
We're jumping into things, man. He's got to go get some dinner for he and Mary Jane, and he's thinking about like Ice Cube and I Ain't the One. You want lobster? I'm thinking Burger King. Getting her 2 Whoppers, man, a milkshake, fries, and a couple of sodas and stuff. Heads back home. Honey, I'm home. You see that close-up shot, right? You see that close-up shot, panel 2?
Oh boy,
the Blob. And instead of Peg Bundy with the bonbons, man, she's on her Apple laptop, man, like on Omegle showing off her titties or something. He's whipping things up, about to take off his mask so that he can get that grub on. But the girl is like, no, please don't do it. Do not take your mask off. Like, it's unappetizing. I need to get some fucking food in me. You see that I'm starving. You see that I'm a waif. I need to get some nutrition. Keeps the mask on. A little sad about it.
Yeah, and I love, like, because we'll see this a couple times. You disgusting piece of spider shit. She won't touch you. She can't even look at you.
Looking in the mirror.
Yeah.
Takes off the mask and has a straight spider face.
How great is that panel?
It's so good, dude. It's so good. There's little eyeballs on the inside part.
Very strong as black and white comics too. You know, getting that gray out, doing some monster and white media.
There
good
is
stuff.
Yeah, there is a Ditko element to some of the drawings.
There is.
You know, it's that flat, like that pen line.
That's part of what makes this comic so charming, is how sort of true to Spider-Man it is.
Yeah, yeah. They're kibitzing about Norman Osborn is in the hospital, whatever, blah blah blah.
Woke up from his coma, so Spider-Man's gonna have to take care of that.
But listen, Spider-Man, he's got problems beyond the superheroics, because he didn't get dessert for Mary Jane. And there's a line in here where he's like, I didn't realize the milkshake wasn't dessert. Oh man, so good.
Yeah, also legit funny. Wonder when the last legit funny Spider-Man comic was made.
Right. All right, he's heading over to Norman Osborn's hospital room over at Metro Health. And beyond just being maybe concussed or coming out of a coma, it's Norman Osborn. He doesn't remember Spider-Man, no matter how much Spidey tries to get him to remember. Spidey lets him know, listen, I dismantled the Sinister Six. They're fucking done, dude. And you see this right here? It's a web gun. But it's just a real gun covered in webs. I'm gonna fucking blow your head off. You get the shot off panel because it's a tasteful comic. Cut back to the bedroom. They're in bed. He's got the mask on.
Oh, he's got to wear the mask around
Genius.
Mary Jane. You don't want her to upchuck last night's dinner.
Yeah. Once again, this cop face has shades of Ditko in it. You know, it's nearly Craven in the face.
And those hands have shades of McFarlane all over them.
Sure, yeah. This obese body, that is not easy to draw.
Yeah, it's funny.
And he pulls it off really, really well.
He does. And also, like, having Spider-Man crouched like that, to me, that's Ditko-esque, you know, because he's always, like, contorted up and weird. And it's such a good detail. There's a lot of little good details throughout this.
Yeah, it's Spidey being Spidey.
Yeah.
You know, like, it makes me think of, you know, in that Avengers annual, the Michael Golden joint with the first appearance of Rogue, when you see, you know, Carol Danvers gets pulled and, you know, falls into the river, is in the hospital. You see Spider-Woman, like, on the wall, like, in the hospital, like, drinking a coffee. Mm-hmm. You know, that was not... Chris Claremont's like, dude, that was not in the script. That's just Michael Golden being Michael Golden, like, adding that texture.
Right.
How about that pose, dude?
I like that whole page.
Makes me think of Damian Scott.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of perspective. And I think Damian Scott, man, they may live in the same hometown. They may be Brooklynites.
I really even like the shadow on the face of Spider-Man and that kind of perspective where you're looking up at his face.
But we can't bury the joke. Spider-Man, he didn't kill Norman Osborn. Killed a guy called Norm Osborn, who had nothing to do with anything. So Spider-Man is now salty that he killed an innocent man in the spirit of going to bust a cap in Norman Osborn. He's on the hunt though. And his spider sense is tingling. It takes him to a titty bar. There's a familiar character at the bar whose opening words are Excelsior. And he tells the stripper to face front, face me. I want to see them titties. Hysterical.
Yeah, it's all good stuff. I even like the way that stripper is drawn.
Oh, yeah. There's good weight to it. Good balance.
Yeah, there's a lot of expression in that figure.
Yeah. Spidey... responds to the Stan Lee type guy. I like the cut of that guy's jib. So it's all about we got to get back with Norman Osborn. He's running a titty bar. One of the hoods is going to take him, walk him up to the office, and they're going to have their conversation finally. Chekhov's gun, Spidey's gun, don't establish it in Act 1 if you don't use it in Act 2 and 3.
It's so hardcore too. Like, it's really in your face, foreshortened, and Spider-Man in that face shadow. There are so many good shots of Spider-Man in this comic.
It's true.
And it has that Ditko quality because of his... Ditko would make Spider-Man a little dark. Yeah. You know, so you have that sinister element, and let's not lose the excited little Spidey there. Well, here's Spidey Jr.'s excited by this.
We're starting to see stylistic tropes in these bootleg comics, because I believe if it wasn't Bane, it was Batman that had a hammer in his pants.
Oh, it was Bane and there were no pants.
Right. But another cool cartooning piece is that Mahdi established a gun earlier, saw the shot off screen, before telling us that it was an inconsequential guy. Like, why show the gunshot of the inconsequential when you could show the headshot of the guy that matters?
Yes.
So you get that here.
Satisfaction.
And he's kissing him, man. It's an upside down fucking Kirsten Dunst kiss from the Sam Raimi flick on a dead fucking head pulp. And then a little overkill.
Make sure he got the job done.
A little overkill, dude. It becomes a crime of passion.
Yes,
in this panel, I think, is how Bunk and McNulty would describe it once they come across that body. And then it becomes a horror comic for sure, because we're blowing out the candles, and you get to see some inverted spiderweb art,
which we saw with Ditko. You know, this dude did his homework.
We cut back to the loft apartment of the Parkers and the Watsons. He's taking a shower. Another good look at the jibs with his little mandible jaw things growing. Starting to look very Cronenberg. And MJ wants to make a little time with the man. And he's like, I'm getting out. Just let me get on my mask. She said, no mask tonight. And look at those spider eyes welling up. Look at those spider eyes welling up, man. He's like, you mean it, baby?
They love each other.
Comes out without the mask, and look at her. She's ready for business, man. She is ready for... There's a hard-ass nipple. You know, she's excited. And look at him up on that ceiling, dude. He's about to finish before he gets started.
It's such a mess.
What a comic.
That is a bootleg comic. If I've ever seen one.
And once again, man, superherocomics.com is where you're going to get Marty's comics. Steel Streets is the comic that he is working on.
Steel Streets, man. That dude should be a Pittsburgher.
Check this out, man. This is, dude, straight up, that is super. That's on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles too. You know, the Mouser head design, you know, and that's like a turtle.
Yeah, for sure. I think I don't know why that didn't occur to me before, but yeah, a lot of Turtles DNA and
totally
stuff.
got the duotone, you got the roughness, you got the roughneck shit, even the logo right there. Good comics, solid bootleg comics. We promote doujinshis. We wanna see more of your bootleg comics. Send them our way. The best of them. We're gonna get stuff on this channel. And listen, I brought back some bounty from Japan. We're gonna do future episodes on some Japanese versions of American bootleg comics, but that'll be an episode for the future. Jimmy, if you're good, I'm good, man.
Yep.
All right, Kayfabers, once again. The King Kayfabers who are part of the Patreon got first dibs at this comic, so if it is sold out at this level, don't get mad at Marty. Jump on that Patreon and get these videos first. Also, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. So if you're in Gen Pop, you'll at least get the video sent to you before the bulk of everybody else who just happens upon the video willy-nilly. Jimmy, tell the people what's out there, man.
Hulk Grand Design coming to stores in February. You can still pre-order that, and I recommend it because the books are printed now, so who knows if they'll make any more. Scoop up your comic with a pre-order. Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive in the Plain Janes, also available wherever you buy comics or books. And join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can see more of my comics, upcoming comics, original comic art, and you can download some of my out-of-print zines and mini comics there.
Here's the bibliography right here, man. Currently, I'm working on the Red Room stuff. Trigger Warnings and Antisocial Network are the trade paperbacks I have out in the wild right now. Working on new Red Room comics at this very moment. You can go to my Patreon. I'm serializing those pages before they get paper print editions. X-Men Grand Design, Hip Hop Family Tree is the perennial bestseller, and WYSIWYG are out there. Scoop up all these comics, help support the channel, keep these videos flowing. Jimmy, what else do we have out there, man?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, hats, fanny packs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also below this video.
It's another great way to support the channel. Give them those marching orders, man. We'll be on our way.
Make more comics.
Boom. Let's do your piece and then we'll set up.
Hey, Michael DeFont, I just saw your comment about doing more lettering videos, and you're right. I am long overdue for that, but I just haven't quite figured out a lot of stuff to put into a part 2 of the lettering video, but I do have some lettering books and some thoughts on it, so it'll probably happen at one of these, at some point in the not too distant future.
Good water. I got something as like a little bonus piece for this vid to show off that isn't good enough to be its own episode, but it's another little piece of some stuff that I bought when I was in Japan. Real random.
Yeah, this is one of those eyeball vids.
Yeah.
Everybody at home. This is the next one we're going to do, Cartoon Modern. And we'll get into the reasons behind doing that now.
I see Tim Biscup is quoted on the back there, man. My people have great reverence for his work, man. I know my girls.
He was
they got like original paintings and shit
for a long time.
Yeah.
And now I haven't seen anything of his for a while, but I'm sure he's still out there producing.
And you can tell all these dudes they pull from this 50s cartooning style.
This was a huge, yeah. I mean, I think there's still stuff there, and I personally, like there's still stuff that I'm interested in from it.
So this is the last of these kind of vids that we're going to shoot today, and then we're going to prep afterward for we're going to do an hour commentary, man, on Masters of Comic Book Art that Harlan Ellison hosted video from 1987 that should inspire a pretty fun conversation, I think.
Lock those in.
Yep.
All right, man, ready when you are. Hello and welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
First thing, want to let everybody know that we have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon now available. You can get to that under this video. It's the top link. And that will enable you to, first of all, see these videos before anyone else sees them. Give you a leg up on the kayfabe effect, which sometimes is quite the problem. So being first in line is a good thing. It'll also give you access to our streaming video where we record each weekly session and a little bit more back and forth and conversation with the people that are watching along with us.
We have a couple dozen people like in the chat right now, and they're seeing the videos before anybody sees anything. So,
and talking about some future videos that we may be making. So check that out if you're so inclined. And if not, don't worry. We will still be posting videos here on YouTube for everybody every day. Also, the best way to support us is through buying our books. We are Working Cartoonist, and you can see our bibliography right here on screen right now. Ed's latest works, Red Room Trigger Warnings and Red Room Antisocial Network, Hip Hop Family Tree, X-Men Grand Design, WYSIWYG. Put all those books on your shelf and we'll appreciate it. My latest, Hulk Grand Design, coming to stores in February, so pre-order that one if you haven't already. Plain Jane's, Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, out there now. So again, add those to your collection and we will be grateful. So today's video, going a little bit outside of comics, but I think definitely something we can all benefit from. Cartoon Modern, Style and Design in 50s Animation. And part of the reason that I wanted to look at this now is this book is out of print, but the author has made it available on archive.org.
Yeah.
So you guys at home, if you see some stuff that you really like in this book, by all means, you'll be able to track that one down really easily and at no cost. So no kayfabe effect, but maybe some extra knowledge to spread around. And I found this kind of funny. This is just a little, like a gift book that I got. And it's about book lovers. And all of it is full of like all kinds of books and books on shelves and background books. Cartoon Modern, sitting on the top of the stack of books on this page of just all kinds of book-related stuff in here. But I thought it was amazing to see Cartoon Modern the same week that we were going to talk about this.
That's fine.
So this is a big book. We'll kind of flip through and just kind of like bounce around topic-wise. And one of my first stories about this book is the way that I got hold of this.
Yeah.
Do you remember about 10 years or 12 years ago, there was a kerfluffle on Amazon. Somebody had messed up pricing. I think it may have been a disgruntled employee or something on their way out the door on like a Friday. So all weekend, books were like 90% off a lot of books. I ended up getting this one and a few other big hardcover books from them. And it was such a blow up of a mess that they would issue refunds and stuff. So I ended up getting this book for free and an Amazon refund and like a couple of other books. One of my all-time great scores. But it had been on my list for a while. And what this book does, besides giving a lot of history of animation and context for what was going on, why there was a change in 1950s animation following, say, maybe Disney being the the big influence in the 40s in a more naturalistic style. What happens in the 50s is, one, a response to what is popular, but also a response to what is going on in all the visual arts outside of animation. And they started bringing talent in that were not necessarily animators, but might be designers.
Yeah, look at that Virgil Parch. Like I think of him as being a root to a lot of that 50s animation with those characters with the noses.
Absolutely. And, Stuart Davis, another one that you're going to see a lot of paintings in here that I think call to mind Stuart Davis. But some of the influences that are around at that time, and that, animators are visual artists. So they're looking at what's popular and what's trendy and what's new and exciting. And that stuff starts finding its way in. When
you start seeing this stuff, then you start to think about the Shags and the Tim Biscups and like all those dudes that John Kay that completely were inspired by this era of cartooning.
And it's awesome because, like, I don't know how they piece together. There's a gigantic page of fine print at the back of, like, thanking everybody for this art. But finding stuff like the concepts and the roughs and the sketches and storyboards and character designs that lead to, like, the finished art, pretty amazing. Like, somebody did some real digging to get to this stuff.
And it's mixed media, man. Like, the cool thing about seeing this stuff still and isolated is that you get to see it and you're like, okay, this is fucking cut up construction paper for the backgrounds and shit.
It's super inventive in that regard. And these are alphabetically organized by studios, and they kind of give a little history of this studio, what they did, who worked there. A lot of these names, as you can imagine, move from studio to studio. So guys who have decades-long careers, big influences, like certain ones of these guys, and they'll often be profiled as we go through. There's also emphasis is on New York and LA for most of these studios, but there are outliers, and a lot of this work, it's like industrial applications, it's advertising.
Sure.
And I always think like the great thing of that is you're not spending 2-3 years on a feature. Instead, you're doing, a bunch of these commercials where it's like experiment with style, promote somebody new to art director, take a chance.
You think about that, man, like Jeff Smith, I don't think he's ever lived outside of Columbus and had an animation studio. Like, they did do a feature, they did Bebe's Kids, but I think most of it was commercial work.
Yes. And when I first got hold of this thing, and I'm still going through it this week to prep.
Yeah, this page right here, man, it makes me think of Scott Morse, who's at Pixar now, and he he just had that period where he used every known indie publisher. He just had 1 million books out for a couple 3-5 year period, and it would be this kind of style where it's this quick line, this brush line. It's all solid. It's all there with a colored background and the colors kind of going out. So I feel like he pulls a lot from this era for that period of his work.
Yeah, I think that's very true. And we'll see Noble, one of the big influences, was somebody that he made a book about. And he's going to be represented towards the end of this book pretty heavily as just a huge, these guys cast such a huge influence over the industry, a handful of them. But character design will be featured through here. Look at this as pencil line.
Oh yeah.
This is just a soft pencil where you're almost turning it on its side to get some of the line variation. But one line on all of these things, on the forms, on the faces, that big heavy chin line, it's just the edge of the pencil somebody's pulling across.
And it's all just this perfectly balanced thing. These in order to get here, I promise you, these artists know exactly how to draw the most beautiful figures at a croquis drawing exercise, because all of those rules are there. And man, when I was in Tokyo, sharing a table with Jeff Darrow, and I was watching him draw loose, and he would draw something that looked off balance or something, but then he would draw this swooping line in the back and give these characters balance and stuff. And he has a long history in animation early on.
The ability to do weight and volume with one line and no real shading, it just blows my mind. And then another piece to take away, like color will be really interesting throughout here. The lettering is really, I've stolen a lot of lettering from this. And some of this stuff you'll recognize, right? Hanna-Barbera. So you get to hear some history of Hanna-Barbera Studios.
Which is great, Bid, because it's something I was always curious about. And it turns out, listen, we know all these people in comics who got dissed and fucked over. Have you ever heard of Ed Benedict? Because I didn't, and he created all these characters. It wasn't Hanna or Barbera who created them shits. It's a guy called Ed Benedict.
Yes.
And it's we're talking
he gets some real props too. They praise him a lot because they said part of this animation style, the rise of it is budgets shrunk.
Yeah.
So now you don't have your all kinds of animation, you can't afford to do movement everywhere. The emphasis shifts to design, and Benedict is really good at character design. So you'll hear different snippets of interviews from people, and they just praise the hell out of him. But you can see the evolution of some of these designs.
I mean, this is a more important thing to show when you talk about evolution. You look at Flintstones, way more iconic and shit. Look at that; they were Beetle Bailey kind of characters to begin.
Well, look at how far out they are, in this iteration.
That's what they talk about, man. You in order to enter, you got to take it everywhere.
Look There's at that, more of your mixed media that you were talking about.
For the chair, isn't that fucking genius? To get a bolt of cloth, to give let's make some comics that look like this.
That's what I'm saying. Everything in here, I feel like we could be stealing from. Look at how elaborate backgrounds are. This reminds me of manga, in Understanding Comics, where it's the backgrounds are so elaborately constructed, and then your figures are just these super simple figures in front of them.
It's genius. This is very inspiring stuff.
Yeah, I've spent a good bit of time with this book, and whenever I saw it pop up in my feed as being online, I pulled it off the shelf and started again, I was looking at this, right? This is your storyboard layouts.
Yeah, the pan and stuff. What a TV screen will see it.
Angles all set up. You see the spaceship crashing through the barn, the chicken coop, into the tree. Just very inventive. And the perspective, this is your alternative to perspective. At least to having your vanishing points and everything ruled out very neatly. And MGM would get into Tex Avery. So, you know, like there will be some names that you recognize. Chuck Jones will be mentioned as we go through, because like all of this stuff existed concurrently in the 50s. Like all the Warner Brothers stuff that I grew up watching, it's happening at this time, you know, to sort of like put it in that perspective and to try to place like all of this is the same time. That's so wild to me how much was going on. Like I mentioned LA and New York, but there was a shop in Miami. There was one in Detroit. You know, it's where you can imagine. Chicago. There'd be these little industrial kind of needs for that. If you're doing industrial work, which a lot of filmmakers did, you know, forever. I mean, they might still do it. You would have those regional shops. Look at how far out something like that is. It could be a kid's drawing.
Yeah.
You know, but just really like working out, like in terms of drawing, like all of this stuff is pretty wild. Like very experimental. You know, I don't know that it makes it to the finished screen, but some of it might, because like look at the background for indicating waves is just these rough, amazing lines.
And you see these things, like you watch old Mr. Magoo or something, and then you see it, and it all reads, but you don't have the time to appreciate it. So you could see it like here, and I love seeing the shadow of like the cell on top of the background. You could see that little there's a industry jargon term for the little shadow that you see from animation cells. I
always like the couple of times that I've faked like an animation look. That's one of those fakes you put in Photoshop, is to have that little bit of shadow coming off of the cell part.
Is it as simple as like using drop shadow filter, or is it something more complex?
Yeah, sometimes I'll create a new layer and just blur it, you know, and make it all black. But yeah, there's no shortage to that. Look at this line too. For again, everything existing at once, and you can kind of go, oh, it's all this modern influence. But there's also a lot of room for style within that modern influence. Like, look at these lines, could be Stedman or something.
Yeah, yeah, and you would see. I feel like Bakshi pushed it the furthest of just rawness. Like these guys are like have like an elegance and things, and like Bakshi like took his shit to the gutter. You know, like it was just super underground with it.
Saul Bass.
Yeah.
That was another book on the shelf that I was you know, you look at these bookshelves, it's like, oh, what should we talk about? Man, it's amazing the overlaps there too. This is some more of that drawing where the line is kind of this like rougher, sketchier line. And I mean, this is, you know, that's kind of a rough, not a finished piece, but I still love that line.
Yeah.
Very expressive.
Very much of a time. Like you see that line, you think 50s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And there are, you know, like with these storyboards, it says, I don't know if this is, I think the artist might be unknown on here, but they reference like influenced by the work of mad creator Harvey Kurtzman. And I was looking at it, it's like, oh yeah, I mean, how much does that look like? Like that panel in particular, those figures all look like they could be out of a Harvey Kurtzman layout.
You see those three dudes standing inside the Bigfoot footprint on that one cover, and that jagged line, it would find its way into Mad Magazine with like the work of like Paul Coker.
Yeah. I was also looking at noses, because I remember when I first started going to SPX, and it felt like somebody would do a nose that would be like some odd shape, and then it was like everybody's copying that nose, and they would be something like this, except those are four very distinct different nose models. You also see a lot of the modern architecture, like if you see a house or something in the backgrounds, where it's like just big Kriegstein doing backgrounds, you know, is the attention to detail on those kinds of things. I think they do a good job just in terms of book production of pulling a lot of different stuff.
Yeah.
And a lot of this animation, like, you know, there's commercials, there's features, there's cartoons, obviously, but there's also a lot of animated sequences that would go into films, like in your title sequences and things of that nature.
Yep. Yeah,
I know that was something that Saul Bass would do quite a few of. Look at the bold line. It's almost a shape. It's so bold. That's something that you can steal.
Totally.
But I mean, this book is full of stuff that you could steal.
Yeah, cutting down textured papers and putting stuff underneath that.
Yeah, no holding lines for your shapes. I love all the backgrounds too. I always think about doing backgrounds and characters separately, where you would do like a big piece of background and then you could be doing like snippets. I think Howard Chaykin talked about that whenever we interviewed him.
Yeah.
With I forget the comic where he started doing that, but
some department store he drew.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, draw that department store once. You don't have to fucking draw it a bunch of more times.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Terry Toons. So some of this stuff is bigger studios that, again, you know, cartoons that we saw as kids in syndication.
Yeah. Terry Toons, they were the notorious VHS tapes that were at like the D&K 5 and dime that were like light.
Yeah.
Only had a half hour of spool on it.
I know that
and might eat up your fucking VCR. Like, put those into your VCR at your own risk.
Jules Pfeiffer.
Yeah.
Talk about a dude like a career overview of that guy. Did everything. Did everything. Man.
Fucking wrote Carnal Knowledge. I think he's got an Academy Award.
Yeah. Yeah, did everything at a high level too.
Yeah, just you can't buy taste.
Check that out for stylization. Like as an airplane and a whole airstrip. It's almost stick figure airplanes.
Yep. It's all there, man.
It really is.
There goes your Mr. Magoo. The UPA stuff. Like the UPA stuff is like what I think of.
That's the big one. I'm trying to think. We must have started that.
And that's Gene Deitch.
That's what this is built around, right? Gene, yeah, he's in here. But this is like a giant chapter because I think the UPA stuff really is kind of the biggest beacon of this type of era.
I fucking love Mr. Magoo, man.
And these are those backgrounds I was talking about, like the hell with traditional perspective. You know, that reads as a 3D environment. None of it is, following like these buildings. You're seeing both sides of these buildings in perspective. Heck no. Look how good that plane is too. Yeah. And no smoking was part of that in 1955. I thought people used to smoke on planes.
Oh, they do. That curtain is cordoning off the smokers.
Keep the smoke back there. These are a couple of good examples of, again, that like just skewed perspective. It reads, it's easy to understand the space, but you're not rolling off vanishing points anywhere.
Yeah, and that stuff is definitely pulling from that German expressionism stuff. Dr. Caligari.
The range too of like how far up you build these images from like very rough sketches to, I mean, like these guys could be painters.
There it is, Gerald McBoing Boing, man, Dr. Seuss. That's where Boing Boing gets its name.
This is pretty fun. They talk about his animation style and like the way the figures moved on the screen. Almost remind me in the description of like video games, like early 2D video games where your characters would sort of move.
Yeah, and let me say something about this stuff because like the Gerald McBoing Boing cartoon. It's like a 10-minute thing on TV, but it has such a long-lasting cultural sort of imprint. Like, you couldn't tape it. You could only catch it on TV. I have no idea how they would disseminate it because it wasn't a long thing. So that's an interesting part. Like, we don't have that context of like how they would put this stuff out. But this is super influential.
You know, he goes. They run through. Obviously, Bobe Cannon, I don't know if that's Bobe or Bob, but that influence that you're talking about, he's at Disney, MGM, and UPA. You know, like they talk about like Chuck Jones' unit for many years after Cannon left is still exhibiting some of those lessons. So it is old school the way these influences would be spread around.
Yeah.
You know, it'd be like it'd almost be like disciples, right? Like you work with this guy for a while and then he moved on to the next job and you remembered whatever you learned from him.
Sure.
You know, you're imparting that wisdom to the next group that you're messing with. This is the same creator, same director here, Cannon, once again, but you see him with a little bit of a different aesthetic for a different job.
Yeah, the people who are into this stuff, like who are animators, like they know the names too. Like,
oh yeah.
Like I think even Scott Morse was even taught by the 9 Old Men. You know, the OG.
I think he worked with Maurice Noble, and like he's one of those guys that's that big influence on everybody. I thought about digging that book out, but. Yeah, it is. You go back through there, like the 9 Old Men, like it's small groups that extend that influence. And then their students just go in every direction. Their students and collaborators. I was looking at this, feels like that's a comic.
No, totally. I mean, and specifically, that'd be like a no-brow comic. Right?
Yeah.
Like it has that kind of, you can imagine it multicolored, no holding lines.
Look at how great those are too. Again, for like character design, super simple, but a whole range of characters and just a couple of variations of marks. Yeah, I look at this and I wonder like how isn't there more of this influence visible in comics today?
Well, yeah, sure. And like the interesting thing about stuff that's this stylized is it really is so rooted in that period of time that it becomes old fashioned, and there is like a need for the contemporary, certainly on TV in a pop culture sense. So you can see that it's like so designy, so stylized that it can't be evergreen, and if you draw a comic now, like in that style, like it would scream 50s. And that's what they did with Ren and Stimpy. They used all these lessons and pulled from that old material.
This is the Disney guys, and you're getting like bios of a bunch of these Disney animators who, again, just super influential to generations.
Yeah.
And it's great, like as a book. And again, this thing is available, so everybody can track this stuff down and kind of like read this stuff. But if you want to expand who you're pulling from and kind of your thought processes, like this book is a really good place to start because it'll give you a bunch of names and styles to look at and see what you respond to. I was admiring these two as like backdrops. I mean, this is like, I hate to say Jackson Pollock, but I mean, look at the texture that's, you know, you're just piling up texture there to create your forest floor.
Yeah.
Brilliant. And then like the shapes for your fields, and even the shapes is like background, you know, tree lines and forests.
And you can't sleep on the pink, right? Like there's not pink grass, but you do it.
Yeah, you do it, and you would have no doubt what you're looking at a farm there.
Put some cows on it. No, it's unmistakable.
These, I think, are all color studies, but this was the same deal. Like, I was looking at these and being like, oh, that's a painting. Like, I just put that painting on the wall.
Sure.
Yeah, same deal. Just brilliant. Like, this is a Bob Ross episode.
And just dragging a thick bristled brush across the whole thing, you just created atmosphere. You just created wind.
I would see a little bit of this, like Scott Morris, whenever he's doing all kinds of stuff. Like, sometimes he would do that stuff where he's painting, like, several pages at once and with sponges and everything. Calls to mind an image like that a little bit.
Sure, yeah. Look at that marker study.
Reminds me a little bit of like the color storyboards that Pixar has published. There's a lot of places to draw from. You know, whenever we're critical of color, like, this is the reason why. Right. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's ridiculous. These
are quickly jammed together studies that are just brilliant.
Yeah, like 90%, 99% of comic book colorists, they don't have this book on their shelf, man.
No, and it's a shame. Like, if all you had this for was color, you would benefit from it.
Absolutely.
It's wild. Really gives you pretty clear composition stuff, too. Like, how do you use a little bit of color to draw where you want us to look?
And it reads as like illumination. You know, you have your main light here, and it's like you've seen this in real life.
And also extreme foreshortening. You know, like, we're always trying to do that in comics. Like, this is another way to do it.
Great depth.
Playing with perspective once again. Like, are any of those lines parallel?
Yeah, and you just don't need it.
This is your Warner Brothers section. So these are a lot of cartoons that I would watch over and over. It used to be heavy circulation whenever I was a kid. I have such a fondness for them.
Yeah, but they start to get rooted in like the early ones are abstract, but then they start to get rooted more and more in accuracy and stuff.
And so these are based on layouts by Maurice Noble, who I had mentioned. Like, this whole big section talks about him and his influence. Look at the oddness of like that for a tree design.
Yeah,
just completely bizarre. But I always love this stuff, the trees and the rocks. Never figure out. It's so stylized, like I almost can't understand how you get there.
Right.
But at the same time, like, it's beautiful and the payoff's amazing. And talking about color, like, here are your quick color studies on top of we've got our composition. Now let's do a couple of quick color studies to see what works. Again, you know, Steve Rude does this.
Sure.
It can be done in comics. So bold. Very wild with the color choices. And then, like, collage elements once again.
I mean, it's a piece of raw magazine shit, you know, some more buyer shit.
Yeah, surrealism. Like, you could probably put this on the wall of a typical gallery.
Easy.
1950s. Yeah, it's a wild document and a lot of inspiration to be drawn from this. Like, look at that, man. What a wild drawing. All line work.
All line work, all different color paints, I guess, and inks.
And painting on black.
Yeah, and so it's like you gotta, like, probably, I guess, draw these guys, and you gotta hit those little lines in there, not overlap them.
Also, it's nuts to think of this thing as there's no digital in here. Everything is on paper that we just flipped through.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of inspiration out there, and kind of cool that this has made it into I guess not public domain, but at least you can access it publicly without violating anybody's rights for it.
Yeah.
And we always talk about it's cool to see some of these people. So the more you know these creators, give you a chance to actually see them in some of the studios and see what they look like. Always fun.
Yeah.
Further reading, and here's your credits for, like, think of all the artwork that's in here. That's you're really extending out your Rolodex to get all the artwork that you could find, because, man, 1950s animation art, Ed, how hard is it to find just original comic art, let alone like production art that's probably been thrown out? And here's our creator of this book, quite an undertaking. And cartoonbrew.com, I think, is where I saw that this was posted online.
That's
so
fun.
Still maintains that, and, you know, one more resource for people who are trying to draw and bring characters to life. And everything that we kind of talk about on here, but maybe a slightly different art form.
So just real quick, I got a little extra content, man, that I don't think would yield its own episode, but it seems prescient for a conversation about animation production art. So like my favorite, you could just yank that stuff out. My favorite place to go to in Nakano Broadway Mall is there's a black market. They call him the black market animation dealer. And you could just, my favorite thing is I just like to go there to look through everything. I spent 3 whole days from about noon to 8 p.m. going through all the portfolios. He updated his booth, so now like the spines of the portfolios all have English, because I used to have to use did you go there
I did
in
not.
Nakano Broadway? It's off in the cut, and a lot of those businesses disappeared. And when I went to Nakano, that's the first place I went to because I needed to see if he was still around. And
This is gorgeous.
yeah, out in the main section, like there are just these blue bins full of these things, like this is like 50 pieces of paper, maybe more. It's one sequence.
Right. Wow.
And
that's really cool how it's grouped.
It cost $10 for this.
Well spent.
And they hot shot it, right? So they hot shot it with like a cool robot.
That's a great image.
And then like what the scene is. Oh yeah, and that's like the sheet that tells you how long each image stays on the screen and stuff like that. But it's just it's the robot is like on a conveyor belt or something, and it's advancing to the screen. So it's going to zoom into this. Mm-hmm. So a lot of it is just nothing. It's just him advancing closer and closer.
These tight drawings, though, it's the line work of that kind of animation to me is so freaking berserk.
Yeah,
it just blows my mind.
Yeah, so that's like that sequence, and then this one was $8, and
great drawing.
It's worth it for that piece of paper alone, man.
Oh wow!
It's an animation. It's a series called DXD, and I think that one of the D's is Dungeon. So if the Kayfabe audience knows what that might be, I
love that there's color on these.
Yeah.
Like for kind of the abstract of a drawing, I think it really adds a lot. And then like on a color piece of paper, it's just cool to see it. Very pleasing to the eyes.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, I love it. And then I love whenever you get like the tight drawing.
Right. Yeah, these were in they were sold in these plastic bags, and so you couldn't like look in them. And I just took a shot. I'm like, okay, one's 800 yen, one's 1,000 yen. I'll give it a shot and see what they look like, and crack them open.
Can you imagine drawing with that kind of a line?
I'm moving in that direction.
It's really attractive. If you're doing color, like it's a really interesting way to approach color. In a weird way, it reminds me of Darrow. It's a totally different line, but it's that thing of like it's all line. It's clear line. It's clear line at like a nth degree of precision.
One of the guys who've been looking at a lot is Akira Toriyama, and he uses that line, and it's all sound. It's very sound drawing, very sound construction, and I don't know. I just thought it would be a fun thing to show off. I was actually just going through some stuff, and I'm like, I didn't even remember I bought these, but then of course I did. Here they go. So if you're going to Nakano Broadway, one of my favorite booths is 4th floor. It's off in the cut. Nakano Broadway is a labyrinth, so you're getting lost. But you go to the black market animation dealer. He's got 3 portfolios of like Dragon Ball art. He's got Studio Ghibli pieces. I was looking for Ninja Scroll. Couldn't find no Ninja Scroll. My people's bought Neon Genesis Evangelion cells and artwork and production pieces. Like it's all there. I spent 3 whole days going through the history of Japanese animation, and it's very nondescript. All this stuff fell off the back of a truck.
Yes.
And ends up at that guy's little booth. Of course. He don't want no pictures being taken. When he sells you the shit, he rips off the price and sells it to you. It's some shit. There's something going on there, but it's
amazing.
It's the greatest museum of Japan as far as I'm concerned, man. Like you could spend your entire trip just at that dude's joint.
Wow.
Anyhow,
nice.
Jimmy, awesome showing that off, man. Had to show that little piece off, and the Kayfabe audience who participated in the live stream, who gave to the Patreon, got first dibs on everything. You can hit the link in the description below this video and support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel that way. But there are other ways to go about that too. Jimmy, tell the people what you have out there, man.
Pick up my latest books, Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, The Plain Janes, and Hulk Grand Design, wherever you buy books. You can join me on patreon.com/JimRugg and see more of my comics and original art, including my upcoming comics, and you can download out-of-print zines and mini comics there.
You see the bibliography in front of you, support the books. Red Room is the comic I'm working on right now, and Red Room Trigger Warnings, Red Room The Antisocial Network, trade paperback are out there on the stands as we speak. I'm serializing new stuff on my Patreon for $3. X-Men Grand Design, Hip Hop Family Tree is the perennial. Grab that one wherever you see it. WYSIWYG. I have a link in the description below this video to my link tree. Hit those up, support the books. What else do we have?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the link below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, hats, mugs, fanny packs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
Another great way to support the channel. Jimmy, giving those marching orders, we'll be on our way.
Make more comics.
Boom.
Yeah, this was a cool. These are cool. Neat pickup.
Yeah, and dude, like, it was 1,000 yen. It's like under $10.
It doesn't make sense to me. What they charge for stuff.
Yeah.
I guess there's a lot there. It's supply and demand.
And it's
maybe?
a small island, man.
Yeah.
I think that's why. Jeff Darrow was like talking about how he thinks that's why there's the big domu was around, because it's a big book for. Even some of my friends are some bougie ass rich motherfuckers, and their house is like small footprint. There isn't that big of a thing to it. So what I'm thinking is, Jimmy, we could record on my thing.
Yep.
And just play it on yours, because the headphone jack that won't work for two people.
Split it.
On this.
Yeah.
And I think that'll be the move, man. I'm wondering. I'm gonna see if we have some real estate with the webcam, because we'll sit you here. So we'll be right here, and maybe we could put the webcam back here so that everybody can watch the monitor that we're watching. That could be kind of sharp. We'll figure that out, man.
Yeah.
Let me run this art back into my spot. Does anybody in the chat room know what the anime DXD, and I think one of the D's is a dungeon, what the title of that anime would be? I'm very curious. Because I kind of want to see how the robots look in full color. Let me go get the headphone splitter. Let's see. I could probably put this mic here. We'll record the video right about here. And the cool thing is there's no visual, so we can have wires strewn about and just whatever we need to make everything work.
Do you need this mic?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go plug in again.
You do it. Oh, this is yours. I'm like, what the fuck? Why is it so different than mine? High School DXD. Yeah, that's the name of this anime that I had that art for. Thank you so much, Star Scrunch. free up a little room.
Did you turn off the video?
Yeah, I turned it off. Oh no, I think I turned your thing off. Like, you might have to go back in there. We're still recording and it's still streaming. You know what it was? Like, your thing was on the monitor, and then it just kind of conked.
Yeah.
Run to the bathroom.
Did you bring that headphone jack in?
Yeah. Let me try something. Check, check, check. Blah, blah, blah. Oh. Check, check, check. Oh, come on. Check, check, check. Blah, blah, blah. Yada, yada, yada. Blah, 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 blah. And then, boom. Accept. And then I just need to see that it's possible to pull a video at the beginning. Let me think. Okay. I'm gonna probably just have like one ear in.
Okay.
So I could actually hear you and have a conversation. Let me see if I can move this cam for the people. It'd be slick as fuck if we can move it right back here. Do we have the real estate? This might be the best we have, because that wire definitely is not. Can you guys hear us well? With the mic where it is?
I'd like somebody who knows stuff about audio engineering and stuff to look at our setup
Yeah,
and just never stop laughing.
Whatever. I just want to try something real quick and see if it works. Because I figured, like, what we'll do is we record a bit ahead of time, just as a quick filibuster. We say that we have a link to the video. You know, it's up right now. Blah 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 blah. We're looking at the screen, like, you know, our screen is stopped where.
Yeah, we'll do a countdown, like 3, 2, 1, play.
That kind of thing, and then that'll be a cut, and then the cut will be like this. Boom, we accept it. This is just my prep for recording this thing, because like you need to start with the image, just the way, you know, just how this is rigged. And then if I can, so I see what it is. I extend it here, and I can get to the end, and then we record again, and then it'll be at the start of the Rhino. I get it. I know what I need to do. So this is just a placeholder. It's going to be nothing, but I need something there. So let's not filibuster too much.
Yeah.
We'll record what we need in, you know, 2-3 minutes or something would be fine.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You good?
Yeah.
Actually, I'm going to... I wanted all this shit deleted, man. Cool. Good to go, Jimmy?
Yeah.
Welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
And today we're doing something a little different. Going to do an audio commentary track for Masters of Comic Book Art, the Harlan Ellison hosted video from 1987 that came right at the height of that 1986 boom in comic book production here in America. But first, we got to let you guys know that we have a Patreon, that there are people watching us live stream this commentary track in real time at this very moment, and you could be there if you support the Patreon at the King Kayfabe level. Hit the link in the description below this video. You're going to be able to see how to participate, and you'll be able to join the chat room in that participation. We have comic books out in the wild, Red Room, Antisocial Network, X-Men Grand Design. We have Hip Hop Family Tree. Jimmy has Street Angel. Hulk Grand Design is coming out later this year. Plain Jane is his shoujo comic. And without further ado, Jimmy, did you ever see this Masters of Comic what is it called? The Masters of Comic Book Art video before?
I've never seen it, and whenever we were talking about it, I thought it was the Masters of Comic Art, which was that like
the book.
Yeah, book, the museum show, and I thought, oh, they made a video for that a couple of years ago.
No, sir.
No, I was unfamiliar with this. Pretty interesting document. Ed, where'd you first see it? Was this a video store rental?
I was in second grade when, you know how like schools will keep open during the summer, but they'll have like Pilates classes and stuff like that? I took a comic book class taught by Wayne Wise from Phantom of the Attic Comics here in Pittsburgh when I was in second grade. And it was between second and third grade, summertime. And he played this video for us. Fast forwarded through the Steve Ditko part. He's very upset about that. But that's where I saw it. And the only thing that I remember from it was the big horned Batman that Bernie Wrightson draws, because it stuck out like that's not Batman. What are you talking about? But yeah, I saw it as a kid. Didn't know what it was called and was like kind of seeking it out. This never played on television, as far as I know. Comic Book Confidential did, and that's how I first saw that. But this is just the height of the VHS era when they were just making tapes about any old thing. This has that quality. It's kind of proto shoot interview style.
It's very odd in that it's like 61 minutes. You know what I mean? Where would that ever air?
Right.
It's such a bizarre concept. One thing that I thought of watching this is who would be the people featured today?
Yeah.
You know, it's a really interesting document, and I think the comic book part of it, the book is part of it.
Sure.
You know, because like now it'd be, I don't know, it'd almost be too wide if you just said comic art. But really an interesting snapshot. And whenever you said the comic book boom, I thought you were going to go boom, bang, pow. Comics aren't just for kids, because it feels like it's in that wave. You know, it's in when you see a Rolling Stone article on Frank Miller's Dark Knight.
It is that
That's
wave.
what this feels like. So
yeah, totally.
Kind of a neat artifact.
So we have a link in the description below this video to there have been versions of this video up on YouTube since the earliest days of YouTube. We'll do a little countdown to let you guys know, man. Click the links below. Take it to the place where there's the cigarette in the ashtray looking down, because not all of them have this Rhino video screen at the beginning that we're looking at right here. We'll do a countdown. You guys can sync up your videos, and we'll launch into this commentary track. How's that sound, Jimmy?
Sounds good.
All right, man. Give him that countdown then.
3, 2, 1.
All right. So I'm just going to extend this little piece. And this is the bitch of doing it in the iPhone. I mean, on the iPad. Is like, you can imagine that's just like a quick... Okay, that's no good. But I just add another photo and that should do the trick. Yeah.
What is that photo from?
Yeah, I don't know. I needed that reference. I needed a good Rubble reference.
Yeah.
So. Okay, it's just not hearing it because this is in, I think. Totally.
Kind of a neat artifact.
So we have a link in the description below this video to there have been versions of this video up on YouTube since the earliest days of YouTube. We'll do a little countdown. Okay, Jimmy. Get ready to sync. Actually, like what'll happen is I'll hit this thing and then it'll do a countdown, and then. Actually, we should do it from about here. Yeah, right there. So take it to the black screen. I'm hearing nothing.
I don't think there is anything.
Okay,
there.
cool.
But we'll adjust if necessary. This thing's a little bit wonky, but I always think it's my headphone. But
yeah, the cool thing is, like, to get started, we can do a little editing. But remember, man, this is one take. So
I try to keep my Tourette's to a minimum.
Yeah. Fucking.
Tell me when you're ready.
All right. There'll be a countdown that you'll see here. You know what? Let me stop that. Do it again. I got to shut this audio down. We don't want that to bleed. All right. I don't know if the good people can see. We should keep this mic close. All right, I'm about to hit retake. It should do the 3, 2, 1, Jimmy.
Yep.
Off the bat, man, it doesn't get more 80s sounding than this music that's playing right here, man.
That's very true. This would come right off your Casio keyboard.
Name after name, as you see them come up, it's like almost everybody is gone. We still have Frank Miller, we still have Art Spiegelman, we still have Dave Sim, but 100%, like everybody else is gone, including Harlan Ellison, who at this time, I think he might have been embroiled in some legal entanglements with Fantagraphics at this moment.
That's interesting. Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's early 3D animation that was writing those signatures, that pen that was moving across the pad, which is kind of interesting and feels good for this kind of a document.
In the days of that green wireframe finger that would be on all the commercials.
Yes.
Harlan Ellison has a real Casey Kasem as Shaggy and Scooby-Doo kind of delivery.
He is so young whenever it's a long shot. This is pre-high definition video.
He is, I don't know too much about him, and I've tried to read some of his stuff. I'm just not too into it. But he comes off there's a pretension, like the people
Definitely.
the people who are outside of comics but who like might be interested in them, when they try to appeal to the comics people, they add this like pretentious air, and he'll say, like, when he says Mobius's name, now I know I'm not saying it right, but when he's like Moebius and you hear Mobius say his name and it ain't Moebius, but Harlan Ellison's like, for those of you who don't know French, you might call him Mobius, and it's like, well, what do you fuck you call that shit? He calls comics a genre, which makes a lot of people bristle.
Yeah, in terms of that, like, kind of pretension and defensiveness, I think if you're really an adult, longtime comics fan, like, I think stuff was bad if you were a comics fan in the 70s or 80s defending it. So I assume that's where that kind of point of view comes from.
Yeah.
Combined with, like, this was just the vernacular. Like, I'll read old essays, and it is the most, like, didactic kind of tone. And you don't see that much anymore, but that was a real common way, like, it was a real, like, I'm telling you something.
Yeah, we're getting a real critical mass looking at comics at this point in time. So I think there's that part where you have to have that conversation, and I think this video is bookended well with Will Eisner and Will Eisner to start and Art Spiegelman to close it out, because they're basically both kind of saying the same thing of, they want comics as fine art. And I think in the end we got that with Spiegelman. But the thing is, if you stay in that place with all the stuff that Spiegelman's going to suggest at the end, then you turn comics into like what happened to poetry. And I don't think there's one poet that could make a fucking living if they don't get grant money and have to whore themselves for foundations and stuff.
I think that is a real thing, and I hear other people talk about it, and I usually dismiss it. But the academicization of comics, it can lead to a real homogenization.
Yeah.
And part of what makes comics great and as a fan is that they are so different. Like, everybody figures out these different problem solutions on their own. But if you go through a class, then everybody figures it out the way they're taught. So it's one of those challenges,
Yeah, for sure. Jumping into the Will Eisner portion of our video, he also looks kind of like Harlan Ellison looks like Mark Hamill's stunt double.
Totally. Yeah, that's a good call.
Like a grown-up Luke Skywalker.
I love him describing this Spirit page, though.
Yeah. This page was in the first issue of the first Warren magazine, I believe. Man, like, just burnt into my freaking mind. And dude, that's an ad page for Kitchen Sink, I think. And then these black and whites, this is that Kitchen Sink series. Like, they started off as color, but then they just used tone, and I actually like that so much more. It's not really Zipatone. It's that, like, you tell the printer where you want the gray areas to be. Calls them the O. Henry, which I don't think anybody wants that label put on them, but it is apt.
There's a lot of language in this that feels like it hasn't been codified yet.
Yeah.
So you're trying to figure out how to describe some of this stuff in a way that would make sense to someone watching it.
Yeah.
But also, like, we all just use different words for a lot of the mechanics of comics.
What's interesting too is that this Will Eisner would be a couple years older than the teacher of Drew Friedman and Peter Bagg and all of those dudes, at the School of Visual Arts.
He is so different as a like I love video. I say this every time I watch one of these old videos, but I love seeing videos of these guys because they're so different than, like, all I know of Eisner I've read. So to see him in his own words, it's just awesome.
Yeah, for sure. You never see him with the chops, that's it's a very, very specific time. It's almost like when you see Dick Tracy off model.
Makes me wonder how old he is here too. Because I'm not sure how old he was when he died, but I mean, like, he might be early 60s here.
Right. And see, this is that like comic, like the language of comics, the pretense of, like, this not comics. Like, I hate the title comics. Like, that, it's become cliche at this point. And it's almost, it's him and Spiegelman were proponents of, it's not comics, it's not funny, blah, blah, blah. His thing was sequential art. It's the stuff that's lobbed against Eisner when it comes to the hyperbolic pretension of because like the way he talks and the end result of the comic are really two different things. But it is cool to see his motivations and how he talks about, I'm interested in acting, I watch people.
Yeah, timing of the page.
And he constantly refers to the stage,
yes,
as being like the cultural pinnacle or whatever of visual arts or something in the States. And I think during our Drew Friedman shoot interview, if it wasn't on the record, Drew might have said it off the record, where Will Eisner could never say that he just was sitting down like watching an episode of Kojak or something. he would say that like, I was walking through the living room and the TV was on. So he could never say that he watched TV, but he did get a little bit of that. But you could see this is
another one of those lowbrow media.
This is a pure melodrama with these characters. It's hyperbolic stuff, but it's very staged. It's very acted. The guy in the back row has to be able to tell what's happening.
Yes, and I think he mentions working in theater very early on in his life and learning some of the lighting ideas. And honestly, that's stuff I think that can still be applied.
Totally.
Because that's composition, that's direction devices, it's drama.
We looked at that Gilbert Hernandez piece where he's talking about, I didn't want to draw the whole living room. So I have a wall, I have the guy who's always dressed up, he's got his outside clothes off. You see the shadow of the window, and that's enough to convey the living room.
Yeah, and it comes up in that Eisner Miller book as they talk about setup and staging.
These comics are my DNA, man. That I found that kitchen sink run of the comic books of the Spirit. I found those things for nickels on the dollar when I was a kid, and just read and reread those a million times. This is probably from like the first issue that becomes the black and white stuff, and that image right there with the jailbreak. Look at that soupy sky.
You know what always impressed me with those? Because I would get old comics and they usually sucked. They'd be poorly reproduced and stuff. I would get those early Spirit reprints. They were drawn so well.
Oh, yeah.
It was real easy to get sucked into those because like they might have been old, but they didn't really look old.
Yeah.
I love his enthusiasm for the medium. That idea that there's so much more to do.
All right, we're on to the Kurtzman section of the game, man. And at this point, you get the impression that these are Harlan Ellison choices of people who are showing up, and he calls it right most of the time. He is reading off a piece of paper. I'm imagining he wrote these little blurbs about these guys.
Yeah, I bet. Certainly made him his own.
Yeah.
Here's another question I'll pose to you, Ed, as we go through this. You think anybody didn't make it on? Like, if you were going to add two people to this, who would they be? So I think of that as we go. I think
that Alan Moore, probably turned this down. I'm sure he was asked. Why would he not be? Crumb maybe should probably have been in this thing. Basically, anybody from that Masters of Comic Art book that exists. Jaime or Gilbert.
Yeah, I feel like if you're including Sim, that the Hernandez brothers would make sense. Like there's some indication of alternative comics, there.
Yeah. Sim is like the one interesting thing, and I guess you could make the argument that sort of broke ground in like self-publishing, or specifically direct market comic book shop self-publishing, because what was Zap? That was clearly independent.
I think also. He was a graphic novelist way before that was a trendy thing.
That's true. A little bit of the stammering with these old timers made me think about the possibility that they might have only ever gotten interviewed
not much
10 times in their whole lives, even for fanzines. This might be the second interview that Kurtzman ever did on a video screen.
It's a really good point. I love when he's naming like his collaborators, and it's so
and dropping
like,
a
informal, like their friend. Like it's great.
Willie
they're real
and
people.
Woody, and talk about their little strengths and the stuff that he dug about their works. This part that he's talking about digging in the college in the garbage pails. Phil Felix, my lettering teacher from the Kubert School, who was Harvey Kurtzman's assistant, said that he would literally go dumpster diving with Harvey Kurtzman after school, like as one of his assistant like duties. One of the things that they would pull out from, you know, these Lower East Side Manhattan dumpsters, Keane paintings. They were like the early.
Really?
Yeah, they would pull those things out of the trash and keep them. So I believe him finding these college yearbooks and being inspired by them. This is the bit where he's talking about his collabos with the crown jewels of Mad Magazine.
Willie Elder.
Woody. This is a part where it feels like Kurtzman's comfortable talking when he talks about the chicken fat. Like that's something that feels rehearsed, something that he might have said on a lot of panel discussions and things. But it was so rare, you know, to get these guys on cam, to get them in a talkative state. I would want a 1 hour with each of these guys.
Oh yeah, for sure. It is a very different, like, I don't know, media awareness or something from this generation.
Yeah, and it shows you. It shows you how, like, a Stan Lee, like, if you just have command of a little charisma, how you can kind of rise. Look at that Will Elder dude. I'm looking at the shadow on that girl's tummy.
It's incredible.
The light off the belly button. Are you fucking kidding me? That guy's
And then
insane.
there's like 11 figures behind that are almost equally rendered.
We're gonna look at this at one point on the channel. The Goodman Beaver kitchen sink collection.
Yeah, I would always see those in those kitchen sink catalogs and was always too stupid to buy it.
This would be an image that would be in some of the house ads that would be like in those kitchen sink spirits, and the amount of detail like on the ground on that curb is just astounding.
That's a pretty great image.
A million ways to make titty jokes is little Annie Fanny.
We need to look at Hey Look at some point, because like that one was a big one for me. I was reading like one pagers.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
What can you do in one page?
There was a kitchen sink produced from the 70s called Kurtzman Comics, and has a bunch of those one pagers on there. And he's breaking fourth wall.
Yeah.
Even in those pages, I remember that my favorite one is his wife like pours him coffee and they're having like a fight, and he drinks it and spills it out. He like spits it out, spills it out, and it's like it's ink.
Yeah.
His philosophies of comedy, like this is the only place you get that is this video. You fill up his balloon.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, so like when you get Jack Kirby and then you hear him chatting, right? And he's very internal. You could tell that he spends a lot of time by himself and doesn't have
not talking to a camera,
the space to cogently have his Reader's Digest version of the stuff that he's thinking about. You can see how a Stan Lee can walk all over him in terms of the charisma when they do the interviews. You know, there's famous things whenever they did interviews in like the 60s, whenever the college crowd really started getting into this stuff. And, you know, they spend a day with Kirby, they spend a day with Lee, and they cut all the Kirby stuff out of the interview. It's hard to argue.
That Hulk was a recolored Hulk that they show.
Yeah.
It makes me wonder like who did that, why.
Look
at the tangent on that cigar. Did you see that? It was exactly in line with the window pane.
That is an iconic
It sure is.
Self-portrait.
Surprised that he calls it 3 comics and doesn't mention Jimmy Olsen.
Right.
But it is a nice summary and pretty respectful of the fourth world stuff at a time before I think that stuff gained the respect it has today.
Check out what Jack has on his walls. Man, he's got a Wallywood inked Sky Masters Sunday. Behind him looks like an EC painting. Like I can't tell what it looks like.
Tell.
The Crypt Keeper and stuff. It looks like the 3 EC horror hosts.
That's interesting. Wonder if that's a print. Remember how a couple of those guys would do paintings of those hosts?
Yeah, Russ Cochran would handle that stuff. But Kirby is very metaphysical here. I had to make sales, he says.
Yes.
Right? Beautiful.
Nobody says that anymore. And if you read like Kniff interviews or anything, like those guys talk about that so like, that's it. That's the whole job.
It's the job, man. Like, it's a commercial art form. You can choose to make your art comic, but do not be mad when nobody buys it or when 15 people buy it.
Or when you don't have a publisher or an issue 2.
All right.
Love his voice, too.
Me too. Very humble.
Mm-hmm. Reminds me of, like, if you ever hear, like, Robert E. Howard talk about Conan, writing Conan, where he's like, the presence is behind him. It almost sounds like some of those ideas that Kirby talks about, you know, like almost channeling these concepts.
Yeah, talk about the flow state that you must get into when you're drawing 5, 6, 8 pages a day. And, you know, you and I are talking about the struggles of, like, you work on a project, you know, you finish a story, and then you're at ground zero for the writing of the next one. Kirby could never be in that position.
Right.
You know, he was always on that fucking grind, man. Obviously collaborative comics, and he had inkers and writers to tighten things up and stuff, but...
It's interesting to look at, like, when they were showing Silver Surfer on the screen, and it's such a ludicrous concept. Like, to me, that's some of the language he invents, is the ability to do a story with Silver Surfer that's, like, just a straight story.
Yeah. Then you try to do it with that ski guy. This is that part, man, where he's like, I'm a man with a lot of questions. And, you know, this is a man, senior in age. Mm-hmm. I think Harlan Ellison calls it great at the beginning, where he's like, this guy was at every stage of comic books from the beginning. But this is where I feel like mortality is in Kirby's mind here, man. He's like, you know, if I go today, I have to admit that I'm satisfied. You know, like, the questions were great. Yeah. He never knew the answers in life, but...
I wonder, you know, how close to 87 this is, because it'd be like that Comics Journal interview that we did with, you know, looked at the Kirby.
Yeah.
So it's kind of around that time.
I like that evolvement, because that's that blue collar shit, mm-hmm. You know? This is a dude that spent his time drawing.
This is great. Like, the history of the comics.
Yeah. And he's like, we're going to have to think about that, right? Like, what is the next evolution going to be? And the technology wasn't there, but, you know, it's the internet. It's webcomics. I mean, obviously, graphic novels.
Imagine the conversations, like, if he were this age now, you know, where people would have access, like, come on the show, let's talk. The stuff that he would, you know, that's going on in his head.
Yeah. Now, this is the part that I think that the art teacher was most excited to, like, get some Ditko on the record when he got the tape or whatever, and was tremendously disappointed in Ditko, because, I mean, Ditko's reading something. He's not just having a conversation. He's reading a manifesto that's very much like those Ditko package comics that he did in his later days. That's just a filibuster about Randy and philosophy. It's so cool to actually hear his voice. It's amazing that he participated.
I was going to ask. I wasn't sure that was even him, if that was somebody that was reading his words, like he had written a statement and a voice actor read it.
You know what? That's a good question. Mark Ditko would know. Hey, Mark, man, let us know. Is it the man? But
I think it's amazing that Wayne was like, we're not showing this part.
Yeah.
To second grader.
Right. He's like, yeah, we don't need this piece.
Were you just confused?
No, yeah, and fast forwarded it.
Yeah.
You know, just went right through it, and I was like fine with that, because, you know, he would stop it at maybe a cool image, and then it's like, oh no, still more of that, because it is a screed, man. It's everything you wanted to know about Mr. A is kind of in this dialogue about humans as a model, good and bad. I still think about how the sort of anecdote Alan Moore says about Steve Ditko seeing Watchmen and saying, oh, Rorschach, oh, he's like Mr. A, but crazy.
It's really neat the pieces that they put together for the Ditko, because like the way he's using words and images, it's pretty wild stuff here. It's almost abstract. It feels outside of like models that Scott McCloud would describe.
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely, man. You're getting lots of the black and white.
Oh yeah. I always wish that like I'd love to hear Dan Klaus talk about later era Ditko. Yeah. You know, or any of these guys, any critics, any artists that are really into Ditko, because I just don't hear much about it.
If this video does well, this commentary track, like I would submit that the next one we do would maybe be the In Search of Steve Ditko, Jonathan Ross. Neil Gaiman is on there and talks about those late period comics, and he's like, they're not so much comics as essentially a manifesto of his ideologies and stuff. But the thing is, he never stopped with the drawing chops. He's maintained the drawing chops the entire time. And do you have The Safest Place?
Yes.
I feel like that might be like one of the last kind of cogent Steve Ditko helmed complete works. I don't know that it's cogent, but at least it looks like comics. It looks like there's storytelling and cause and effect with images that have narrative value. Also in that In Search of Steve Ditko, that has the Stan Lee interview that makes him look the schmuckiest ever. Did you ever see this thing, man?
No, I haven't.
Where Stan Lee is like, I believe that Steve Ditko thinks that he created Spider-Man. So if he wants to think that, I'm okay with that. And like, you know, just such legal gymnastic talk, you know? The lettering becomes very mechanical, like towards the end, like very architectural. The way that your woodshop teacher would like insist that you use the lettering guide, real straight up and downs.
Boy, the art looks great on screen, though.
It does. I think the guy from who made this tape, he hit us up in an email during year one of putting this channel together.
It does make me curious, because it seems brilliant on Ellison's part.
Right.
You know, his comics are starting to break through. Like, he's one of the front guys that are, like, putting himself next to them. Pretty shrewd.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know how calculated it is or how it came together, but, I mean, I feel like that's a good move for whoever took that host role, and you know, I think he makes the most of it.
Yeah, it's interesting, like, you know, what's the impetus for the whole thing?
That's true.
You know, like, is Harlan Ellison's interest, is it in, you know how people are currying favor and creating sides and factions whenever there's, like, a legal case? You know, we've done several court cases on the channel and went through transcriptions and things, and they would build teams, you know, so it's like Harlan Ellison building team Harlan here, putting some goodwill to the comics public.
It's so hard to tell. You know, like with his credits, it could also be a thing where some producer shows up and is like, hey, what do you want to do?
Comics are hot right now. Mm-hmm. So, like, we can make a little money. Comics are hot right now. VHS is hot right now.
And from a cost, like a budget perspective, like, what is this? Shoot Harlan Ellison for a day talking and then, like, head just edit. Yeah.
Wow, Steve Ditko must have the biggest footprint on his whole video. It's 60 minutes, and he talked to about 10 guys.
Yes.
So it looks like Uncle Steve is getting about 10 minutes at a time. It feels like 30.
Yeah.
That's almost EC-like, that image right there.
You know, whenever the internet first started, people would blog and they'd show, like, panels out of context. I can remember just, like, puzzling over how great it would look, and I'd track down the page, and it'd be like, okay, that's cool. But there was something about, like, this type of presentation really is great for a video like this. You know, every one of these images they show is spectacular.
Good pans and stuff. I wonder how you would do that thing. Is the camera on a belt or something? Like, how do you do pans like that? Because it's very mechanical.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a system.
Oh, Steve.
Yeah, you hear this stuff and you just think, like, was he just miserable for decades?
We went to Johnstown, PA,
yeah,
2 years ago when Mark Ditko put up the big exhibit, and he had a rich family life. He visited a family all the time.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah,
that always sounds good to me.
When you start to get the Neil Adams and you get the rights in, it makes me think of the early TCJ interview that Ellison did with Gary Groth, where he's laying out the people that were sexy to him in comics. And for dudes of that older generation, like Neil Adams and Bernie Wrightson are the top dogs in comic book art.
I can see why. Like when those guys were sort of at their A level, I mean, it still stands up.
Yeah. Now we saw Eisner, he's a teacher, so he has some experience talking in front of the public. You got your Kurtzman, you got your Kirby, you got your Ditko, and they're a little more reserved, inward type souls, a little stammering and things. Neil Adams got the pompadour, and he talks like he believes it. You know, like he believes the stuff he's saying. If a guy and an artist and a writer try real hard, it's got to be a good comic. Is that true?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Got that pencil sharpener we all had in every class.
Boy, he looks great there.
He does, man. Got that trench. Looking like a private eye. Always had good hair.
He does look like a private eye.
I love the idea of talking about like trying to manipulate the pacing of the page with the imagery and like grabbing the reader by the throat and getting people to follow him the way he wants them to. But you see the confidence in the guy.
Yes.
You know, he's got a good energy, a good boss energy. This is the leader of Continuity Studios right there, baby.
And he is looking at these pages like as a graphic artist.
Yeah.
First.
Real funny that they don't show that that Deadman image that we're all thinking in our minds with the big face. You know, when they talk about the page design and all that, so like that's the one to show. You know, this is a little bit random right here.
It's an amazing spread that they're looking at there. He kind of gives Deadman like the big credit, right? Like that's the one that he mostly.
That's when he started getting sexy with the page compositions and stuff. Looks like they unfolded the deluxe the reprint, right? With the blue line color.
I feel like he could be like the young Peter Falk.
Absolutely,
do like a flashback.
Yeah. Put that stogie in his
that hair and everything.
his eyes only focus on one subject at a time, though. Unlike Peter Falk, he could tell who's on the front porch and back porch at the same time.
Do you think this is his office at Continuity?
Yeah, I think so, man. Like he's got all the tools. Like that TV, man. Is that a computer monitor?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because that looks like a floppy drive behind his head. And they would need that kind of stuff to do like animatics and prepare that kind of thing to show the client. You know, you got to show all that stuff at every stage. What a high energy business to participate in, man. Because you know you're all there in New York, so like you got to like whip that shit up, put on a video cassette, go run it over to the company, get feedback quick. Giving Frank Miller his props. Frank Miller always tells the story about how he got in the game, would take his stuff to Continuity Studios, and how Neil Adams would mercilessly just kind of tear it apart with good reason. But until the point where he's like, all right, kid, you still suck, but I think I could get you a job. So I bet you Frank Miller, to hear a proper compliment from Neil Adams, I bet that had meaning. Here's your bait. You disagree with Uncle Neil right here, man?
Not at all.
No?
I do disagree with that. I wish it worked that way.
The onus almost always falls on the writer's part. Like when an artist goes for it, you can skate by much further than a purple over-the-top writer. This is that classic story of like, you know, kids pulling out their loot to like buy comics and choosing to do so. You know, 87, I was a comic reader before I had command of being able to read a word, man. I definitely had a stack of comic books that I was able to go back and read once I learned how to do so. So probably the last generation of that, I feel like.
Yeah.
The Wrightson part is I'm so happy to have it, but he's all aesthetics, right? Like like it's all aesthetics. Like all these other guys, like they added their whole wing to the culture of comics. And I guess, you know, he's an influential guy, but it's all in the visual. See, dude, this painting right here is the cover to the monograph that Jeff Darrow got in like the 70s that he like got rid of like his first run of Kirby Fantastic Fours for, and had to give extra money. Like that's the cover. We need that book to like do an episode on.
Do you think that Neil Adams is more than aesthetic?
Yeah. Are you fucking kidding me?
I mean, he's business.
Yeah. We'll talk about, you know, business is a part of the medium of comics.
All right, I'm down for that.
Yeah, absolutely. He's more than aesthetic. Plus creator rights. How about that? Dude, he looks jacked like fucking Henry Rollins, dude. Doesn't he?
You think?
He looks hunky here, man.
He does look hunky.
And look at that natural lighting behind him. Dude, those are the trees that are in that Frankenstein book.
Boy, he looks young there too. Like for this to be like, again, I don't know anybody's age, but man, he looks young.
Yeah. He might be one of the youngest dudes in this thing. Maybe.
I love this description of the Frankenstein stuff and how the line is like not natural.
Yeah, because people forget he is a badass painter. You know, he can do it all. And look at the pains he's going through. Like, look at that imagery right there to try to capture 3D. You know, he went so far He went so far as to sculpt that Frankenstein face that you're looking at right there. He's got a sculpture of it that he created himself, so that he can shoot it with light and try to capture those abstractions.
That Frankenstein I got hold of when I was still in school, like maybe 10th grade or so, and it just changed everything.
Yeah. Because, you know, a part of it, what it is, like, so you're at the age when, like, Image Comics is out and everything, and you're seeing detail that's meaningless. So then you see maybe the same amount of lines, maybe more lines in this Bernie Wrightson stuff, and it actually has meaning and is there for a reason. That's a beautiful studio right there, dude. In almost the same exact camera angle, there is a promo video for Frankenstein. You can find it on YouTube, where he shows off the sculpture of the Frankenstein face. And look at that painting behind him. I don't know that piece. This idea of like the projector from his mind to the paper, that's that Kim Jong-gi shit. You know, that's that next level stuff. I seen Joe Kubert draw that way, and Neil Adams draws that way. Like when we had Rob Liefeld on the channel, and I talked about like looking over Neil's shoulder one time, he's putting lines all over the paper, and they start to materialize into like a Batman running in extreme foreshortening, but you would never know it for the first 5 minutes of drawing.
I think that is a learnable technique, and I think it used to be taught, maybe still is in some schools.
That's how you get those liquid movements in like the Neil Adams Batman. That's like, if you connect the line, like if you try to understand the anatomy as like proper, like it'll be wrong every time. See, these Batman horns, they were the things that stuck in my head when I was a little kid. That image right there,
they're so extreme,
is what I couldn't get over.
We've seen guys pick this image, and Tim Vigil doing it.
Yeah, it's true. That's true. Such a great idea too, where it's like you build your own vehicle and then you bring in Batman, and then that means you could do whatever you want.
Such a bold concept.
Yeah, up to that point, I don't think anybody was really doing much different. Neil Adams obviously kind of gave him like realistic lighting and stuff. Like, look at the drapery, dude.
Yeah, this is phenomenal.
The planes of the light from above, and just that accurate shading with really, really good fulls. He's always been good at drapery.
All of Kelly Jones is in that image.
Sure. And his explanation of horror. What a great way to sign it off, huh? A disciple of... You like mix up Frazetta, Ghastly Graham Ingalls, and like Krenkel, and then you get Bernie Wrightson. Yeah, this right here, dude. Except a little blood on his shoe. That's so good.
He raises his eyebrows.
Yeah, he does. Those big, thick, Ghastly Graham Ingalls eyebrows. Here's Ultimate Pretense right here. Moebius. Van Gogh. He says Van Gogh real fucked up.
Yeah, a couple times. I think he says it differently too. Because he says it twice in the beginning, I think he says it differently.
Van Gogh. He's there with has he got a pipe?
Yeah. He hasn't smoked it the whole time.
I think in the when Gary was talking about doing the interview with him, and it might even be in the interview at different points in time, like Harlan Ellison would be interviewed to have like blondes on his lap and shit, just chicks with him. He's total maybe. I want to wring his fucking neck with that. I really do.
Moebius.
Because if not for the part where he's like, if you don't know French, you might call him Mobius, and it's like let's hear how Moebius calls his fucking name as soon as we see him. Or no. Look at how hard that shit is. That's one of the issues that I got when I was a kid. Like one of the early issues that I scooped up when I found out that heavy metal was... I saw the cartoon when I was in 3rd grade. And then it's like that thing where it's like you see something and then out in the wild you notice it more.
I can't even imagine seeing that in 3rd grade.
Yeah, dude. It was.
I'm reading like Lion Witch in the Wardrobe. That movie would have melted my brain.
It was on super late at night on Cinemax. And, there's nudity, all that kind of stuff. I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
I do think he sums up Moebius really well in that intro.
Yeah, he does. Is that a Arzak sculpture?
Looks like it.
Behind him?
Or a cookie jar or something.
You could tell he's such a seeker. The concepts that he lays out in the conversation. Maybe I would have a different name on every strip. I wouldn't know where it's going. He talks about the differences between commercial art.
Some of these paintings are just crazy that's him.
Yeah. He would talk about the commercial art and wanting to stretch and like do his own thing. Start a story in one style, finish in another. Like, when have you seen something like these ideas are just, they're all in his head. The dude is a real artist.
Yeah, it's pretty forward, the different styles. Very few artists are working that way, especially commercial artists thinking that way, working that way.
And he has a piece. Let's see where do they show the taint and ball sack? Yeah, they do. Sweet. I was wondering if this is sweet. Like, do you get a different rating if you let that show up, man?
What an image on the left here.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And you know what? On that cathode ray tube TV, because like we know what that is. There's so much hatching, but it's so smoothed out by the video quality and everything that it looks so blended.
I mean, this too. Like all of these images, talk about spectacular.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a wild dude. You can see how Jodorowsky would fucking get his clutches on him and hold on to him forever. And he parrots a lot. Oh, well, I'm not going to say parrots, but he and Jodorowsky are on the same wavelength with a lot of stuff that he's going to talk about the idea of like being the warrior. Like Jodorowsky and Dune would talk about being a spiritual warrior. Like Mobius is my spiritual warrior. H.R. Giger is my spiritual warrior. He uses that term here as being a fearless pursuer of innovation, of new things. when it comes to comic book art. He gives some respect. He's like, listen, there's a responsibility to being a jobber, basically is what he's saying. Yeah, sure, you got to feed your family, all that stuff. But, you know, it's up to us to push the comic medium. The publisher isn't going to do it. Yeah, see, it's up to the artist, man. Like, are you going to be a part of the system? Or are you going to try some things? And it turns out, like, the guys who try some things and who are right, they create a new wing of comics. They create a new aesthetic of comics making.
I do think that we make a mistake of grouping, like, everybody that draws a comic is the same.
Right.
Like there are different jobs.
Absolutely.
In there.
Looks hip with that ring in his ear. The public, boy, he's talking about, like, I know what you need. You know what you think you want, but I have what you need.
You know, I feel like we're lining up comics right now for this.
Oh,
you know,
absolutely.
like the ambitious artist really, yeah, it's great to hear Mobius say that.
Yeah.
Not the publisher, not the public. It's the artist.
Yep. Now, this guy, arguably, at this point in time, 87, this is probably the big get, I would say, at this moment in time. Dark Knight Returns was getting so much fanfare, so much attention. Even Warner, you know, like, they're getting $10,000, $15,000 ads in Playboy magazine for Dark Knight Returns. Like, they're doing a big push for this guy.
I like there's some Ronin talk.
Sure.
Because that was a book that when I come into comics is almost forgotten. Like, it's not a big book in 1990.
It's true. And it's edited well into the video because you got to have Mobius first. You got Mobius so that Frank Miller can call back to Mobius after you just seen 5-10 minutes of Mobius art. Dude, they chose all the money shots of Ronin and Dark Knight. Like, these two pieces. That blood on Batman's hand.
Yeah.
Is something that I stared at so much. It felt so realistic. The tinge of blood on that gray, and then look at the abstraction here that Lynn Varley was doing with.
This is what I bought. This was my first. You know, this is my first Dark Knight.
Yeah.
He is hot.
I wonder what this setting is right here. Because if it is Frank Miller's studio, then those are like Charles Willeford and Mickey Spillane paperbacks right behind his head. But then what's behind his head at the left? Is that some of Lynn's stuff? It looks like a strawberry shortcake, like a bonnet or something.
Yeah, no idea.
I want to know, is this Frank's studio? If you know, put something in the comments. No conjectures, though.
Boy, he's young, too. He must be 30 there.
He says so. You know, he's like, I haven't been in the game for 10 years. You know, that's how he signs off. He's like, I'm new at this. And it's, you know, he's looked at as like the hot guy. So the cool thing about this video is that you get no feedback from, you don't hear the question that the interviewer is asking. But I don't think he would have taken the last bit of this conversation to the place of, like, I don't know where the medium is going if he wasn't asked that. So I think the interviewer is looking at him as like this wonder kid, kind of like, where's things going? And that is such a fucking trap to get caught up in if you're like that young hot guy. Like, you can't be believing your own shit. And I think he handles that conversation great. Also, because of all the promo that he's been doing over the past couple of years, and I think up to this point he did at least 3 TCJ interviews, he's pretty comfortable on the cam and on the mic. He has his cadence, like, that he's always had. And he does speak...
This is that Ronin talk.
Yeah. And
he talks about how it could be a totally different field. Yeah.
Imagine that. Like, the possibility of Ronin wasn't there in comics when he got into the game. He was fully prepared. It's like how Klaus was talking about. He was fully prepared to maybe be an inker of Daredevil. Klaus said Daredevil. So then you build up this equity as a creative force. The direct market starts to build itself around you. Comic shop starts to establish and create this new platform that you can take advantage of. And I like that he stretched himself real far and created this cacophony that is Ronin.
That early interview, I can't remember if it's in Comics Interview or where, but it's before Ronin drops, but it's what he's working on.
Yeah.
It is revelatory. Like, talking about Janet Khan and the stuff he's doing, it's just, you can sense, like, this is like nothing I've ever heard of.
Yeah. On the channel, we looked at the artist edition for Ronin, and he draws it bigger than regular comic pages, bigger than a 10 by 15 image area. And at that size, you can see how he's being quick, very kinetic with the inks and stuff. But when it gets reduced down, you would never know how kind of simple a lot of that art is. And
yeah, he's still a cartoonist.
Totally.
Where that simplicity comes from, even with elaborate inking and stuff.
It's true. The stuff that he's talking about here is great, and I like the parts where he's talking about, the best of comics is generally done by the single person. But it doesn't have to be. He uses words that are important. Student, education. Like, this dude is a studier of comics. He's a philosopher of comics.
Yeah, I get the impression it's obsession. That 10 years. Just a guy that's completely obsessed and then burns out.
Yeah. I mean, the stuff that he did...
I like the stuff with Lynn Varley.
Sure. This, on his drawing table, on his typewriter, while he's doing this, are 3 projects. 2 Bill Sienkiewicz joints. Elektra Lives Again, gestated from this period.
Imagine with his mindset as being a student, and that's what's come through you. That's what you've got to process. It's like Bill Sienkiewicz pages, and
right.
Mazzucchelli at that time,
it's that rope-a-dope, man, where those artists certainly kept Frank Miller on his toes. You're very new at this. $30 years? I think it's been 30 years. Frank, come on the channel. We have the questions to ask you, sir. Come on the channel sooner than later, please, by the way. Saw you out there in Baltimore. And this feels like Harlan Ellison guilty pleasure territory. Because, he's like, let me try to explain this to you. Follow me on this, guys. As he has his fake pipe.
his prop pipe.
His prop pipe. Is this, McCloud inspired? This is not a pipe? Dude, that's the other thing, by the way, with Cerebus, is it might be spare color, but Sim is coloring a cover every month also, on top of all of his other duties. Dude, that high society building, Can you fucking believe that shit? That's Gerhard, man.
It is such a, boy, it's hard to even wrap your head around Sim at this point, but say 100 issues in or whatever, one of the most fantastic comics ever done.
Absolutely. Yeah, we should look at more of this.
Every metric, the way the audience that was there for it, what he was doing.
But what we're looking at right here, I feel like we're looking at an affected dude already. You know what I'm saying? Got the little earring in, hiding the eyes. Maybe let's see how bloodshot them eyes are. Probably got a $200 haircut.
I was gonna say, I think it's colored.
Yeah. Yeah.
But why not? You know what I mean? He's fighting an industry.
He's bougie. There it is right there. To drop some numbers, about 30,000 people reading that stuff monthly, and he's not getting a 10% royalty or whatever. He's getting all of it. And, a small percentage of that goes back into the publishing of the next issue or whatever. But this guy...
Talk about a machine.
And I mean, a success... dude, 30,000 a month.
The lettering.
Couple 100,000 comics a year coming from one guy. This guy, had to rake in millions during the heyday. And he would flex that stuff, but we're getting an interesting Dave Sim here because, he's a little more than 100 issues in or whatever. And he's still, he talks about talking heads are important and and the conversation, that basically the relationships between people. At a certain point, he doesn't have relationships with people anymore.
That's a good point.
You know, it becomes just such a sort of time sink that he doesn't have time to, you know, he doesn't take time to be with others. Every relationship he builds, you know, gets harmed, including the Gerhardt stuff, I think. It's a consequence of keeping your head down.
I think that's
and
true.
And being so inward so constantly.
Yeah, you're positioned as a god. You know, you're creating all of it.
Right.
And you just, it's not healthy.
And the thing is, it's the same thing as like the George Lucas or like the Kanye West stuff, where like he took a gamble and he proved himself correctly against all odds, and that's where you can get fucked up, man. Where if you prove everybody else wrong in a single instance, you might think you would catch that lightning in a bottle again. You might think you're right more than you're wrong, and that could fucking bite you so hard, man. It could cause you a lot of trouble in your life. You got to have people that pull you down when you're flying too close to the sun with wings made of wax. But it's great to have Sim of this era on the record, because he's very cogent.
It's a really interesting perspective on comics and the medium, too.
He has his passive aggression here. How many people are getting thrown off of balconies? A direct Watchmen diss.
Mm-hmm. Wow. It's one of those things that I don't know whether history will ever correct, but it's so dismissed at this point.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know, maybe many of those issues aren't very good, but boy, there are a lot that are.
As a whole piece, like it's in my main bookshelf, you know, not far from the complete Crumb comics, every trade paperback, and as a whole, like that is art. It becomes Darger, you know, like
I was gonna say, like, put it in the Outsider Art Museum at the very least.
It's Vivian Girl. Like, Vivian Girls is 15,000 pages, so you know Dave Sim had to compromise. He didn't write 15,000 page novel, but he drew an 8,000 page comic. Makes so much sense, man, that you close the thing out with Spiegelman. So you give the entire history of comic books with everybody earlier. And, you know, you have the pop star in the direct market, which is Frank Miller. But then Spiegelman feels like the culmination of all of it. You take the Eisnerian bits that work. You take the Kurtzman bits that work. And, you know, the bouginess of what comics could be. And then you cram it into Spiegelman.
It's so interesting that he chooses comic books to work in, you know, and I guess maybe there aren't alternatives when he starts in the early 80s, but not the guy I would expect to be a defender of comic books. This format. Spiegelman.
Yeah, I don't know that he defends the format all that very much.
I think he talks a little bit about the, I don't want to say lowbrow, but it's such a human way to tell a story like this.
We covered the Harlan Ellison issue of Daredevil, by the way. We have a video of that. This is the loft, man. This is the legendary loft. This is where they were tearing up Raw magazine number 7 covers and pasting them back in. I have that template that's right by his hand with the cigarette, the green one with the big circles.
Yeah.
Where it's like those are half circles, and then you just connect the lines, and then you can get a bigger circle than you could ever get with a compass. Essential tool. But this is the loft. Like, in this loft is like a printing press that Francois has. See that School of Visual Arts poster behind him, dude?
I was wondering if that if that panther in the background, if that's an original or if it's a print.
Is that a panther?
I think so.
Yeah.
Huh. Now you have me doubting whether it's a panther.
Yeah, I just don't know.
Makes me wonder if that's Mark Newgarden. I think it's a panther, though.
They always show this image whenever there's mouse coverage on TV. Like even in Comic Confidential, this is like one of the striking images. You know what's interesting? Thinking about it is that like that volume 2 of Raw that comes out in the 90s. Like he's still doing mouse.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
that is true.
Like he still hasn't gotten the Pulitzer yet. I think that happens in 90. So like he doesn't even know how much it's going to grow for him. Probably no Scholastic deal. Putting these comics into grade schoolers' hands and stuff. But I'm certainly respected at the time. Look at those lines, dude. I love when he talks about the tools, and it's just like, I'm using felt pens and stuff that you could go down and get at
typing paper and
yeah.
stuff. I always think this is like beautiful, and it always surprises me when people are critical of it as like the art form.
I never really hear it. Like the places where I do hear it is there's still reverence. Like I remember
stationary supplies, he calls it.
Yeah. I love Crumb. In this one interview, was talking about the artists who are like have limited ability but could like do good things with their work, and he called Spiegelman out numero uno. Yeah. And I get what he means, but he also said he's like, the guy has limited ability and can like do some stuff, because the conversation was Crumb was talking about how he's a drawer first.
Yeah.
But there are guys in comics who aren't that way.
Yeah,
have the idea, and Spiegelman being the top of that list.
But you know, the marks are so important to me. Like I look at a Schultz and go, it's great. But really, if you were thinking of like a drawer, nobody's looking at Schultz and going, oh, that's a drawer.
Right.
But I, you know, it's comics. Like totally. It's cartoons.
Look at his old noodly period.
Yeah.
Ace Hole.
Do you think drawing at that size, like the 6x9 for a mouse, creates some sort of personal connection with the reader? That it's like, this is what I drew. This is how I saw it.
That's how he's describing it. That's for sure, man.
Yeah, I just wonder about that kind of thing.
And like I have, you know, my Mudfish comic that I was gonna put out, but then I got cold feet and will put out posthumously. It's drawn, you know, on typing paper size and stuff, and like I like it, you know, like.
Oh yeah.
It's a Noah Van Sciver that like draws at that size, like the Wimbledon Green stuff, which is like my favorite of Seth's comics, were just like drawn in sketchbooks. See, this is when he's talking about, I would love, like, you know, disavow genre, all the things that he's talking about here. But basically, his wishes came true, and I would say that like it's obviously it's a good thing. But you can't stay there, because if you do, you're pushing out the proletariat. You know, that you're pushing out the regular folk, and then you're going to relegate comics to poetry, which is not something I want. I want it to be populist. Like I want everybody to be able to fuck with comics. So have your genre stuff, have your Biff Bam Pow shit, but go off in a corner, go do some bougie stuff, and let it hit, and let, you know, the New Yorker crowd have something to enjoy. But we are in a place now where we basically have it all. Yeah,
not in either or. Kitch's name up there, like second billing on here.
Yeah. There was also a guy named Chris Rock, but something tells me he's not the same guy.
Yeah,
I'm not thinking the same dude. Anyhow, man, there's our audio commentary for Masters of Comic Book Art, the Patreon patrons who have helped support the channel, get to be with us in tandem while we are recording this. Hit up the Patreon in the description below. You'll get all our videos well ahead of anybody else, but we're still putting videos out every single day. Jimmy, what do you have out in the wild, man?
Street Angel, Deadly Squirrel, Alive, The Plain Janes, and Hulk Grand Design are the books to go track down. And join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can see more of my art and comics, and you can download out-of-print zines and mini comics.
Red Room Trigger Warnings is the book that I have out on the racks right at this given moment, man. I'm serializing new Red Room comics right now on my Patreon. Jimmy, why don't you give them their marching orders, and we will be on our way.
Make more comics.
Boom. There it is, guys. Got the audio commentary track. I basically only have to... Well, you know what? I should put different videos up. Like, I should put different imagery because I think this video could get us fucked with copyrights and stuff. So, like, that's what I'll spend my time doing during my editing process. But it's all here.
Yeah, that's a crazy document.
Yeah. I'm so glad you got to check it. Like, there was such little comic book stuff out in these early days, and this tape was super important. I think this Ken Viola guy literally hit us up. It's in our Kayfabe email. Kayfabers, man, thank you guys so much for joining us.
I wonder if he's done anything else in comics, any other videos. Because I mean that's pretty ahead of the curve.
It is, yeah. Thank you guys so much for joining us in the chat. So what happens now is me and Jimmy are going to close the chat out. I'm going to sit here in the studio and get to editing. Jim's going to go to his crib, go do his thing. I would say within 2 hours, the first produced episodes are going to start showing up on the Patreon. So you guys are getting first dibs. You're going to see what the hell we were talking about. The ones that I'm responsible for, the Bootleg Spider-Man, Gen 13, and this audio commentary track are going to be the efforts that I'm going to put up. And they'll all be up today. And then throughout the weekend, Jimmy's will start to pop up. Any final words, Jim?
I don't think so. Thanks as always for joining us. I do enjoy getting some feedback along the way. The first recording session of the new year, I think it was a success. Appreciate all you guys who are sticking around, and we're going to keep the stream live. You know the drill. The stream stays live for you guys on the Patreon. Thanks for swinging through, and thank you guys for supporting the channel in such a big way.